anybody identify? Oh my god. Yeah, I am live. I am legit live. Legit, I am live. Let me switch my Discord channel to make sure that I know what I'm doing, and I'm just sitting here in general and somebody comes in and they hear me streaming and they're like, I can't talk to her. I can't talk to her. Can anybody correctly identify the substance that I have before me? In my hot little hand. It's super void yeah, it's more void than it normally is, right? We got that void coffee in chat. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Look, I didn't plan, okay, I'm supposed to stream today, right? And I was feeling so uninspired. So I cleaned my house, I took out my trash, I did all that stuff, and I was gonna be on. And you know, like, I should have come on late, right? Because I guess Polly wasn't streaming tonight, so you know, people needed something to do, and I wasn't there for you. But you know what changed my mind? Like, because I wasn't, it was getting late. And I was like, okay, screw it, I'll wait till tomorrow. Because we do have some stuff. We do have some stuff, some major stuff to cover, right? We have, for tomorrow, just making sure I'm specifying here. We have some major white leaf on white leaf action here. Xanderhall went after the serfs. I kid you not. I kid you not, right? Xanderhall went after the serfs. I guess it was about the Tim Pool thing. So, I mean, I had a few criticisms for Tim Pool. My guess, though, is that Xanderhall's criticisms are probably not as good faith as mine, because his video is called "Why I Don't Like Lance from the Serfs," right? He's starting off with like a, you know, he's not doing, you know, like the classic YouTuber thing is like, I'm not hating. I'm just criticizing. Xanderhall's not even, no, he's hating. He's unabashedly hating because Xanderhall is a hater. Xanderhall is like the most hatiest hater that I have ever seen. All right, so now you gotta wait for tomorrow for that, right? That is tomorrow. Tonight, we've got something special though. Something nice, right? Tomorrow there's something naughty. Tonight there's something nice. Also involving Lance from the Serfs. God, Lance, like our planets are coming back into orbit. I don't know, something weird's happening here, right? But yeah, this is Leftist Mafia, and who is their special guest? Who is their special guest? None other than the beautiful and talented and wonderful, one of my favorite content creators, Jessie Gender. I had to do this late night stream. I hope you understand. I hope you understand. And I'm teasing you a little bit about the Xanderhall thing. That we're covering that tomorrow, all right? So for anybody watching the video, don't get too excited. You clicked on this video for Jessie Gender, okay? That should be... I'm not trying to clickbait you with anything else, right? That'd be pretty weird if I switched up right now. We're gonna cover the drama between Xanderhall and the Serfs. I will cover that. I will cover that. I will cover all the drama that is fit to report on, especially when it's white leaf on white leaf drama. And especially when, like, is Lance even white leaf anymore? I feel like there's a lot of differences, like, kind of showing up between Lance and white leaf, right? And I wonder if Lance is, I'm sure Lance is noticing at this point, right? It's too bad that there's not an alternative, right? Because like I've told you, what white leaf provides people with, in addition to having the erratic and dangerous white nervosa control a good portion of your life and being under Vosh's thumb, but the actual benefit to being on white leaf is that, like, you know, say somebody gives me a donation right now, right? Let's just say, hypothetically, somebody donates $5, right? On Twitch, I'm making $2.50 off of that $5. On YouTube, it's a little bit better. It's like a 70-30 split on YouTube. Our memberships are a little bit cheaper just to kind of, you know, keep everything in line. Well, no, that doesn't keep everything. Our memberships are a little cheaper on YouTube, so I'm getting paid about close to the same amount, right? But the cut is different, right? If you have a white leaf website and somebody donates to you on that white leaf website, that $2.50 that you would get from Twitch becomes like, you know, $4.99 or something. You make almost all of that money, right? So you can see for how, like, for a streamer, even a streamer Lance's size, maybe even especially a streamer of Lance's size, like, that would be appealing, right? It makes sense why he's on there. What doesn't make sense is somebody that doesn't fit that like reactionary anti-SJW Gamergate profile of your average white leaf resident. I don't know what you call it. Do you call them residents? I don't know. A member of the white leaf community, a member of the white leaf family. That's right. It's a family. It's a family. White Nervosa loves you. Don't worry. It'll be safe. She just owns your soul, right? That's all. That's all. She just owns your soul. Anyway, we're starting off with drama already. I don't know. Am I showing you any drama though? They talk a little bit about Lance and Tim's debate, and they tease us. They tease us with something that we're going to be covering tomorrow. I was not aware that after the stream that we saw, the Lance versus Tim Pool stream that we saw, there was more action. They had to go for like another round. Not mano a mano. Tim Pool's dad pointed that out. It's not mano a mano. It's anything but mano a mano. It is 5-on-1. It is Tim Pool and all of his friends jumping you behind the playground, right? It's pretty dirty. It's dirty the way that they fight. But Lance actually apparently got a little spicy, pushed back a little harder, right? So I reviewed Lance's debate with Tim Pool, and I was worried, all right? I don't think that Lance did that with any ill intention. I think that he thought he could, make it a net benefit for himself. But I really worry anytime somebody does that with Tim Pool. I don't see how you can make a net benefit. So my big argument against Lance going on Tim Pool is not like dunking on Lance's debate skills or anything like that. That is a battle that you can't win, right? That's my issue. Xander Hall just hates his guts, right? And, anything that he can find, dunk on Lance, he will, right? I hope that comes through, right? That my differences of opinion with other leftists do not mean that I hate them. I'm not triumphant about finding fault in what they've done or anything. I hope that it's clear that I'm coming from a very you found a free guitar? Oh my god, I'm so distracted. Chad Alpha, you found a free guitar. You distracted me. We have 2 federated weasels reaching level 10. That's true. So I guess I gotta talk about our sponsor, Star Trek. Star Trek was really nice to me, right? Because I had a tech problem with the sponsorship. I had a little thing that wasn't showing up, and I'm like, ooh, why isn't this showing up? And they were like, you gotta make your VODs not sub only. And I'm like, sorry. And so I made it sub only, and they fixed it. And they're like, is there anything else? And I was like, well, I could do with a few more days for the sponsorship if you could extend it. And Star Trek said yes. So Weasel Federation members, you have until Friday night. Okay? You have it until Friday night at 10 p.m. to do any of these things, right? I'm not expecting you to do all of these things, especially if you haven't started an account yet, right? I would be happy if you just got to level 5, right? Understand that people getting to level 5 is literally money in my pocket. It's not about you paying anything. You don't have to pay anything. Everybody that I've talked to has not yet paid anything. I think there might be one Alliance member that is buying stuff for the Alliance. So thank you so much. I think Electric Brain is that's you. Is it you? I don't know. It looks like you got some gifts for the Alliance, so I don't know. That might be paid for, but you don't need to. You're at a level 11. You're at the same level as I am. You might even be higher ranked than I am at the moment, right? But yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit of that, right? Along with this debate analysis, because you know me, I'm ADHD, and I gotta do that stuff. Zera's up to level 9. Yeah, there's a few people that are up to level 9. So here are the things. Reach level 5, all right? And if you're just starting, I'll be happy if you just reach level 5, right? Now, there's a few people that are playing that I feel like you could probably get your second ship, right? You got your first ship, which is the Rialta, which is it's like a econo version of the Enterprise, right? It's like a little baby Enterprise. It's a compact Enterprise. That's the Rialta, right? You start out with the Rialta. You get that one for free, right? The first one you build is actually a Orion Corvette, an Orion class Corvette. I don't know if it's Orion class Corvette or Orion's like the planetary culture it comes from or something. Orion's like the make. Wait, no, it's a moneyless, classless society in Star Trek. So, how are you doing, Amanda? Good to see you. Good to see you, everybody. I'm so glad you're all here. I wasn't sure. Like my usual streaming time is so much earlier than this. I wasn't sure if anybody would even show up, and I might be sad, like drinking my juice all alone. Oh my God, I gotta avoid lime. You see the void lime? Look at that. Look at that void lime. I didn't even think about that, right? We got the void lime, we got the void coffee. So anyway, building that Corvette is what I'm, oh my God, thank you, Zara, for the gift sub to Amanda Panda. Oh my God. Look at that. I gotta fix those. Like, there's something about these stream alerts, right? That invisible line. I'm not sure I like the invisible line. I should fix that. It looks less than Ohio, Amanda Sensei. Oh my God, Yosiel! You just got a sub too. Yeah. So see those 2 subs that Zara just gave, right? Those count as like, as far as like the money that I see, that counts as 1 sub, right? Because Twitch, that's how they do. They take half of everything, right? But if I was a White Leaf member, if I'd signed my soul away to White Nervosa, let's be real, she would kick me the out, right? I would not last in White Leaf, right? I would get in trouble. I would say something wrong. I'd get in, like, I wouldn't work out. It wouldn't work out, right? But like, that's what I was trying to explain to you with Lance's membership in White Leaf, because some people ask about that, right? Some people are sus about Lance for stuff like that. And like, I mean, I wish that more people could see what's wrong with Vosh, right? But I get the feeling that Lance is cut from a different cloth than the reactionary debate bros. So what is it? Hope springs eternal. Whisper of a dream, right? Maybe one day Lance will be like, one day Lance, we will fight side by side once again. Who knows, right? But yeah, that's, I'm so distracted. Oh yeah, what did I want to do? I'm gonna have a sip. Void coffee. Avoid coffee. That's right. Zara, by the way, thank you for Zara made that that sound effect, right? That is 100% Zara's creation. That is her creative mind at work making really cool things, cuz like she just like thought of it in her head that when Irene is drinking void coffee, you know, like what like I feel like what would the sound be? It would be something like void coffee. Yeah, and she just made it happen. So thank you, Zara. You stopped playing, but your eyes are starting to cross. Oh my God, that happened to me. Yeah, I had to take a little break from it too. I totally understand. Actually, my neck hurt a little bit. It's probably because I've got my screen like uplifted. My screen's basically like maximized for being on the trampoline so that I could see it, so that I'm not like looking down at the screen. But anyway, I feel like I've edged you for quite some time tonight. Chat Alpha found a free guitar. You got your ramen goated void lime. You saw it coming. I'm only sus insofar as he's failed to choose the right squad up to this point. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I don't agree with anybody on everything. And anybody who's watching, you know, like especially if you haven't watched my content in a long time, you might have some very different ideas about me than who I really am. Like, right? A lot of people made the blowout with Dylan seem like I was getting extremely angry over a very unimportant point. And the fact of the matter is, I wasn't asking Dylan for much, right? I just wanted a little bit of recognition of the damage that somebody can do to marginalized people with their platform, right? I'm not trying to hang on this or anything, but I know that like there might be some people giving me a look who, you know, have watched me in the past and they have, you know, certain ideas about me, but I'm not as hard to get along with as some people seem to think. There's just some stuff, you know, where I draw the line in the sand, just like people did with Anna Kasparian. People can understand, like, absolutely not being okay with what Anna was saying, right? Well, please understand my point too, right? I'm not looking for drama. I'm not looking for conflict. I don't think that drama has been very particularly good for my stream, right? It might work for some, you know, white cishet dudes or something, like theoretically, you know, like the whole clout chaser thing, right? But most of the clout chasers I see are the ones that are also bootlickers, right? There's two kinds of clout chasing. One is starting an unnecessary conflict with somebody just to get attention, and the other is licking somebody's boots just to get attention. I see a lot more of the bootlicking types of clout chasers, and I never see that get called out as what it is, but that is absolutely clout chasing, right? Rocto Gino? Wait, what is Rocto Gino? I still haven't been out dancing since COVID. Oh my god, I want to dance! Edwin Rollins, that's like right near my heart. Oh my god, I want to dance. Used to go to dance parties and DJ clubs at least a couple times a month. Oh my god, I used to dance all night. All night. And then go to the after party. Obviously, that's a little bit unsustainable the way I was living back then. But like, I would love to find a happy medium. Yes, that's the word. Roctogino is I like saying it. Roctogino. Is Klingon coffee served either hot or cold? I want to be an iced Roctogino passenger seat princess. I mean, look, I like all kinds of coffee, but like, I mean, iced coffee can hold a special place in my heart. Yeah, irreconcilable, I can't speak. Irreconcilable does not equal unfairly angry. Natalie Marie, of course you are a night owl. How's it going, Natalie? How are you doing? Quark serves up it as his bar in Deep Space Nine. I feel like I would hang out at Quark's bar. I don't know. I could see myself on Deep Space Nine. Like, I don't know if I could see myself on the Enterprise. Like, that's scary. You know what I mean? Deep space, exploring, like, nobody's been to this planet before. Okay, you know, there might be a new alien that, like, sucks your brain out through your eyeballs. And, like, I don't want to be the first to experience getting my brain sucked out through my eyeballs. I hope that's not TOS, right? I'm just talking about aliens, okay? I'm not talking about anything on Earth. As far as I know, there's no aliens like that here. Hopefully, right? But like, yeah, I don't want to be the first to find out that this atmosphere like literally melts your skin off, right? I don't want to be the away team. I don't want to be wearing that red shirt and get just like completely disintegrated or melted, or, I mean, there's a lot of bad things that can happen to you on a spaceship. But I feel like the space station, although theoretically, like, bad stuff can happen there too, right? Because it's like there's some militarization, right? You know, I mean, if you're in a conflict zone, you're in a conflict zone. Oh, by the way, Weasel Federation people, right? Let me give the code to anybody who has not signed up yet. There it is. That's my affiliate link. You can check that out and use your mobile device in order to sign up. Picard had a special place in his heart for Nausicaan babes. Wait. Oh, blades! I thought you said babes! I was like, isn't that Kirk that does that stuff? Maybe, I see myself on Babylon 5 fighting fascist Earth. Oh, is that what's going on in Babylon 5? I've always seen the reruns, but I've never like really stopped to like, you know, figure that show out. Okay, so yeah, you play with your mobile device. That's kind of important, right? If you're not playing with your mobile device, I mean, you can join the Weasel Federation no matter what. If you need to play on your desktop, if you want to, you know, do whatever kind of shenanigans you have to do that, fine, right? But in terms of like putting money in my pocket, like, you're gonna need to be playing on your mobile device. Yeah. So what I was gonna say though is that, okay, I've reached level 10. All right, that there's 3 goals that put money in my pocket. Reaching level 5, pretty easy, only takes about 2 hours. Reaching, building your second ship, That seems, I would guess like 4 hours. It took me 4 hours. You might be faster. You might be better at video games. You likely are better at video games than I am. I'm famously not that good at video games other than Minecraft. And even that, you know, right? And then the third thing is level 10. But I want to tell you something about level 10. Once you get to level 10 or you start mining, like your ships can get attacked. Now, I haven't had my ships off base yet because I'm trying to make them strong. I can't even beat, what's his name? Daron Mole? I can't remember his name, but like there's this dude with a spaceship that wants to fight me, and I tried to beat him, but I couldn't beat him even though my spaceship was stronger, because guess what? Battleships don't do good against interceptors. If you want to fight an interceptor, you gotta have an explorer. The explorer fights the interceptor and beats it, like by beats it, I mean there's like a 10% advantage, right? So I had a battleship, they had an interceptor, mine was stronger, but only slightly stronger. Theirs won, because that 10% made theirs actually stronger. So be careful about that. And also be careful once you get to level 10, once you're like off base, you can get attacked, right? I haven't experienced that yet, because I'm kind of famously not super brave. And then level 15 is the one where your shipyard can get attacked, right? So I'm gonna be watching, right? And when I get to level 15, or when anybody starts to get to level 15, I've got like a bonus that's like a 4 hours of free like peace shield around you. You get a peace shield. It keeps people from attacking you. I might put that into play, right? Just to protect us a little bit longer, right? You like NCC's new age background. Yeah, right? It's totally new. No one's ever seen it before. But yeah, once again, you've got until Friday night at 10 something or other p.m. Eastern, no, Pacific time, because it's my time. Pacific time, yeah. So you got another day to get any of these goals, and any of these goals potentially could put money in my pocket, which I appreciate greatly. We've already reached the base level, which is really good, because that means that Star Trek and other sponsorships are gonna be like looking at me with more favor. Like, right, they're gonna, like, I'm gonna look good to them. I'm gonna look really good. Anyway, I have edged you for much too long. There's so much housekeeping, right? And you watching on your VOD at home, you're not even caring about this maybe. You want me to get to the content. Okay, I can appreciate that. Okay, we're gonna get past the, what I love about the Leftist Mafia. Oh, look, I was curious about this. Wait, did you see that? You see that right there? They're still using the artwork with Illuminati. Illuminati is not on this stream. I am not sure what Illuminati's status is. We have not seen her, and you know, it makes sense when a creator's going through drama, like they don't want to bring that to their friends, and maybe, you know, they're busy or they're not in a good headspace, right? So Illuminati might come back or not. I'm not sure, but Illuminati is still in the artwork, so it's not like they've changed the artwork yet. Anyway, just noticing.
Hi.
Hey.
We lost Bender. Hey, everybody.
How's it going? Episode 20.
You're always losing Bender. Look, when I had Bender on my stream, I lost him a couple times too, right? He slides down in between the couch cushions. It's really easy. It's really easy to lose your Matt Bender.
23. Oh, I had the number wrong.
Wow.
Someone in the comments said everyone is a mobster or whatever, and Olay is a
Lady
demigod.
Realness.
Okay, and I'm like, I like that.
Well,
Wonder's video made you cry. Yeah, Wonder. So what La Jordan is talking about is that Wonder of You is a JoJo stan. What am I talking about? JoJo stand, not a JoJo stand. Sorry. Wonderstruck YT, or what's his new channel name is, like I Am Wonder, right? Or Hi I'm Wonder. Yeah, it's Hi I'm Wonder. But the video comes out on Wonder, what is it called now? Like Wonderstruck Guy? Or like, Anyway, he's changed some of his names around, but yeah, it's Wonder. Wonder's the one that was in the Illuminati drama, and Wonder gives his side of everything that happened, in Sad Milk, especially moving out to Colorado and living with Oz and Blair.
So happy to be here with you all. The biggest news was that last week Lance debated Tim Pool, and the question I think I speak for everyone that we all have on our minds is, how bad did that room smell, Lance?
Everyone's been asking me that. I can't talk shit about stuff that isn't real. It did not smell bad in that room.
You're capping. No.
I mean, Tim Pool may be an odious person, but he's also a rich, odious person. I'm sure that he has enough money for whatever kind of, to keep the room from smelling bad.
No, I was.
I can talk shit about a ton of other stuff.
Yeah, the smell. There's no smell.
I'm sorry.
Like Lance said, there's plenty more, but there's no smell.
Okay, well, I was expecting BO and a little bit of ass, but that's pleasantly surprising.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
it smells like Teen Spirit.
I can't tell you. I can't tell you that I had kind of a weird, I don't know if it's an initiation or what, but at a certain point they're like, Lance, are you ready? All right, go. And then you go up these stairs. There's a hallway of all these hand-drawn guests they ever have, and then you go up this hallway that's dark with blue lighting, and you hear electric guitar and then when you get up to the top of the I'm 100% serious. And when you get to the top of the stairs, Tim Pool's the one playing the electric guitar. I have a
No, what I imagine it as is there's a staircase like that, and you climb it, and Tim Pool's standing at the top of the stairs, and then all of a sudden you something weird happens, and you're back at the bottom of the stairs. You hear this sound, and it's Zawarodo, and you're back at the bottom of the stairs again. And you're like, what? And you try to climb the stairs again, and then you're back at the. But what did Dio actually do during that fight? Right? Did Dio stop time, come down, pick Polnareff up, and then place him at the bottom of the stairs? How did that work?
Photo of it. I can send it to you, David.
My experience was different. I think I told Lance came on.
What the hell? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, for me, they brought me to the studio first, and as I was sitting there, Tim Pool just comes into the room, walks straight up to one of the guns on his wall, takes it off the wall, and starts cleaning it right in front of me.
That's weird.
I'm not joking.
Oh my God.
Yeah, maybe it is a power move. It's very weird, though.
So I do want to hear just summarize your experience, what it was like to be there. Obviously, we've all covered the debate, but just in terms of your experience talking with Tim Pool, or just being in that, I don't know, mansion, whatever the hell he has there. What was that whole thing like?
Well, it's like Binder said, the compound is wild. He's got a full-scale half pipe built underneath the ground. They must have had to fucking trench so far down to have the walls be that high with a full size basketball hoop and everything.
There we go. It's
nuts. Millions and millions of dollars just being funneled into a skater boy's dreams. It was the skater boy's dreams for sure. It was I wanted
Tim Pool has a crush on Bender
to just start, because it was I was
wait, okay, so again, I'm pitching the stream tomorrow, right? But my understanding is that Tim Pool, if you follow my Twitter, which you should, at Irene Geller, right? If you're on Twitter, you can follow that. In fact, wait, don't we have a thread? Oh my god, I'm doing so bad. I'm supposed to boost the thread. I'm supposed to ask you to juice the thread. But yeah, I posted a Tim Pool tweet that was a little inappropriate. Talking about trans women in a slightly inappropriate way, yeah. And I was wondering, what is that about? Yeah. And apparently it's something to do with the discussion that he and Lance had, right? About what exactly is gay or not gay. Anyway, it gets weird. It gets weird. And Tim Pool's very confused. Okay, let me just put it that way. Tim Pool is a very confused person in terms of a lot of things. You'll just have to see tomorrow. You'll have to see exactly what I mean tomorrow.
sitting there like, I want to do this. I'm ready to go, you know. And then like you have to wait an hour while they show you the chickens and the half pipe,
The chickens
and all the other rooms, all that kind of stuff. Until you know the guitar sequence, and I got brought upstairs.
Oh yeah, the
and
rooster.
Then it's like a little meet and greet. You know, Moonlord walked in the room. He's like, Lance, like
Lance, are you telling me that Tim Pool showed you his? He showed you the talk. I got it. I'm so bad.
all this kind of stuff, and it was just like surreal. I'm like, what the
I'm
fuck
so
is happening
bad.
right now? And then
By the way, YouTube, that's talk with a T.
boom, you're live in front of like 40,000 people. And like, you know, he doesn't even give you like, here's all the things we're going to talk about. It's like, all right, here's the first story.
Tim Pool has a full-size chicken farm as opposed to like a farm with miniature chickens. Tim Pool is the epitome of the child with adult monkey trope.
We're going to talk about this. This is certainly not going to be a controversial.
Oh, with adult money, no! Oh my god! I completely misread that, Electric Brain. Child with adult money. That's clearly what Electric Brain said, not adult
get
monkey.
into anything. And then yeah, I was like, the fact that we started with the New York subway story to start with, I was doing everything in my power not to scream, because I was like, don't do it, Lance, don't do that thing where you're over.
I have actually gone off on a panel before, right? I've actually gone off when we were talking about an issue that probably should not have been a subject of a debate, and people were treating it callously, like, right? So I know what Lance is talking about. When they're talking about Jordan Neely, right? The way that Tim talked about Jordan Neely was disgusting, and it's kind of hard not to lose it, right? I've lost it, and I ended up having to apologize to Chud Logic. That seems like that should be some special NCC content. Would people, is there an interest in seeing me like yell my head off at Chud Logic? Because it happened.
I'm very emotional, right? So I didn't want to be like, I'm so emotionally invested in this. What the fuck? I was like, just try and stay calm until you get to, you know, past this topic or something like that. I didn't think the first half was incredible on my part. I thought I did really good at the second half, the stuff I spent a lot of time researching, the trans debate. And then when it was all over, I thought I got to go. I thought I was free. And then he's like, all right, no, you got to stay. We're doing the after hours thing now. There's call in, stuff like that. And then it's like a full, like, I was like, oh God, here we go.
Stop trying to read so fast. Okay.
And so, yeah, the after hours was way spicier. I mean, I'm posting it tomorrow on youtube.com/thesurfstv. But like, yeah, there was like, by that point, I was like, they are deeply unserious people when they're talking about these topics. He accused me of what? He accused me of wanting a trans genocide. He accused me of wanting to genocide autistic children. He accused me of being in a cult. He accused me of wanting to genocide autistic lesbians. Like, I was not doing any.
Metal, I've talked to a lot of people, yeah. And like, there's a reason that I don't talk to people like that anymore, right? Like, I mean, I've talked to Dylan Burns, I've talked to Destiny, I've talked to Chud Logic, I've had, I don't think I've ever been on stream with Bosch, but I've talked to a lot of people. Demon Mama, like, you name them, I've probably talked to them, right? Like, I was a lot more naive earlier in my career, let's just say.
Name going. This was like thing after thing after thing after thing. So by the
I lived for Lucy Haze roasting Chud.
second half, I was like, I was going for way more roasts. So I went a lot harder in the
I
last
feel like
hour.
I feel like that means you came out successful, because like
Oh yeah, actually, like, let's see. On this panel, I've talked to two people on this panel. Can anybody guess who they are? Can anybody guess who they are? Shout out goes to anybody who can guess who on this panel do you think? I've talked to two of these 5 people. Who do you think they are?
with the amount of screaming Tim Pool did, and I didn't watch the whole thing honestly because I was watching hockey, so I would jump in here and then I saw some clips afterwards.
Yosiel got it. Yep. Lance and Bender. Yep. Chad Alpha got it almost consecutively. Natalie's right there, or Mike. Oh, okay, yeah, it was actually Lance and Bender. I haven't ever talked to Mike. Haven't ever talked to Dave. Haven't ever talked to Olayemi. But yeah, it was Bender and Lance, not at the same time, but separately.
But the few times I jumped on the stream to check what was happening, Tim Pool's like screaming, he's like screaming at you, and you're just like sitting there laughing, and it's like this is I don't know. I think that was
Lance,
good optics. When he gets that worked up, that means you're successful.
Lance, you should know that the only people in the Leftist Mafia.
Oh my gosh, what is the alliance name? Good question, right? So when you click the link and play it with your mobile device, and you might also have to get the QR code. I mean, I don't know. But like when you do that, Jordy LaForge will walk you through the first few steps. After a while, he'll be like, "Hey, join an alliance," and you will search for Weasel Alliance. It's called Weasel, WEASEL Alliance. And if you don't find that, right, don't lose hope, okay? It means you're on a different server, especially like if you're, logging on from another place in the world. You might be placed on a different server, but you could transfer servers pretty easily, and it's not really a problem. You'll need to transfer to US 097, and you have in your upper right-hand corner, there's like a crate. There's like a crate that appears, right? And one of your items, one of your free gifts for just playing, is that you get a server transfer, right? So you'll just click on the crate thing, and you'll claim your server transfer, and you'll use that server transfer to get on US 097. Weasel Federation is our alliance.
Mafia who supported you throughout the whole thing was myself and Mike.
I will be playing a little bit in a second here.
Everyone else decided there were more important things to do. We are your true friends. And just remember that. Just remember
I will
that.
have you know, Lance is my homie in real life, so I WhatsApped him immediately and alerted him.
Even our guests. Even our guests in the Vanguard didn't stick around for the whole thing. So I want you to know that, Lance, that when it comes down to it, you know who's got your back. And it's
We are
me
ride
and
or
Mike.
die.
That's right.
I realized that I was screaming into the mic, and that would not be good for the audience, and I didn't want to ruin their viewing experience. And so
It wouldn't have been TOS, right?
I
You
thought
wanted to say
about it, and I
TOS.
was like, you know what? I'm real fried. I'm suffering. I'm screaming. Let me just bow out and let the audience enjoy this with Bender.
Let's see. Wait, you didn't get to watch this Leftist Mafia? I mean, we will be watching this whole thing tonight. Yeah, they do talk about especially the aspect of getting jumped on by Tim Pool and 4 of his closest friends, right? They do recognize maybe the problem that I was pointing out. I don't know as far as whether they think it was a good idea or a bad idea. I've watched most of this, right? I watched up to the part where Jessie came in, and that's when I decided we got to cover this content because Jessie's my fave.
And I'll say this right now, David did connect his YouTube so his audience could watch along with us. And they were just going wild for Tim Pool the whole time. Pool. That's all they were tweeting. They were sending out in the chat the whole time.
I have to point out that Lance.
I covered it the day after, and they all seem to really hate Tim Pool. So whoever came out in the live stream, they were gone by the next day.
Maybe the Vanguard audience. Lance, is it true that there's a hit piece against you by one Rave Dubin because of the Tim Pool?
I haven't seen it yet. I wanted to watch it before the stream, but I got too caught up with other.
Is Rave Dubin even? Everybody knows we're talking about Dave Rubin, right? Is Dave Rubin even relevant?
The stories, but yeah, I got my first
video
Dave
cut out one
Rubin. Yeah, but
I
he's
wanna
never
see
talked
it.
about me before. Yeah, so do I.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's got I saw the screenshot of it where it's just like leftist, cowards in a corner or something like that. And the picture he's using is my what the fuck face. That was like at a different point in the debate, being like, "Are you serious?" But like, yeah, he used it. It's a good thumbnail. I'll be honest. There were some cruel thumbnails up there. That was
look, here's what I want to say about the debate. I think that going into that environment where you're in their compound and it's like a 4-on-1 debate, it is very difficult to get a word in edgewise. It's very difficult to come out successful. But I think that you did as good as you could possibly do in that environment because it's intimidating, and you got in a couple of good one-liners in there too. The left-handedness chart was amazing. Me and Matt kind of had like the same analysis. At the beginning, it was a little bit rough, but towards the end, you absolutely crushed.
Okay, so I'm getting the sense that I am not the only one that is thinking maybe even debating Tim is a bad idea. And again, like, I don't think that Lance did it for the wrong reasons. I don't think that he's, you know, I think he really thought he could make a difference, but it's just like, yeah, that situation, like, right, I don't think I'm the only one who's seeing this, right?
Thank you guys. Yeah, that's the one I cared about, because that's the one I spent like days and days and days and days studying for, and I've got this book full, and I still fucked up in one major part. I've issued a correction for the video coming out tomorrow, but they wouldn't accept meta studies. The one meta study that I did use, the regret after gender affirming surgery, systematic review, and meta-analysis of prevalence, that one is incredibly important. Anyone can go look it up, and that one has the less than 1% regret rate globally. Like, not every country obviously, but like Canada, the Netherlands, Belgium, the UK, Italy, USA, Brazil, Sweden, etc., etc., etc. The one from Cornell is a literature review, so I should have specified that when I was talking about meta studies. But outside of that, almost everything else was like, it was all ripped from the studies and the facts, and that's like it eventually derailed into him like getting like legitimate. It seemed like he was legitimately angry for that last little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if you watched our commentary on Leftist Mafia, but we could tell that like he gets angry as he starts to kind of lose, and you start to kind of like own him, and then he either gets angry and then changes the subject, or try to change like the dynamic of the conversation, or he just like rages. Like the left-handed moment, you could tell that he had no idea how to respond. It doesn't seem like he ever saw that chart, because he immediately pivoted to, oh well, I thought there was a genocide. Like you could like he never saw that.
I had Lance on my stream earlier this week, full disclosure, to talk about this in detail.
I watched.
And I said, I don't believe he never saw. I refuse to believe Tim Pool never saw that meme before. He was playing dumb in front of Lance. Maybe he wasn't expecting Lance to physically pull the meme out for his entire audience to see it. So he had to play dumb that he never saw it before. But I refuse to believe Tim Pool never saw that meme before.
I don't
remember when Namiki Kuntz from the Majority Report mentioned that she wouldn't debate certain people because they will edit everything in their favor. She didn't mention Tim Pool, but he sounds like one of those people. So here's the deal. If you debate Tim Pool, right, there's going to be two pieces, well, okay, let's see. It's more than two, right? But there's going to be two forms of content that he produces from your debate, right? The first is going to be the Timcast IRL, which is like a VOD. It's like a VOD on YouTube, and generally it will be unedited, right? I haven't ever seen him edit it. I guess if his, if his podcast lasts less than 6 hours, he could edit it, but like I don't think he does, right? So there'll be one, clean version of your encounter with Tim Pool, right? The other part, the part that might be edited or selected or whatever, is that he'll make clips, right? He'll take your certain exchanges or certain conversations and clip them out. And right, there's every chance that, if there was a part that where you made him look bad in the beginning or in the end, that the clip could be, kind of, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not saying for sure, okay, but yeah, that's the one that I could see him kind of getting you. And of course, there's going to be a bunch of clips on Twitter that are going to be doctored.
I don't know about that. I can't confirm or deny. It did seem like both Moonlord and Seamus were like,
Bender just call that left-handed chart a meme. Yeah, a meme. Well, wait, was it really a chart, or is it just kind of like it is a meme too, right? Like as in people like, when people bring this idea of like there's so many LGBTQ people out there here, wonder if it's a social contagion, people will bring up that chart. So I mean, technically a meme is just a repeated action. It's both.
Almost like the little learning point. David, the
Moonlord, I'll believe that Ian didn't see it before. That one,
the long-haired guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I honestly believe those guys do not know. Like I don't want to,
Meme makes it sound less legit. Here's my opponent saying something that makes him look bad because I'm clipping this totally out of context.
Offend them or anything, but I think they're completely clueless. Like they like I think they actually are there and are learning things.
I mean, most of the skullduggery is going to take place via the fact that you're entering Tim Pool's house, right? Did they if you're just joining us, right? We're watching the Leftist Mafia this is the episode where Jessie Gender comes on. So really cool. I had to watch this immediately with you, right when I saw that this was happening. I knew I would have to react. I wanted to react, and we've got so much to cover tomorrow. I had to do it tonight, but this is Lance has already talked about his experience with Tim Pool. That when he came in, they were like, "Look, Lance, we've got a rooster farm." Like, okay, great, your roosters, cool. Look, Lance, we've got a half pipe. Okay, you got a, every, skateboarding kid's dream, you got a half pipe, cool, in your house, right? Look, Lance, we got that, right? So he used to go on the tour, which is like an hour or more. It's like a long tour, right? And then they're like, all right, Lance, go up the stairs, right? And it's like, dark stairs. There's like a blue light. And at the top, there's like a guitar sound coming. And as he gets to the top, he realizes it's Tim Pool playing the guitar. He does all kinds of stuff to psych you out. And then when you're on the show, I mean, the feeling I get is that he lays traps for you. He makes plans, right? He's got certain things that he wants to hit you with. Like, he's got traps that he's going to try to pull you into, get you to say certain things, and then he's ready to pounce on you with other things when that happens. Like, I think that a lot of the skullduggery that goes on with Tim Pool isn't, like, done in post-production. It's actually done in pre-production, interestingly enough. Oh, you keep getting... Yeah, US 097. That's right, Electric Brain. Tim has all the tools that a child has, not an adult. True. Well, I mean, he's got roosters. The funniest thing I saw was Nick Fuentes getting in his first fight with... Was that a Groiper that he got out of a fight with? Yeah, I saw that. Like, right? They grabbed each other's hands, right? So Nick Fuentes, if you don't know, I think it was at CPAC? Like, but yeah, he's like coming up to the dude, they grab each other's hands, and so since the guy's hands are occupied, the guy does a nice little push kick, as good of a push kick as you can do being that close. Push kick, you're supposed to be a little further, right? But he does the push kick, right? And Nick just, kind of gives him like a hammer fist or something. I mean, it wasn't a very good punch, but he does hit the guy, and the guy runs away, and the Groipers are super happy about that. I can't leave my region. Oh my god, they're being sus. Crisis cross sword with musket. Oh, the crisscross sword and musket is one of the most embarrassing thing. Yeah, it's like a pirate thing and a katana, right? It's weird. A pirate.
Like, they're like, oh,
pirate gun and a katana.
Wow, that's a good point. Like, they don't realize that they're part of this like complete propaganda machine. But that's my opinion.
Yeah.
David, I sent you in the
oh,
the
yeah,
Twitter,
good question, Metal. How are they gonna react to her upcoming video mentioning Vosh, right? Obviously, the entirety of White Leaf is pretty mad at Jessie Gender right now. I would say, though, right, the fact that Jessie is on... So, who on here... These two are extremely active on Twitter, right? Lance is on Twitter so much, right? Lance has got to know. And if Lance knows what Jessie, the whole blow up between Jessie and Vosh, and he brought Jessie on anyway, what does that say?
Link to the picture of when I walked in and saw Tim Pool playing the guitar. If there's only one clip I want to play that no one's seen because it's from the second half, I put it in the chat of the Leftist Mafia. It's where I finally, because I was going a lot harder in the second half. I had a Bud Light that was powering me. It was giving me I had a can of queer juice and it was giving me superpowers.
I got my queer juice.
Yeah, so if there's only one clip,
hey, what? A can of what?
Bud Light.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You said something else. What did you say?
I said the Bud Light was queer juice. It was good.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what you said. I was like, what?
Yeah, gay superpowers makes sense.
Oh, I stand by that.
Well, the room looks bigger.
Obviously, Anheuser-Busch is a very bad company, and they're not losing that much money from the boycott. But even if they were, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. They donate a ton of money to right wingers. It's funny that they think they can like accomplish something by boycotting Anheuser-Busch.
Oh, yeah, that's the gun against the wall in the corner. Not the gun. No, not the one he cleaned. The one up against the wall in that corner there. That's the one he told me, hey, you want to pick up that gun? It's a Civil War relic. And I looked at it. It was all dusty and rusty and looked like it could fall apart at the touch. So I was like, yeah, I'll pass. I didn't want to like be held responsible for it breaking. And so I didn't pick it up. And apparently, according to people who've reached out to me after, a few weeks later, he was telling the story of a leftist he had on the show who was too afraid to hold his gun.
So if you go on in the future when he asks you if you want to
No, Tim, I don't want to hold your gun. Please.
pick up his gun, you pick it up and you're like pow pow, like horrible trigger discipline, just like fuck with it, throw it up, catch it.
I'll pick up that gun if he signs a contract saying I'm not held responsible, like an NDA, whatever it is, but I'm not held responsible if that shit falls apart in my hand.
An NDA.
That shit looked old as shit. Like I was not gonna.
I think, what is it? A release of what would that thing be called? What would this legal contract be called? Like a waiver, release, something like that.
Touch that.
The whole is it gay thing is worth unpacking. Has anyone done like a video? Wait, a video on Bud Light or?
Yeah. So yeah, that was interesting. How would you rate the experience, Lance, on a scale from 1 to 10? Very important.
I would not want my fingerprints on Temple's gun. That is a good point. That is a really good point, Deem Stars.
Mentally draining and exhausting. It took 12 hours for me to get there, and then it took 2 days for me to
get is drinking beer gay?
Home.
I guess it is now.
And then like obviously having to get like by the end of it, like
no, it's only gay if you don't blow off the head for. Oh wait, no, that would make it more gay. Oh no, like the head of the, is it called the frothy part? Is called the head. I don't know beer, chat.
You can watch the clip, David, that I just sent you in the chat. By the end of this, you can see me basically screaming at them because I was.
Oh wait, Corn Pop for Press. Are you talking about the second half of the debate? We're gonna watch that tomorrow, right? Okay, so like I said, I watched Lance's debate. I had some real concerns, right? It sounds like I'm not the only one. Mike was a little bit, like I think people get how like, it's not an ideal situation, right? But apparently there was a second half, right? So he does the first half where it's like the normal Timcast, and then they brought him back for a second one, and he got a little drunk, I guess. It's only gay to drink it if it's warm. A waiver of liability, yes. Old sick back, yes.
So sick of all this shit because they were talking about drag queens. He was saying that drag queens are groomers. He was talking about the Club Q shooting, and I actually said to his face, "I'm like, shame on you." I was like, "I'll say that."
Yeah, that was a great moment, by the way.
Yeah. And so, like, wait till the end of. Well, I mean, pause it if you want, but for the last 15 seconds, that's the part that I'm actually pretty proud that I finally got to yell at them for. Grooming is when you are trying to coerce a child into a sexual relationship with you. That's grooming.
See, oh my god, I've never actually heard anybody do this, like go there with a right winger. They should though.
That's the actual definition of it.
Right.
But you are giving a definition that you've invented, or that the right has invented, or that you've extrapolated, or you've added to. But that's what grooming is.
So the left actually introduced the political aspect of it, which is why I tried to be careful with you. Because
how do we introduce an aspect to it?
So when the conversation emerged around grooming, the left began mentioning the idea of politics and grooming children to politics because the question was around.
Not into politics. It's if you were trying to coerce them into a sexual relationship with you.
That's the tradition.
Those are what groomers are.
I got to make this point.
And
those are the groomers.
And
traditionally, by every single standard, it was considered grooming for an adult to tell a child that their parents don't understand them, that adult has a better understanding of that child's sexual identity, and that they should take on specific sexual behaviors and characteristics. That has always been considered grooming.
You're mentioning aspects of a groomer and the things they can do to groom.
Okay, so yeah, like when they say that leftists brought this up first, the only thing that I can imagine, right, is that like right wingers who were doing what Lance said, which I won't repeat because it's totally TOS, and like I don't know, like maybe RIP for the VOD anyway, right? But left-wingers are like concerned about like children being victimized, right? Right-wingers are concerned about children getting information, right? There's a difference between a person like an older person like sharing like, you know, images with a minor that are inappropriate in order to like try to do something bad to them, and like somebody just being like, you know, like what gets called grooming by like the likes of libs of TikTok is like if you're a teacher and you have a same-sex spouse and you have a picture of them up on your desk and you say, oh, by the way, this is my spouse, this is my husband, this is my wife, this is my partner, right? That's the kind of thing existing in proximity to children and being like visibly like LGBT according to the right wing is, yeah. So I'm glad that Lance actually, I've never heard anyone actually say this to a right winger, and it's about time. Lance did better when discussing trans issues, but overall the debate only benefits. Yeah. I'm really concerned. Yeah, I don't think this is a game you can win. Really, these are my 27 cats, right? If how Tim acted around them is true, then no wonder Tim's dad and Tim's sister too called him out. Tim's dad even made a video. We're gonna watch that tomorrow. I meant to watch that on the day of, right? The day we covered Tim versus Lance, but we'll end up watching that tomorrow. So if you don't know, tomorrow we've got a very spicy show to go over because Xander Hall's fighting with Lance. Xander Hall attacked Lance, right? And it's partially over this. It's partially over the Illuminati thing. But as you can guess, like, right, Xander Hall's critiques of Lance are a lot less good faith than anything that I've brought up. So teachers, there are real people who have suffered CSA, and this guy is calling a teacher, yeah, who is nice to a gay kid. Yeah, exactly. The comparison is disgusting, right? They get away with so much. Will there be cat ears on? Only if somebody uses the point reward. Oh, wait, speaking of which, it's time that I promote. Oh my God, there's so many things. Okay, so the first thing I gotta promote is the Twitter thread. There's the Twitter thread right there. If you haven't already, hit this with some love, okay? Hit this with some love and attention. That's the Twitter thread, right? Second thing is the Discord, right? And why do I want you to join the Discord? Because we have a channel in there that is literally for like stream suggestions. And you can put in like, what do you think would be a good point reward, right? Because right now, if you use your channel points, you can redeem them to make me put on cat ears. But I want to be more interactive. I want to be way more interactive with you. I think it's fun when the chat gets like, I want you to be my producers, basically, right? You get to control the show, like especially if you've been here for a little while enough to rack up some channel points. I really think that I should be sharing creative control with you, my chat, because like, what is the use of a live stream if it is just me, you know, talking or reacting, right? You can see that in a video, and that's great, and that's wonderful, and that's beautiful. But I think you also want to be able to interact with me, and I need to do more of that. I need to make sure to do that. So here is the Discord link. Jump in there. And let me know what you think as far as ideas, or even if you think of an idea in chat, let me know, because I want to be more interactive. But with toggle cat ears, there we go. There we go. And this also works if you get tired of the cat ears, you can toggle them again to get me to take them off. And now we need Tim's mom to call him out. If Jackson Hinkle can get roasted by both of his parents, so can Tim. Didn't Xander Hall and Lance did they interact with each other? I don't. You know, the closest thing to an interaction I've ever seen was when Xander Hall came on Lance's program to debate a trans streamer named Bella way back in the day, right? This was a long time ago, though. Very, very long time ago. 21 likes. Yes. Thank you for reminding me. That's the other thing I need to promote, right? If you haven't liked the YouTube stream already, please do so. It helps me out immensely. It lets YouTube know that you're enjoying the stream, you're enjoying the streamer, and it encourages YouTube to bring more people into the stream, and we very much need that, right? If we're going to be successful, if we're going to be sustainable, we need that to happen.
The goal of a groomer, and this is what we all have to be on the same page is, because I think we all want to protect kids, right? Ultimately, everyone in this circle
I want to
wants
protect kids.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. So we have to identify what groomers are. They want to coerce children into having sexual relationships with them. And the second thing I want to add when it comes to groomers, the majority of people who sexually assault children are family members. We should say, like, you should say that loud and proud. It's family members. It's like 76% is family members. And after half,
Yeah, it's literally like family members, church officials. Yeah, it's trusted people. When you know, actual grooming happens, it's generally from people that the parents wouldn't think twice about trusting.
that is friends and family.
What do you think about that?
But that's kind of a whataboutism, right?
Tim, I'm never
Because-
going to defend like individual examples that you pull up. If you pull up an example like, hey, here's a drag queen who's like doing a lap dance with kids, you think I'm going to sit here and be like, well, because I'm an NPC, the left says I have to accept this?
I just
Is
asked
that,
you what do
is
you
that
think.
grooming?
I think that's inappropriate to do in front of a child.
What-
This is not what Drag Queen Story Hour is.
Trusted
Drag
adults,
Queen Story
exactly.
Hour is men in wigs reading stories to kids,
Why?
kids books.
But they're in their fetish costume.
Why does, okay, to you it's a fetish
Okay, so-
costume.
No,
to,
not
to
to me.
them it's
That's
a
why I
performance.
don't
I want to remind people that anybody can do drag, right? So it's not just men, like, right? It's
Okay,
but that much of fetish
Drag,
costume.
drag is burlesque.
Okay, let's get ahead of this one. Boys, who are some drag performers I know? Michael Knowles, Steven Crowder, Rudy Giuliani.
And
Do you think there's?
Are they groomers?
but
do you think
are they,
did I
are they,
just- did I
are they
list three
going up to
groomers?
children and introducing
Yes! Steven Crowder has segments where he's in public and there are children and he's dressed in drag. What are you talking about?
Amazing.
He could only
good.
laugh. He could only laugh
Amazing.
because he
Yeah,
had nothing else
exactly.
to say about that.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was great. Laugh. That was great.
Yeah,
That's good.
good work. That
so it sounds like we'll watch this tomorrow, right? Because like I said, I watched Lance. I had some reservations about him even going on Temple. I didn't think he was ill-intentioned or anything or doing this for the wrong reasons. But I just feel like it's a battle you can't win most of the time. It sounds like he did a little bit better on the post show, and maybe even Tim's trying to cover it up. So we'll take a look at that. Right, especially since Xanderhall's going after him. I want Lance to get, above all, a fair shake, and Xanderhall is not giving it to him. You'll see, like, right, Xanderhall's whole attitude is, like, I have never seen anyone as just, like, lost in the sauce of haterade as Xanderhall, right? He hates, like, Thought Slime, Sophie from Mars, God, he just hates. He hates so many people, right? FD Signifier, like all of Black Left Tube, basically. He's a hater.
has got to be draining. The beginning was particularly just soul crushing because he was being so disingenuous. We were all yelling at the screen. So for you to go on hours after that when we were all mentally drained, like it had to have been exponentially worse for you. So I give you credit because that was very difficult and you did good.
Thanks, fam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I honestly think like that is the way to go about it. Just go on that if I was to go on that show again, those first 30 minutes I would like completely like reconfigure how I would approach it.
Yeah, so even Bender has some like reservation or some kind of regrets, right? That like, he didn't really know what he was going into it, and would kind of wants another chance. However, you got to understand that like you get another chance. Tim's also got another chance to study your tape and to set up traps for you, right? I just don't like if it's going to be a game of tricks and traps, the person whose territory it is has a huge advantage, right? I would encourage people, if you really want to debate Tim Pool, make him come on your terrain, right? Don't let him have home field advantage. Don't let him have all of his entourage, all of his posse there.
Because I know, like, it's jarring at first, the way they all come at you and the way he constantly throws
You don't know anything about Star Trek, but you're very entertained. Are you playing the game?
those questions back at you. And, just prepare for once you settle in, and then you can just take it from there because everything's smoother sailings from there. You know, that's really when both of us did better when we were on that show.
Can we just point out how ridiculous it is that it's like 5-on-1 on that show? And like,
Right.
I think this is the reason he no longer does, or he claims he doesn't do like interviews online. Like he did one with Sam Cedar. Now he refused to do one with Sam Cedar on the internet anymore because he wants that 5-on-1. He wants that confrontation. He wants these people on his side. All these people versus.
You've been playing for an hour and you didn't realize it. Yeah. I mean, it takes a little doing. I'll show you a little bit. In fact, let me switch over to it now. Let me I'll show you a few things as I'm going, just basically because so it's really confusing when you start. But there's certain like a lot of it is just like knowing what to click on
one
and
individual in a room
and how to find stuff, right? How to find what is the next thing you should be building.
Like it's just
David,
that's the big trick.
whole setup. Like it's so like if it was the opposite, they'd be freaking out about how unfair it is. Yet this is the setup they have.
Yeah,
you know what his dad said? What Tim Pool's dad said? He made a video of me.
I saw that.
Yeah, he was like, back in my day, we used to have a fair fight, 1v1. I don't know what this is, this 3v1 crap, but you guys got to meet mano kind of shit. I was like, oh, this is like easy.
Weird question, chat. Is Tim Pool's dad married?
It just seems like an old fashioned guy, but it's pretty funny to see.
Asking for a friend.
Can I tell you something pretty crazy? Like I Tim Pool's style is I don't know if he's seen this, and this is what he deploys, but randomly one good thing about the new Twitter is I get the worst people in my mentions, and one of these, not my mentions, my For You algorithm, and one of these things.
Don't bring Tim to your turf either. For that risks irresponsible platforming. If you debate Tim Pool, you better have some tea, blackmail, or some traps of your own. Yeah. I mean, look, I am not a big fan of debating reactionaries, right? I think I've said enough about. I think you all know why, right?
Was a like shitty growth and personal growth Twitter user, but the tweet that showed up in my feed was how to win an argument without
Level
having
12.
solid reasoning and proof. And it's a way.
This is funny. Bender is saying that like upon like going on Tim Pool's or like interacting with his content, he got recommended this content, and he feels like maybe Tim is playing out of this book. Like this is Tim's playbook.
To
it just seems like Tim does a lot of this stuff.
I'm being serious. This is crazy. Go listen to these tips and tell me Tim Pool does not deploy each and every one of them. Are you ready? Stage 1: trigger your interlocutor. If you're short on logical arguments, the safest way to
maybe President Sunday too. They're talking about interlocutors.
Still be right is by making the person in front of you sound wrong. In order to do that, you have to drag the conversation towards emotions and completely disregard any sort of logic. A few ways to do this is by responding to logical arguments by suggesting that your interlocutor lacks empathy by being too rational, emotional appeal. He did that to you. Or even directly criticizing the person in front instead of discussing their ideas. Stage 2, forcing the monologue through question bombing. He does that all the time. While the tone of the conversation is getting more and more aggressive and emotional, you start framing the conversation by bombing your interlocutor with questions. The goal here is not to get an answer from them, but rather the opposite. What you're really doing is getting on their nerves. This should be done in such a way that you ask a question every time they start answering the previous one. Very annoying, but very effective. Stage 3. Letting your interlocutor speak. Here you want them to talk as long as possible. You have already been preparing them for this moment by disturbing them all along. They should feel relief as you completely shut up and start looking at them in the eye with interest and insistence. Intense eye contact to convey that you're not only listening, but doing so willingly and with good faith. But your disturbing act is not done.
You know that face that Tim Pool makes? He like nods his head. Yeah, he definitely does this.
And yet, as they start speaking, you should have a very expressive face and react with negative facial expressions to the point the person is making. Not with anger, but rather with disdain. The idea is to make them angrier and angrier as they try to convey their message while destabilizing their rationale. Stage 4, destroy the monologue. Yes, good old ad hominem. You're not going to address any of the points they made. Instead, you're going to attack the flaws of their rationale and the person. It goes on and on. That's just some of the tips. It's exactly what he does in every single conversation you had with him, I had with him. It's that to a T.
Okay, so I want to show you what I was talking about. Like, right, you remember when I said that there's a method to finding so the first method to finding like what should I be building next, right? Because I've just gotten finished building stuff. I've gotten finished with some research, right? What do I do next, right? You click here on this exclamation point, and there'll be a bunch of stuff. These are like missions. Oh, here we go. Upgrade to lithium warehouse, right? So there's one idea. Locate that. I could upgrade that warehouse, right? That's one thing I could do. The other thing you could do is to kind of click around here. Like, look at your major things. Like, if you want to raise levels, this is what you want to be upgrading, right? Now, I see I can't upgrade this again until I upgrade my shipyard. Now, here's the magic, right? I don't know if you can see this or if this is, like, behind me, but shipyard level 12, not requirement not met. I'm clicking go, and it takes me to the shipyard. And the shipyard says, you can't build the shipyard level 12 yet. You got to do research and design level 12. I click over here. And it says, we need dilithium warehouse, so that's why that dilithium warehouse was on there. And Academy level 12, so I click on Academy, right? And look, now Academy I can actually build. So that's the thing I should build next, right? That's how you figure it out, right? That's like a major like trick to this game. Now, because the dilithium warehouse is way quicker, I'm gonna go ahead and build that first. And then click that purple, ask for help, and you can click that speed up. And you could use things like, you got all these speed ups, right? Like I'm gonna use a 5-minute speed up, and I'm not gonna use like a 10-minute speed up because it's a 10-minute. It's almost like 10 minutes total, and so doing a 5-minute will get me close to 5 minutes. Once it's at 5 minutes, I can like automatically upgrade it. I can just click do it now, right? So you never need just always like speed it up to. Look at that! I just got help from Stalker Cat. Thank you. And I'm helping Alliance members by clicking that purple thing. So paying that back, and look at that. Now there we go. Zara just helped me with 2 different things, and I can hit that, and that will just have it made. So dilithium warehouse is now upgraded. What was that next thing? Academy. So I probably need to. But let me make sure that the research and development is happy. Oh, it wants Academy. It wants dilithium warehouse level 10. So I'm gonna go ahead and keep upgrading this dilithium warehouse. See now this one requirement not met. Dilithium generator. So you go press go, and now you got one that you can do. Dilithium generator upgraded. Ask for help. There we go.
Yeah.
Doesn't that seem like it would be a lot to think about, or you just think that's what he eventually like? Do you think he's intentionally using those kind of strategies, or they're just like they're identifying those kind of strategies?
I don't like. Do I think he saw this guy's thing? No.
No. I'm not implying that. I'm just saying like that also seems like a lot of things to think about while you're doing it. Like,
I think it's a skill.
It is if you're an honest person, but if you're a dishonest person just there for just trying to get an emotional reaction, I think it's almost the default for some of these people. It's just.
So here's my idea about this, right? You know how I always talk about like that the strength of the right wing is dominance, and the strength of the left wing is vulnerability, and the response to that is the strength is vulnerability. I should explain that a little bit better. Acknowledgement of mutual vulnerability, right? And the answer to that is solidarity, right? So we're coming from a very different place, right? But I will say that to somebody who's enmeshed in dominance paradigm, whether it be a left-wing debate bro or a right-wing debate bro, these are gonna be the tactics that they gravitate to naturally. So yeah, that's my take on why right-wingers tend to do this kind of stuff.
Just to act on a pure
gish galloping,
emotional level, and not.
I mean, they're doing all the they're doing all the sussy tricks.
Actually, discuss anything rationally, because they're not there for a rational conversation. They're there just to evoke some kind of emotion out of people. So I think for him, it comes naturally, because certain people just don't. He doesn't.
Hassan has been saying interlocutor. Wait, what is that? What is interlocutor? Interlocutor is just a fancy word for the person I'm debating. Like, right? It's generally like I mean, I've been saying recently too. But like a lot of times people are like, you know, they say it to have like a word that makes them sound smart, right? Because if some people don't know what it means, then you sound smart. A debate is a liberal fallacy, time to shift tactics. Yeah, not a fan of Ethan Klein, but at least he managed to set up some traps when encountering people like Crowder. Oh yeah, I forgot about. Oh, the Ethan's big trap with Crowder was having Sam Cedar in the pocket. When their action equals significant amount of money lost. When somebody says interlocutor, it's a red flag unless it's in CC.
Care about the issues. He doesn't actually care about the truth. It's just about whatever he has to argue, and he'll argue that side.
And if it's in CC, she's memeing.
Yeah, they're inherently bad faith, and I think that as they do more of these debates with the left-wingers, they get better at kind of deflecting and obfuscating with time. And you could tell that like Tim Pool, he's been doing a lot of obfuscation and deflection for years. So he was very savvy in the way that he approached some of these questions. He knew how to frame it in a misleading way that tried to back you into a corner. He is deeply, deeply bad faith. And I don't even know like what his personal political beliefs are. I don't know if he believes anything that he says, but it's just that environment is almost impossible to have a good faith conversation because he's not interested in that.
Do you guys think he'd go?
I would not know.
No.
I'd do it again.
I think Mike gets it. Like he's being too nice. He doesn't want to call out like Lance or Bender, but I think he gets what the problem is.
I think you're better equipped. I think
you were
someone
Lance.
who's good at these kind of conversations. It's for me. It's just like I'm not that kind of person. I can't engage in the mud. I'm just not. I don't excel in an environment like that. It's too confrontational.
Same. I'm not very quick on my toes like you all are. For me personally, like I like to really take time and think about ways to approach an argument. It's just not for me. Like I think the most effective way that I can break down these arguments is like watching their video, pause it, because I would get too frustrated if they're in the moment just throwing a bunch of shit at me because I like to approach things very like I can't just formulate something quickly. So yeah, that would drive me absolutely nuts. Like I've had these conversations like with family members, and of course I BTFO them because I'm much more politically savvy than them. But it's still just draining and exhausting because it just I don't know. I just would not. It would be terrible. I hate it. I would get too mad.
I mean, I definitely do it. But I don't like to. I'm a lawyer. I'm a defense.
Yeah, it's literally her job. You know, part of her job
journey. So
you're good at it.
I was like, yeah. You could destroy because of that.
Yeah, no, yeah. I'm great. Like people love when I'm in debate formats with right wingers and stuff. It always goes viral. They love
on
it.
The Hill. That's how it usually goes down after the segment, right? Because after you do that whole like that list where you do like the breakdown or whatever, then you start like going back and forth, right?
Yeah, it happens, or you know, I don't even be trying to debate with nobody, but yes, it's fine because I think as long as you remember it's a performance. Like I think that's the thing. That's all I think there is to it is to remember it's a performance. Like if you watch me, like when I was watching you do this, I was screaming, but you don't get that from me when I'm in the debates because I'm performing. It's not like I'm an actress. So yeah, I can do it, but I don't care to. I'm not traveling to no white man's plantation to be jumped by a bunch of that was crazy. That don't make no fucking sense. Like, no fucking way. Like, no way. Look at it. It looks like a fucking dungeon, a fucking council full of idiots. I'm not doing that. No way. No fucking way. That's crazy.
Yeah, I would say I would be open to doing a 5 or 6-on-1 against like Raves Dubin or Temple on this show because if they want it to be unfair.
Is there even an example of any of these people showing up to a more left-wing show or progressive show in a format like that where it's like 3 versus 1?
No, they're not doing that. They're dumb.
Of course they're not doing that.
That's
they're just
true.
talking in circles.
Yeah. My stint as a debate pro ended without a single debate because back like a couple of years ago, the Drunken Peasants put together a debate between me and I don't remember his name. It was a long-haired
or something.
Yeah, it was Sticks something. It was
Sticks Haxenhammer 666. That guy's a straight up like
the long ass
Yeah.
names.
Sticks and Hammer, like 666.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a Holocaust denier.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I
There you
I
go.
spent like a month and a half doing research and prep for that debate. They put together this amazing promo, and the day before he bows out, and then we try to schedule it again. He bows out, and then a third time he bows out. I'm like, motherfucker, like I don't know what it is. Like I'm not very intimidating. I've never done a debate before. Like I just do my own YouTube videos. But he bowed out like 3 times, and I'm like, okay, this is too exhausting. I'm done. That's it.
Wait, so you mean it? So hold on. So the debate bro culture is like where they're actively, consciously going into it as a debate. Like we're going to have a debate. Like I'm scheduling the debate with you. That's the concept. That's our extrapolation. You know what's interesting? I've been on a lot of videos like on YouTube where like on shows and stuff, and it's labeled debate after, and it's always like I'm like, huh, like that's how you felt. Like I didn't go in there.
Thought it was a friendly conversation.
The sad thing is that like literally debate, like labeling something a debate is going to increase its views most of the time. The only exception to that would be if like, I don't know, like if I had a conversation with Polly and I labeled it a debate, I think people might be worried. They'd be like, what happened? I thought you were friends, right? So, I mean, like, you know, there's situations where it's probably not a good idea, but like I see a lot of people, you know, labeling, you know, fairly friendly conversations as debates. And I think it's just that, you know, that sense of like conflict just seems to be algorithmic magic. Interlocutor was used in a passage from Umberto Eco's text on anti-Semitism. I think it's been popularized. Oh, that's what popularized it? Of course Mike gets it. Mike probably has more experience dealing with people like Tim Pool than Matt and Lance do. Yeah, that's the thing, is they're thinking that like Mike is somehow, you know, like shy or, you know, not unsure of himself, but in reality it might be the opposite, that he understands these dynamics better. So isn't as nice as them. When have you ever seen Mike debate a debate, bro? Never. You're right. The debate is bad for me. I get mad when I start hearing my own heartbeat in my ears. Debating bigots is way too exhausting. The red flag for NCC might be memeing. That's how I know. I'm about to laugh. Yeah, they never leave.
I have no, it always feels like that. I think that's like why, like, especially like on the hill, it always looks like you look like Robbie and MB hype. But I'm always like lost because I don't actually give a fuck with anybody. Like I don't need you to agree with me. I don't care. I'm not here to convince you, and I don't give a fuck what you think. So I'm always like lost when it's like, ooh, you're really impassioned on this silly shit you are saying.
Well, and the thing about these debates, though, is that there's no winner or loser. The audience who supports you thinks you won. The audience who supports them thinks that they won. I mean, like, you could try to be objective here.
Okay, so I think I agree with Mike when it comes to debating somebody where the audiences are bifurcated, right? So if it's Lance debating Tim Pool, the audiences are bifurcated. You don't have people that are like, oh, I really like Tim Pool, but I also like Lance. That person doesn't exist, right? So you're going to have, that like, and also like the things that Lance's audience is looking for are different than the things that Tim Pool's audience is looking for. That's why you got to make sure like that when you're taking into account like this calculus of is the debate a positive thing or a negative thing, you can't just be like, well, I don't think that my audience is going to be swayed by Tim Pool, therefore it can only be good. No, that's not true. Because what you are is the villain of the week. You are making their content more interesting. And when it's like a fash person, they live for that. They need to debate leftists. Their communities will die if we boycott them, if we don't give them that action, right? If we don't treat them seriously, if we don't give them that engagement, that exchange, they wither on the vine, right? So it's really important to at least hold, that line. Now, take something like me and Xander Hall, right? You'd think that there's like no crossover audience, but I look at my analytics and there is. It's probably more like people who like Xander Hall and hate watch me, or they like me and they hate watch Xander Hall. There could be a few people out there that are just like, they're like, why can't they just get along, right? And like, oh, there's reasons, right? But yeah, it's a smaller overlap, right?
There, but there's a bias. We all have biases. Like immediately, like Lance could have went there and shit the bed, and I still would have like found all the little nuggets of like amazingness from it. Because like you're rooting for these people, because when you see them up against like this bad faith actor who doesn't care about anything but scoring points, not trying to change hearts and minds, just wants clicks. It's hard not to be biased there. So I'm biased. They're biased. The winner is whoever you already supported. Like I think that to the extent that debates change minds, it's probably minimal, but maybe it's large enough, like we can't quantify this shit, right? But it's probably large enough to be worthwhile. It's just not my thing. Right. It's entertainment for sure.
Yeah. I don't think debate should be approached with like the other, like the opponent really in mind. I think you should look at debates kind of as a presentation and addressing the arguments with sense, like not get lost into it. Like in court, right? Like as a lawyer, you don't go back and forth running on. Like that's not how things are. You present an argument, other side presents an argument, sense is made, whatever. There's not too much running on. Like if I file a motion and the prosecutor files a reply, most of the times I'm not going to file another reply unless he brought up something that I didn't anticipate, because you anticipate what the other argument is. It's not like rocket science. You know what the different sides have to say on it. You present your argument with what it is and the disagreements built in, and they present theirs and you go about your business. I think it's a mistake to, do all the and running all their little points. Like, who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? Concede and dismiss and move on. That's why I think, like, if you see me on Rising,
and this is the major problem I have with the way that somebody like Vosh, anybody in that circle, tends to approach a debate. They now they're not trying to change like Tim Pool's mind, right? They're not they're trying to make Tim Pool look foolish in front of his audience. And but what they do is when they talk about optics, right? That is them looking at their own rhetoric through the eyes of their opponent, right? And on some level, like, yeah, some Sun Tzu is beneficial. You just can't get lost in the sauce. And Vosh, he's the definition. Vosh is lost in the sauce, 100%. Like, right? He's never, look, that's his problem. He is 100% like right-wing brained, right? And that's what debate bros are. That's what left-wing debate bros are. The problem with them is, as far as being like comrades, as far as being allies, as far as being like actually useful to our side, is that they are inculcated with a right-wing mindset. They have to be to do what they do, right? They're appealing to right-wing aesthetics, and when they get that in their head, when they get brainwormed that hard, you will invariably see them start to be like, well, don't you think that like black people could be racist against white people too? It just makes sense, or you'll get all these ridiculous takes that are like, do we need to take you back to remedial, like intersectional, like, kindergarten or something? Like, what's wrong? Are you a leftist, right? Because you don't sound like a leftist right now.
See me on debate shows, I'm very different personality than I present on here or something like that, because I'm being different. I'm like,
Xanderhal and Vosh do not get along though. Wait, what? Xanderhal and Vosh don't get along?
I'm actively like, I'm not here to run on.
Yeah, this is news to me.
With this person, I know, I'm like, oh, I let them talk. Like, honestly, it might be the most viral bits, but I talk least of the time because I let them say all the craziness, and then I'm like, right, back to logic, because that's fucking stupid. Here's back to the point whenever and conclusion, and they always feel like they won until Twitter says they didn't. You know what I mean? But I don't care, because I'm not in it to argue with them. I'm just in it to make sure I got the perspective out, that point of view that I can share with a larger audience. I'm not there to argue with that person. Who gives a fuck about them?
Yeah. I mean, and even if like it appears that you lost overwhelmingly and most people think that you lost, confidence goes a long way. So if you just brush that shit aside.
Now, confidence is literally how the right wing groks like the winner and loser, right? Like, whereas we might be looking at it and seeing who is more logical, who who kind of backed up what they said with evidence, all this other stuff, right? We're kind of looking for that, right? But they are literally looking for posture, right? if you are if your opponent is attacking, and you're defending, at least to their audience, you lost that debate, right? And you're feeding in a certain way, right?
Then you won't be hurt by it. So like again, like this is all theatrical. I think that
Vosh and Xanderhall. Well, I'm just reading chat here. Chat saying this. Vosh and Xanderhall not getting along. Well, I thought that Xander views Vosh as a big bro. Did they stop getting along because of shoe on? Oh, maybe, I don't know. Maybe I haven't been paying as close attention to them as I should have been.
more if you want to.
I mean, there was that shoe on head thing.
Do you like a debate? I think the most intellectually stimulating types of debate, not to sound like I like the smell of my own farts, are like these email exchanges that Noam Chomsky did. I mean, I acknowledge the recent kerfuffle with Noam Chomsky, we'll call it that.
We'll call it the unpleasantness. Yes, the unpleasantness.
Yeah, so I lost a lot of respect for him, but like he did these emails, like, with Sam Harris and stuff like that. And it was like long, drawn out, really thoughtful responses from both of them, even though Sam Harris is a dumb fuck. But I thought that was much more stimulating because like you can really develop understanding there. Whereas like in a debate, it's this point was scored, that point was scored.
Like literally the only, I mean, like I have seen like Noam Chomsky in debates that like I learned something from with like Michel Foucault, like, right, those debates are interesting. But yeah. Sussy Chomsky says their chat.
That's not to say that it's not useful. I think that there is value in it, especially considering that like younger people, as they're getting involved in politics, they like the blood fight or the blood sport. So that might draw them in, which I think is good. But at the end of the day, like it is entertainment, and
blood fight sounds like a metal band.
And you just got to keep that in mind when you're watching them. It's not for me. I'm too much of one of these people that just gets flustered really easily.
Yeah,
and I think
like the left-handed clip that it wasn't me, someone took it and then edited it into a TikTok video. It ended up like charting on TikTok. It had like, I think it's almost past 2 million views now, and that was just like
wow,
a fucking teeny amount of time. And like the fact that went so viral, that was when Tim eventually started subtweeting me. That's what he was like, I don't care what any of you say, I'll never believe the fact that it's like it's somehow not gay to like suck a trans woman's penis or something like that.
Wait, was that in the after show?
That's what I was talking about on Twitter. Yeah. Oh yeah, I think YouTube knows about this too. I put it on the community post.
That was in the after show. Yeah,
okay.
They were talking about so Mike, I got them to admit that all the shit around groomers, all the stuff about grooming, Drag Queen Story Hour being the grooming hour, all of that, it was actually about the fact that you are worried about gender ideology.
It might be gay when I do, though. Good point, Sarah.
Indoctrinating kids. I said you're worried about kids becoming queer, and they admitted it. They like, one of them was like yes, and then Tim Pool was like,
Bosch makes money off of Xander Keffel's shoe and Dylan Burns. Oh, I always forget that Dylan's on White Leaf too. Yeah, you're right.
Because it's sexual, and I was like, no, it's not fucking sexual. It's not inherently sexual. It can be, but it doesn't need to be, right? That eventually led to me being like, could I convince any of you to be gay? If I showed you the best gay porn in the world, you're all straight, right? So if I showed you the greatest gay porn of all time, the juiciest, the finest, like the sexiest of boys, like all of a sudden, would you suddenly be like, oh shit, yeah, I've been transformed? And then
I didn't know it could be like that.
That's when Moonlord was like, well, I don't know. He was like,
Jesse comes in right after the CNN Trump town. Yeah, right when they're talking about Trump on CNN.
Like I was watching porn once, and then this like trans porn popped
and
up,
Shark,
and I started
Shark
thinking to myself that like if I had to see that all the time, maybe I'd start thinking about it, right? And then that's where the whole like I was like, well, if you're attracted to trans women, don't worry, you're not gay. And then Tim was like, yes, you are, and they never back down off that.
These debates are really getting down with luxury.
All of them kept saying, if you're attracted to trans women, you're gay. And one of them, they brought up Blair White too. I was like, you think it's gay to be attracted to?
They're literally having this was a discourse a few years ago. This is literally our redacted's gay.
Blair White as a straight heterosexual man. I was like, I can't. Like I can't speak for the entirety of the homosexual community.
ContraPoint did a video on it, on everything.
Like, I assume a lot of homosexual homosexual men are not attracted to Blair White. I would assume that, right? Blair White is a woman.
Yeah, it's just so bizarre. I'm glad that you brought that point up to them because it's funny. It's like for me, my entire life since I was a kid, I was blasted with like heterosexuality. You see almost nothing but
Blasted, you say?
straight sex scenes. I don't think I've ever been tempted once to try heterosexuality. I'm a 6 on the Kinsey scale, never been bi-curious at all. So they think that it works the other way around though, where it's like, okay, wouldn't there be like so much more, like no gay people just because of how much we see heterosexuality and cis people? Like,
that's such a good point, right?
it's weird logic. So I'm glad that you brought that up because I don't think that they think about these things.
Yeah, I can show you the clip.
Well, think about this too. Like, it's not just that, like, there's so much representation of straight sexuality out there, right? It's not just that, right? It's that, and everything about society is geared towards it. And there's like a reward for fulfilling those expectations. There's a punishment for not fulfilling the expectations. Yeah, like that stream if you haven't already. Let's see if we can get that up pretty high. We are having a late night stream tonight, so it might be a little easy to kind of sleep on it. I recommend that you don't, though, because hitting that like button is actually going to open up new possibilities in the future. You want to see some cool guests? You want to see some of these people? I've talked to 2 of them before, right? We could have and in fact, like, once Jessie gets on the panel, I will have fully talked to half of the Leftist Mafia crew, right? So yeah, like, you know, just like make me a bigger deal by hitting that like button. Even though it doesn't feel like much, it feels like your small contribution in a giant ocean. Believe me, every little bit adds up, and if you're doing your part, then that means somebody else is doing their part too, and pretty soon you're gonna see things really transform.
Yeah.
Scale.
We should probably move on from Tim Pool. I saw people in the chats being like, "Are they going to talk about the news?" Because there's probably
Tim Pool fatigue.
yeah.
Excuse me, I don't know if you guys heard, but the next 5 episodes of
It's all Tim Pool.
Leftist Mafia are all Tim Pool. We got 3 more in the works. Are we having a guest on this episode? Because I was going to tweet it out.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, totally. So shout out to Jessie Gender. If you don't already know, check out youtube.com/Jessie Gender. She's incredible. She does tons of videos on a range of topics, all the way from debunking Matt Walsh's "What Is a Woman," probably the best video series debunking every single thing in "What Is a Woman." She put that together. Also incredible videos on Star Trek, nerd culture, all that kind of stuff. She's awesome. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I quote tweeted her this morning and had no idea that she's gonna be on the show today. Like, it was just completely random.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
It's quite a coincidence. But okay, what else happened this week? What news happened this week? Anything you guys want to talk about?
I mean, lots of legal L's in the right-wing world with Donald Trump being found liable for sexual abuse and defamation of E. Jean Carroll. On top of that, George Santos surrendered himself after being indicted on 13 federal counts.
The debate was pee-pee poo-poo. Sorry to Lance. Seems like Mike and Ole have criticism about choosing to debate Tim Pool, but are trying to be nice to Matt and Lance. That is something that happens. That is definitely something that happens. David's a bit quiet back there, but he probably thought the debates were, yeah, I don't know that much about David Doyle, right? Is Rational National. Mike Figueredo is Humanist Report. Matt Bender obviously has Doomed. What is Ole's Ole Yamanun? What is her thing called? Ole Minotti or something? And then of course Lance is with the Surfs TV.
And then his press conference afterwards was just genuinely hilarious because he was saying this is a witch hunt and he's going to run for re-election.
Okay, so we're on to George Santos now.
They're very, very good.
It's branded with Illuminati.
Clips. I haven't watched this yet. I covered it, but I covered before he came out and said anything.
Yeah. So he even said that he's probably going to lead a committee one day. That's how confident he is that he's going to escape all of this. And there's like scandal layered within a scandal because he was claiming that he was eligible for unemployment insurance benefits during 2020 when it was expanded for people suffering from the pandemic.
Look, I want to say that he's ridiculous and he's not living in reality, right? And probably that's true. George Santos, right? But look at people like Ollie London. I almost said Ollie of London. Ollie London, right? You know, like it's weird. Like with I was talking about audience bifurcation earlier, and that is the dynamic that kind of confuses the normal calculation of what will sell, what will work, what will fly in public relations, I guess, right? That like Ollie London should be nothing but a cow of lols, right? By now. Same thing with Milo Yiannopoulos. But these people, they're able to kind of, if they're able to say that the people that are coming from me, oh my God, something just happened in Star Trek. Star Trek. We just got somebody reaching level 5. Congratulations. 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 Yeah, that's one of the things that puts money in my pocket. So I appreciate that so much. If you can grind your way up to level 5, it's pretty quick to get to level 5 too. It takes about 2 hours. If you haven't started yet, like we've got until tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Pacific time, you know, to do whatever you can as far as that goes. Even if you just grind to level 5, it helps me out immensely. You know, like, right. So the next thing after you get done with that, right, you're going to try to build your second ship. You start off with the Rialta, that's a explorer, and you're going to want to build a battleship. You're going to want to build an Orion corvette. The game will guide you through all this and make it kind of easy for you, right? But you're going to want to, you know, make the plan, you know, unlock it on research and then build it in your shipyard. Upgrade your shipyard to high enough to make that second ship. It's going to be really useful when you are fighting other ships, right? Because a battleship is tough, right? So that's the second thing, is building a second ship. And the third thing, if you can do it, right, not everybody's going to be able to do it because it does take a lot of grinding to do. But if you can get to level 10, right, I just need 2 more people to reach level 10. And this game will literally put money in my pocket and it's no cost to you, right? So that's the cool thing about this sponsorship is they don't care as much about, like, you know, making purchases. You don't have to make any purchases to play this game. They just care about me using my influencer powers to influence people to give the game a try. That's all they want you to do is give the game a try, you know, to certain levels. Level 5 is, you know, pretty easy to get to. Building the battleship takes a little bit longer. And then if you're enjoying the game, go ahead and grind up to level 10. And, you know, that's when the game starts to really get fun.
But he was actually employed making.
Oh yeah, that's right. Astronautics. Yeah, I didn't anticipate having to do that.
Over 6 figures a year, but the company he was employed at was shut down because it was accused of being a Ponzi scheme. So it's like there's just so like it's unending.
All right, let's listen to some of this.
You guys, look, this is the beginning of the ability for me to address and defend myself. We have an indictment. We have the information that the government wants to come after me on, and I'm going to comply. I've been complying throughout this entire process. I have no desire not to comply at this point. They've been gracious in there. Now I'm going to have to go and fight to defend myself. The reality is it's a witch hunt because it makes no sense that in 4 months, 5 months, I'm indicted. You have Joe Biden's entire family receiving.
Sweetie, it's a witch hunt. It is.
He literally tried to what about?
Witch hunt. It's a witch.
But what's funny about Santos, right, is he's definitely reading off of the Trump playbook. The stuff that he's doing is stuff that actually works for Donald Trump. That is the whole reason that they're going after Biden. They don't think they can really. I don't think they can get Biden on anything. But if they can just use Biden to distract people, if they can, you know, make it seem unfair by saying, what about Biden's corruption? What about this? What about Hunter Biden's laptop? And, you know, then they can distract from Donald Trump's BS. And it somehow works for Trump. But will it work for Santos? I don't know. Like he's doing what Trump does, but with kind of a ham fist.
We have you in 4K, bro. Like
27 likes. Can we make that 30 likes?
Club is Paris Morgan interview.
Look, if you're awake right now in YouTube chat, please hit that like button because there's a bunch of people in YouTube chat that are probably like half asleep. It's super late at night now. they might not be able to get up to actually hit that like button. Hit that like button for them, right? Be that awesome person that does that shit, because you're actually awake enough. Maybe you're on the Pacific Coast.
Just rested down in the corner and walk out.
Exactly. He said he got away with it before. Like that's
You admit to it. Like, you can't like do that. Like, I swear Santos
discourse is a waste of time.
on, like, he thinks like the days disappear. like he just lives one day at a time. Like, I'm like, you recently got up in 4K.
Oh, thank you, Corn Pop.
And said you did
if anybody from Twitch wants to go over there and help me out really quick by hitting that like button, that would be awesome.
all that shit. They asked you, why would you think
we
you
hit
could
30
do all
likes.
that
All I
shit
had to do
if
is
you didn't
ask,
do it
asked,
you
and
said,
answered.
Because I did it before.
Asked
got
and
away with
answered.
it. And now you're talking about, this is a witch hunt. How in 4 months am I indicted?
32. Wow. Wow.
They've been catching you in 4K for 4 months, and you have confessed.
YouTube is kicking butt tonight.
That's how you're indicted.
amazing.
Receiving money from foreign destinations into their bank accounts. It's been years of exposing. A lot of you here have reported on them, and yet no investigation is launched into them. I'm gonna fight. I'm just going.
Tough crowd.
I'm gonna fight
Tough
my
crowd.
battle. I'm gonna deliver. I'm gonna fight the witch hunt. I'm gonna take care of clearing my name, and I look forward to doing that.
Clearing my name. What is your name? Not George Santos.
It's not. It's Guitarra. It's Guitarra. It's Guitarra.
Guitarra, Anthony DeValder. He has 3 different names.
Wait, does he really have like pseudonyms?
Like this idea of bringing up Joe Biden
Or pseudonyms?
that
Or
that
what is it called?
exposes how BS
Aliases.
this defense is. If you have to, squirrel
said
over there,
pseudonyms.
like look at him, Biden. It's like, come on, you got nothing, bro. It's so insane. Apparently, so the top potential sentence for him is 20 years. I don't think he's going to come anywhere near that because that's how society works. But I hope he gets something. I mean, he's under, what is it, 13? It's a 13 count indictment, federal charges, like some serious shit in there. So I guess we're gonna see where it all goes.
I hope he runs town. Like, I hope he skips town. Like for his movie, his future movie. That's gonna be the epic. Like, Catch Me If You Can. like, I know he's gotta skip town. I know he gotta do one of those. He's gonna disappear. He can go to Mexico. I can't
Depends
wait.
how confident he is in his ability to lie his way out of this. Because if he thinks he can keep lying his way out of it, then he'll just stick around and try to keep lying. He's got away with it before, so he can keep getting away with it, and that's what
I wish
he
he could get like one of his like a previous significant other on the record. Wouldn't that be excellent? Like that's who I want interviewed. Find me his last part. Oh, the pillow talking he must have done. I wish I would love to know.
Isn't he divorced apparently? Like,
oh right, he divorced a woman.
Yeah, they should be able to find her when he was still pretending he wasn't gay. Like this is.
Oh, so he's out. He's out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's
yeah.
Cool, I assume, but I didn't want to be out here just assuming things. Okay, all right.
That was a safe assumption.
But I was like, I don't know.
What's up, Copioid?
I think that was one of his selling features as like a Republican in like a blue district where he's like, I'm gay, so you can vote for me. Like,
yeah,
I'm not like those other Republicans that lie all the time. I'm one of those good ones. Like,
I hope Disney modeled like a villain after him. Like, wouldn't that be excellent? You can imagine like a Disney cartoon villain, like with this kind of that'd be excellent. Top tier.
I think it's hilarious that he stole campaign funds to purchase designer clothing, and my man still looks like shit. Still looks terrible, disheveled.
And Thank you for invading my YouTube chat, Uncle Slayer.
Stealing other.
Wait, does that mean that you're like an uncle who slays, or does that mean that you slay uncles? I'm not sure. But regardless, thank you for subscribing, and thank you everybody who's liked and subscribed to my YouTube. That helps me out immensely, massively, hugely.
Scarves. Remember that story? He stole his friend's his
bigly. There we go. That's the word.
Expensive scarf.
Yeah,
guy just wants to live the high life. Like he belongs in like a.
Yo, he cursed the Mets by posting a "Let's Go Mets" video. It's worth noting that there is an incredibly high conviction rate percentage for federal charges like that. Yeah. Wait, are you talking about his unemployment fraud? Oh, that's you. Okay. Wait. So are you like a slayer of uncles? Or are you like Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm getting lost in the sauce.
Succession episode. Like he's just there for the money.
He's so funny. He's hilarious, honestly.
Yeah, he tweeted out in all caps, "Witch hunt like Donald Trump." But he's pursuing the Trump strategy, but he doesn't understand that his base doesn't like him. Like 78% of his own constituents want him out. Trump's base likes him.
Oh, Xander Hall went after Soul Bunny too. You know who else Xander Hall's going after? Lance. It's on now. This is White Leaf on White Leaf. I don't know what's going on over there, right? But I'm guessing maybe some trouble in paradise.
The witch hunt analogy caught on. Because what are you suggesting, right? Because like the whole point
Xan
of
versus Lance
is to get witches.
We will be covering that tomorrow.
Like, so like no one ever denounced witch hunts. So we just questioned whether or not they had the right witches.
Okay, so but with the Soul Bunny thing, the thing that I'm worried about is like the cascade, right? So if you were around for Professor Flowers, if you were around for DJ Mule, you saw a cascade, right? A video by Xander Hall, a video by Demon Mama, a video by Vosh. Like they all did, like one after the other, they all did videos. And that's like what really, like it's a multiplier effect on the harassment, right? And I'm really hoping that doesn't happen this time. I know that Chud Logic, President Sunday, Ico? Did Ico do a video? Xan versus Lance, right? Yeah, no, it's not weird. Yeah, it's leaf on leaf violence, right? So like if I can direct the attention over to the, like White Leaf infighting, that's, all the better. But like, so it sounds like Xander Hall has done a stream. And yeah, President Sunday, not that much reach. The Chud thing has some reach, unfortunately, and there's some really bad people over there, right? Like Chud Logic, I don't really talk about it that much, but his community's set up like Kiwi Farm, right? And even as I say this, I know I am risking becoming a target of them myself, but it really upsets me the way that they harass people. The other thing is that, yeah, like it's set up to harass people. It's set up to encourage. You know how I'm always like, hey, I disagree with this person. I massively disagree with this person, but don't harass them, whatever you do. They are not like that. They are not like that at all, right? Yeah, Chud is pretty bad. Shark and Keffels also jump into... Yeah. Keffels. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Keffels always likes to do that. Shark, less so, but... Well, no, he did. He jumped in on Professor Flowers. He jumped in with Cat Black. Did he do a video on DJ Mule? Debate Bro Wars. That's what I want to see happen. That's what I want to see happen. I want to see those Debate Bro Wars go off, right? I want to see them at each other's throat rather than harassing smaller creators.
You 4K baby, like y'all are clear. Y'all been practicing magic in front of everybody. Like
it's honestly so ridiculous. And really I don't even care about the outcome. Like I just want the movie to be released ASAP. Like that's really what I'm focused on. Like we need to do a watch party when it comes out.
Are we going to talk at all about this Trump town hall? I covered it today.
Speaking of movie, by the way, I just wanted to add here. I have a buddy who was trying to do a movie with George Santos and actually met with him a few times.
What?
And
President Sunday popped up on her community tab. This is why Jessie jumped in. Like, right? Some people might be confused. Like, why did Jessie like pop up with that post of like my next video will be out? Just like, you gotta love her too, right? She's just like, all matter of fact, my next video will be about Vosh, right? But that successfully redirected some of the hate her way. And I'm pretty sure she did that on purpose. She was being really brave in jumping into the fray and taking some of that heat herself. Are there their communities are very, 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 very built on toxicity. And like, so you know how Tim Pool is a debate bro, right? You know how like his whole thing is blood sport debate, right? He fights dirty. He's not just gonna say, I disagree with you and I think you're wrong about everything, Lance. He's gonna say, like, I think that you're doing trans genocide by allowing trans kids to by supporting trans kids having access to care, right? That's the trans genocide because of like infertility. You know, like he'll make some argument that makes it sound like, oh yeah, and like if you just listen to it on the outside, you know, maybe even if you're like pro-trans, you're like, oh, that sounds really bad. Lance is Lance is in favor of trans genocide. No, that's not true. But like, you know, he fights dirt. He fights really, really dirty. And if you look at the Vosh community, the Xander Hall community, everything like, so like, here's the deal. You got Destiny, right? Destiny is maybe like a centrist debate, bro, right? It's probably the best way. Now, he got famous fighting the alt-right, so people were like, ooh, he's a lefty, maybe he's a leftist. Is he going to be a leftist? Nope, he's not going to be a leftist. So what happens, right? Hassan and Destiny split, and then Vosh is like, oh, I will be a leftist, though. I will be a leftist, right? And Vosh has got, like, he's learned everything he can from Destiny, and Destiny's like whole ethos comes from that, like, you know, Gamergate era, like, you know, debate bro aesthetic, right? Same as Tim Pool, same as any of these guys, right? So that's what Vosh is kind of, that's what is at the center of Vosh's ethos, right? Is that whole vibe. And so everything that's attached to Vosh is cut from the same cloth, whether it's Keffel, Xander Hall, Demon Mama, right? The Lance is the one, like, what, you know, is part of that is part of the White Leaf Network. That's the network of websites run by Vosh's sysadmin. He's the only one that I can think of off the top of my head that's a little bit different, right? That's not, you know, is not just like full of reactionary takes. So yeah, I mean, like, this is where the harassment comes from. When it comes on the left, right? It's coming from these communities. I am up late as hell. You're right, Gelatinous Biscuit. How are you doing? Remember when Destiny got outsmarted by Jesse Lee Peterson? No, wait. Wait. I did I not see that whole thing? All I remember is like Destiny. That's a woman's name, right?
He was going to do a he was trying to get George Santos to agree to do the documentary. I don't know if you saw on MSNBC yesterday. Ari Melber had on Blake Zeff, who is my buddy in question, and they released some of the recordings because Blake was recording his conversations with George Santos. And it's really good. You should check out some of these recordings. I don't even think he released them all. This guy, one of the recordings they released was him like mocking his Jewish constituents. Another one, I don't know if they released this one
with an impression. He does an impression
with an impression. Yes. I don't know if they released.
He just took it being belittled the whole
this
time.
One yet, but I've actually had to keep quiet on this for a while. I've known about this for a couple of months, and one of them is I don't know if this one was released yet, but one of them is George Santos. Really,
you're looking forward to playing Zelda. I am so jealous. I am so jealous of you. I don't have a Switch. And they like I would have thought by now I should have bought a Switch. Like, I think I had the money to do that at the beginning of the pandemic, right? And I bought a PS4 instead. And I was thinking, like, the Switch is gonna maybe come down in price. And it hasn't. It hasn't. In fact, I think it's more expensive, maybe.
Thought that this was going to happen. Like, he really thought nothing was going to happen to him. That he was already talking about running for president and everything. Like, he thought this was smooth sailings, and he was just going to become a big like political star and everything.
Is he listen divorced to this from reality? Oh my!
You sit in a room with a lot of Jews. You're. It's funny when the isms start.
So if you're just joining us, right? I am playing some Star Trek Fleet Command, right? That is this game here. I'm gonna hit the command for you. SDR. Switch Lite is 150. Is that the one? It's just the handheld with that. It's crazy that the Switch hasn't come down in price. It's been out for 6 years. Yeah, and I don't even it's not even in the works for them to do like a new one or anything, right? So STAR, that is my affiliate link. If you want to play this game, we've got till tomorrow at 10 p.m. Pacific time. So you got some time now to grind some levels. Now, why do I want you to grind levels? Or you got to play it on your mobile device, right? That's because they're sponsoring me, right? And so if you use my affiliate code and you use that QR code, they're going to be like, and you grind up to level 5, they will actually pay me. They will actually pay me for that. You don't have to pay anything to them. They just want me to encourage people to play the game. So if you say, I am encouraged by NCC, I am influenced by NCC, then they'll kick me some money, and I will massively appreciate that. And that's something that you can do for me without paying any money yourself. You obviously, this is a free to play game. If you want to, if you get impatient, right? If you want to like level up a lot faster, you can pay for things. If you want to like, give, like, I think there's like gifts that you can give to the alliance. Oh yeah, we're doing an alliance too, right? Our alliance is the Weasel Federation. We're the Weasel Federation. We got 13 members right now. We've got plenty of room, at least for now, for other people. So get on that, right? And just grinding to level 5 will actually put money in my pocket, which I appreciate very much. Building your second ship, right? If you haven't already, that's another thing that that they want me to encourage you to do, right? And then the last thing, if you have the time, if you have the ability, if you're good at these games, if you're good at grinding and like, this is the whole thing where you got your operations base, right? And you're building that up. Now, like right now, if I wanted to build mine up to level 13 from 12, I'd have to build my shipyard first. I'd have to hit go to my shipyard and find out that actually you need research and development level 12 to do that. I hit go on here and find out that actually you need an academy of level 12. You need a dilithium warehouse of level 10. That's what I'm working on right now. So we go over to the dilithium warehouse and find that the dilithium generator actually needs to be at leveled up to level 10 before we can do any of that. So let me go ahead and do that, upgrade that. And even if you don't pay money for it, you do have, like, look at this. Like, I hit ask for help, so that means that other people in the alliance can help me out, right? There's also these speed ups. So I hit this and I turn that 30-minute wait into a 7-minute wait. The nice thing about this game is once you get your wait down to 5 minutes, once it says there's 5 minutes left in a thing, you can just hit the button and instantaneously have your instant gratification, whatever you're building, whether it's a ship, whether it is, oh my God, what am I pressing? There's the news. Whether it's a ship, whether it is research, here's the research, research and design, right? There's all these weapon technologies you can research to make your ship stronger. There's stuff that you can research to make your station more efficient. And even goes out into like other stuff like warp technology. You can upgrade crystal mining, all kinds of mining. You got your away teams, right? You got outlaw technologies, which I don't even know what the deal with those are, but they sound pretty powerful. Then you got like I don't even know, warp coil enhancement, isogen extraction. Maybe if you play Star Trek, or maybe if you watch Star Trek more than I do, you'll know what this means. Isogen extraction, meridian fortification, prime enhanced. Okay, so like there's a bunch of technologies there, and here's X-Borg technology. So it's something to do with like you will encounter Borg, and in fact people who used to be part of the Borg that are trying to live their own life now after in a post Borg state, right? So I think you can get some of those people on your side. That sounds pretty powerful, right? So right now I am just upgrading my my generator and my warehouse. Oh, that's par steel. Wait, I don't want to do that. I'm trying to concentrate on my dilithium right here. So I need level 9 dilithium generator in order to build up. So I'm going to upgrade that. Ask for help and see what speed ups I have left. I might not have very much. Yeah, I've used a lot of my speed ups, to be honest, because I'm a little bit impatient. But even being as impatient as I am, I haven't had to pay any money into the game yet. Like I said, if you want to just like, get to the cool part of the game really fast, you can do that. But you absolutely don't have to, and it's kind of fun to like build. Like this. What? Oh, they're
coming out, right?
I was like, wait, are we done already?
Oh, he's such a man. She's such a man.
We're not.
They go on to the next stage. It's like, oh, that's a point.
It won't let you get into the U.S. region, even with the region transfer or the server transfer. That's too bad. I mean, I think you can still play. Did somebody just donate to me, or like sub? I totally didn't see that. If you did, whoever you are, if you just subbed, thank you. I don't know how my sub points went up by 1, but they did. That is correct. I can only go. Oh, okay. So they're limiting that. I think you can still do the. I think you can still do the, like, you know, you're still on the affiliate code. But yeah, that sucks that they won't let you join alliances cross regions. Are you playing the game in English or in Japanese? I'm curious.
It's really bad, but anyway.
What the fuck is he talking about? I don't even know if I'm supposed to be offended. What are you saying?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to.
I guess you got to read it.
I have to understand it.
Wait, George Santos tells a joke about a room full of Jewish people. If you sit in a room with a lot of Jewish people, and he's just saying, you know, without the people part, you're effed. It's funny when the isms start coming out. Wait, what? He's such a mensch. He's such a mensch. Then they go on to the next thing, unintelligible. He says probably something else in Yiddish, or it's really bad. But anyway, oh God. So like, this is a guy that pretended to be Jewish, and then when he got asked about it, where they're like, "Hey, wait a minute, dude, you're not Jewish. Why are you saying you're Jewish?" He's like, "I am actually Jewish. That's what I meant when I said I was Jewish. I meant I was Jewish." This guy, I swear to God, I've heard a bad faith argument that it wouldn't be fair to law-abiding people if we gave a person in jail gender-affirming care, that somehow you would be encouraged to commit crime. Oh my God, be trans, do crime, I guess.
Sounds like he's making fun of his Jewish supporters, is what I'm getting from this.
As well as his imaginary Jewish heritage.
Oh, okay. So we got somebody else who did the server transfer. They said the server transfer was really confusing for me to figure out. But out after I made. Oh, you made your own alliance and got to level 5. Okay. So it wouldn't. Oh God. Well, maybe I could give them some feedback if they're looking for feedback. If you watch this VOD, Star Trek people, it sounds like people get confused with your server transfer a little bit.
I hate people who are not even funny with their prejudice. Like, I don't even get the joke. Like, I feel like it's done. Like,
here's another one.
Like, he thinks he's making an anti-PC joke when he's just being weird and anti-Semitic.
Oh wait, 1 second. What the hell?
He's like, oh, people might be offended.
The most
by
amazing
my joke.
thing, though, about this whole thing is that the documentary was never going to happen, because every time Blake tried to meet with him to convince him to do this documentary, George Santos would say, you know, I got to figure out, if I did agree to this, I need to figure out a way to get paid without any red flags. And he told Blake that he expected, I think he probably has it in the recordings too, he expected he'd be paid millions of dollars for this documentary. And when Blake was like, I don't pay, he was like, well, I'm going to hold out for Netflix then. They're going to give me millions, I bet.
Oh my God, this guy.
Netflix better give him a big fucking bag. He's absolutely fucking correct, and they will. And they fucking will. I'll raise the money. I want to see that movie. Okay, what are you talking about? Yes, they will.
So this one's about. So apparently one of the. I think this is part of the indictment that he qualified, or he tried to qualify for unemployment when he doesn't actually qualify for it. But I guess this is him discussing this.
So the way I look at it is, they're not understanding. The question is simple, George, why was your income $55,000 in 2020, and why is your income drastically higher? Well, here's the answer to that. We struck a deal with the company so nobody went unemployed and got reduced to like a very basic salary, just so we, as we called it, livable wages in the company. So we can get by because our industry was capital introduction via vis-a-vis conferences, vis-a-vis speed dating, all that in private equity, and managing limited partner general partner.
Wait, where does he work for?
So long story
Speed
short,
dating? What is he
I
talking
went
about?
from
Wow.
2019 bringing in $400 and something thousand dollars to, yeah, in 2020 my reported income was 55K. It was couldn't be more legitimate. I actually qualified for unemployment.
No worries. If you can't get to level 5 tonight, you've got until tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard. No, sorry, Pacific Standard Time. Pacific, because it's on my time. So you've got a little while to level up, and it's pretty quick. It's pretty quick. At least for level 5. Like, if you need any help doing something, like, I feel like the one that people get stuck on is like making your second ship, right? So if you get stuck on that, make sure to go in our Discord and ask. We've got a channel dedicated to this game now. It's a channel called Weasel Federation. If you scroll down to Fun, and then you scroll all the way down to the bottom of Fun, there's the Weasel Federation channel. You can ask for help there. The other way that you can check this out, and I should have checked in with people earlier and been like, hi chat. I am live. I am live. So yeah. That's the other place, right? This is, if you go to, if you click on the very top, you'll see like a chat going on here. Click on the top, right? At first, it'll just be your Galaxy chat. So anybody in your Galaxy can talk to each other. Oh my God, I haven't even looked and seen if anybody tried to talk to me, right? But this is your Galaxy. Oh, people are posting eggplants. I wonder what that's about. Oh, okay. Anyway, then there's Alliance, right? Your Alliance chat is where you can talk to the rest of us. And if you're having issues, if you're having problems, if you're stuck, let us know, and somebody will help you out, because like it's fairly easy once you figure it out. But I do get that a lot of people are getting stuck on making that second ship.
Quote, I qualified for unemployment. This is
that's amazing.
Yeah.
And he's just telling this. Does he know he's being recorded? Like,
yeah, he collected $24,000
awesome.
on unemployment. It is just genuinely insane. For months,
level 5.
He was saying, because every single week, like if you've ever been on unemployment,
man.
you have to say, yes, I'm still eligible. I'm looking for work. Like in Oregon, we have like certain requirements.
I'm right there with you, Gelatinous Biscuit. I know very little about Star Trek. I know the the original, like some of the base. I know who's Kirk and Spock and Picard are, but like I don't know a whole bunch past that. Global chat on MMOs is always eggplanty. Yeah.
Gotta look for work. Every single week he lied. Like it's genuinely astounding that this man thought that he was like going to go on to be president and like have this huge political career. I mean, when you look at the climate and you see figures like Donald Trump and whatnot, maybe he had a reason to believe that. But I mean, still, like, bring it down. Come back to reality. Like, this is ridiculous.
I don't know how you keep track of them all, honestly, when it comes to him. And I'm like, half the shit that he's that he's claiming that he's done in his life. Like, if I had one of those, just one of those monstrous lies, like my mom died on 9/11. No, she didn't. I have Ukrainian Jewish heritage. No, you don't. I was the producer of the Spider-Man musical. No, you weren't. Right? Like, just one of those.
The Spider-Man. Wait, there's a Spider-Man musical?
Like, I could get questioned about it, you know?
Yeah. Oh, didn't he say he created carbon capture also?
Yeah,
like,
he did claim that. Yeah,
of course he did. Of course he did. Well, someone had to. Come on, someone had to.
So this is another one.
What are they entertaining, kind of like monetarily? Just look, I don't have a number in my head. Like the fact that I'm having these conversations are conversations I never ended up going here, so I would be having. But when in Rome, let's have the conversation. A lot has changed over the last. Recycles, so over the last 6 years. So from 18 to now, a lot has changed.
Should we try to fight Molderon again?
And it's been bipartisan and across the aisle. So I think this is a different time in Congress where they're understanding that this is just going to be a new way of doing things. What are they?
Wait, this is going to be like lying about everything? Is that what he means? This is going to be a different way of doing things? What conversations?
This is just...
Oh, the money for the documentary. He's talking to the documentary maker.
This guy.
Yeah. It's
who Matt says he knows this. Matt says he knows the guy that's trying to make a documentary. But the problem was that Santos expected money, and that wasn't in the cards.
I mean, like, I feel like, it's not sort of, he got indicted, so it's...
Wait,
it's
the
like,
Spider-Man musical was famous for injury?
Like, what more? But I feel like these recordings really do lay it out in the open, like, exactly. So there's no...
Oh, it's famously awful?
Question, really, what his thought process
Wait, I mean,
is
like, so he's claiming to have written a famously awful musical?
This is one more. This is the one you're talking about him running for president. I got to hear this delusion.
It's not a thought that I haven't had. Let me make that very clear.
He sounds drunk.
It's not a thought I have not had. In light of all the shadas and all the freaking frenzy and fanfare over my SEC filings, until I can get all that squared away and put it to bed.
Chat, what do you think? Am I going to be able to beat Molderon? I feel like my ship is like... It's like he gets a 10% buff for the fact that I'm a battleship fighting an interceptor.
Right. I mean, like, the idea he'd even consider... Oh, the only reason I'm not running for president yet is because of all of this, like, drama going on.
I'm definitely more than 10%.
Otherwise, the exploratory committee is formed. Right. Yeah.
Like, it's one thing, like, Trump is one situation because we're talking about, like, a celebrity for, like, 50 years. Everyone knows who... It's a different thing. George Santos, there's no constituency. Like... No one's running to the polls for George Santos. Like, it's so delusional that he thinks because he's been in the headlines that all of a sudden he has this ability to run for president and be successful. It is just...
He's talking about
the
president.
sheer delusion
that
is mind-boggling.
Kind of funny.
The double standards too, right?
Yeah, I think I can get this guy. Scan him.
Of the 47 different George
Scan
Santos lies, like just one, and any given one. My mom died on 9/11. The Ukrainian Holocaust.
Let's try it. Let's try
any one of them.
We might get
also
blown
sex
up,
with the dog. That's why I'm like, I used to love
like,
the idea of George
I've had
Santos.
that happen
I thought
once
he was like,
before.
Santos
It doesn't
Claus,
really
like,
do
if you believe in him, he's real.
anything
and all this
super
stuff,
bad
like,
to you. I don't think.
Then it turns out he's a fucking
if
asshole.
you lose,
he's like taking the money that was like crowdfunded to save a dog's life, and then the dog died, and he just kept the cash. Like, what a monster.
Yeah, that was when he was dead to me officially. Like, I was okay with it. I thought it was funny, but you can't do that. Like, dogs are precious, and for you to do that to an innocent animal, yeah, I feel like he should be in the gulag for life. Fuck him.
The whitest sentiment I ever heard.
You there, LA? I heard something.
I just hear
there's definitely something going on with LA.
To myself. I was literally Mike is talking. I'm like, white people.
There we go. Let's go. Come on. Can we blow up Molderon, please? Molderon,
so
you're getting.
Truly is.
You're gonna get wrecked.
Like, I would die for my dog in a heartbeat without a question.
Oh yeah, Chico's my life.
You're gonna get wrecked, and then we're
Dogs
going
too much work.
right home afterwards
thanks.
because we're only barely gonna win.
Are you a cat
It is
person,
true.
David?
I had a couple dogs growing up. It's just I wouldn't have one now, especially with a child, at least a toddler. It's just
Come on,
it's so
we can do
much.
it. We can do it.
A
Chat.
toddler's too much
Root for
work.
me.
To add an animal to
Post
that.
your weasels in chat. Come
I
on,
know,
can
I like
we get
animals. I
Molderon?
don't like
Get
having
Molderon,
to
get
worry. The
Molderon.
thing is, I worry too much.
Shoot
So
him,
I would
shoot
just
him.
I would feel bad anytime I leave the house,
What
anytime I do
the
anything. Like I don't think about I
fair
can't do
enough.
this because I
It's
got to think
full-time.
about the animal at home. Like it's no.
Yeah,
What
that
the
is that is
actual
something to consider. I feel very bad whenever we have to leave. Because the dogs feel like, we've been gone for months when you come back and they're just traumatized.
I thought he only
and makes you
had
feel
like
sad.
a 10%
So, yeah, I get
buff.
that for sure.
And like at
Has
least
anybody beaten
toddlers
Molderon
grow
yet?
up, right? Like they become people and adults, or they're always people, but they become adults and like they can think for themselves. Dogs, they're just they're always children.
That's so
They're
frustrating.
perma-kids, yeah.
They're
That
perma
is so
toddlers. It's just like,
frustrating.
nah, I'm good.
This is the
Yeah.
first. This is the first mission that's actually been at all hard. Everything else has just been like you just plow through everybody.
So cats, I'm a little more open to because they take care of themselves. They can be home for a couple days as long as you have food and water out. So I'm a little more open to cats, but dogs are just too much work.
I'm open to cats. I love my cat so much, but my cat doesn't love me as much. Like, that love is not reciprocated. My cat loves my husband exclusively and hates me. In fact, she knocked over my Lego set. It was like a bouquet, destroyed it. She likes to fuck with me. She likes to bully me. Like, I'm bullied in my own home because of my cat.
I love that cats like will not fuck with you just because you live in their house. Like, I love that about cats. So, like, if a cat loves you, like, literally every day, I'm like, my cat fucks with me for real. He don't even have to, but he fucks with me, loves me. I'm like, oh, I'm so great. Literally, I walk around all day just affirming Raheem, just like, you know, you're the greatest cat ever, and that's not because you're my cat. It's because you are. If you weren't the greatest cat ever, you wouldn't even live here. You're that cat. Like, I love my son.
I mean, my cat, like, she'll be like, I don't want to make her out to be this like horrible animal because she will let me pet her, but it's like, okay, 2 pets. Any more than that, I'm gonna fucking bite you. Like, she's very, very.
Oh, that's all cats though. They're all very particular about. They're all very particular about how many.
Cats. That is not all cats. Raheem, don't scratch me. Raheem, let me do anything. I can
really
do. Yes, I can.
Well, Maine Coons are very chill. Like, my cat is a Maine.
That's my Rialta. That's the one I was telling you. It's like the Great Value Enterprise. It's like the Econo-class Enterprise right here. It's the Rialta, right? Then we got the Orion Corvette, which is my badass battleship. Somehow got destroyed by Molderon, but that's okay. We repaired it. I don't know. Nothing in Star Trek is blown up forever. And then if we go in the interior.
Coon too, and she's very chill with my husband, but not me. It's like I don't know what I did, but my dogs love me. My dogs love the shit out of me.
So we can talk briefly about Trump if you want, or the town hall at least. So I covered the town hall today. I don't know if there's a need to video any clips. Thank you. But today, at least I just saw this. So CNN is kind of now in defense mode because they're all being criticized for platforming all of Trump's BS again. Anderson Cooper came out. Oh, this is longer than I thought, 2 minutes, but we'll watch a bit of this.
So I have other ships, right? I have a mining ship, and that's the Fortune, ECS Fortune, and then I have I think it's called like the Fendra or something.
This is him defending their.
And that one's an interceptor, right? So, you know, like, here's the deal, right? This is the battleship. It's bad. It's not good. It's got a disadvantage when it's fighting against interceptors, and that thing is an interceptor, right? So that's not great, right? But then my other one is a Explorer. Explorers kick ass against interceptors. Problem is, it's only at like it's a lot weaker. Like, it's a lot weaker of a ship. And even if I put my best crew and all my best stuff on here, let's see if we can upgrade it.
Old town hall, and I'm curious what he's going to say
and level this up.
We're going to think about it.
Many of you have expressed deep anger and disappointment. Many of you are upset that someone who attempted to destroy our democracy was invited to sit on the stage.
Anderson Cooper, right? Anderson Cooper coming on CNN to talk to people that are upset at CNN about what they did with Donald Trump. If you don't know, right? They held a town hall. They had, I don't remember what her name was, but they had like one reporter out there with him. And they brought in like a Trump-friendly crowd. And they had the reporter, like, have you ever seen the Jordan Peterson interview with Kathy? I don't remember what her name was, but Jordan Peterson had an interview with somebody that was not a pushover, that was pushing back on what he said. And Jordan Peterson fans use that interview to this day as proof that Jordan Peterson is based, destroys feminists, etc., right? And because it's just kind of like a one-on-one interaction. I don't know. There's just no way that you can win that interaction, right? For his audience, right? There's just like nothing. Like, you know, if you're a pushover for him, then they're like, yeah, see, he's based. If you're like oppositional to him, then they're like, oh, see, this person's in the bag. This person's in the bag, right? And they gave Trump that kind of situation. They even dressed her up in a very Hillary Clinton-esque, I shouldn't say dressed her up, she dressed in a very Hillary Clinton-esque outfit, right? So it's almost like the optics of it is like, here, let's give you a way to symbolically defeat Hillary Clinton once again. And, you know, she asked some tough questions, but it just, you know, you had a raucous crowd of chuds in there that were just hooting and hollering at every gross thing that he said. And a lot of people were just like, why did you give this guy a commercial? Why did you hold a Trump rally?
Voters answer questions and predictably continued to spew lie after lie after lie. And I get it. It was disturbing. It was disturbing to see and hear that person refer to a black woman.
Oh no, do we have to deal with Jink again? Jink criticized AOC and the left for opposing the CNN Trump town hall. Oh my God, TYT.
Enforcement officer is a thug.
Look, I'm gonna do my Jink impression. The Young Turks, you suck!
An adjective he used many times to describe black
TYT today, you suck!
men. And called Caitlin Collins, the moderator, nasty, which is what he calls any woman who stands up to him.
Caitlin Collins, that's who it is, yeah.
To hear him speak so highly of QAnon conspirators and insurrectionists who assaulted police officers in our democracy on January 6th. And it was awful to hear him spread ridiculous lies about the election. It was certainly disturbing to hear that audience, young and old, our fellow citizens, people who love their kids and go to church, laugh and applaud his lies and his
Anderson Cooper having a good
continued
one.
defamation of a woman who, according to a jury of his peers, he sexually abused and defamed. As good a job as Caitlin Collins did trying to fact check him, it is impossible to fact check fully because he lies so shamelessly. Now, many of you...
So that's why you don't do this. That's Anderson. That's why you don't do this.
You think CNN shouldn't have given him any platform to speak. And I understand the anger about that, giving him the audience, the time. I get that. But this is what I also get. The man you were so disturbed to see and hear from last night, that man is the front runner for the Republican nomination for president.
Shit.
And according to polling, no other Republican is even close. That man you were so upset.
Okay, I got some spicy takes that I've been mulling over for a while, and this is as good a time to get clipped as any, okay? Here are my predictions. Donald Trump will not win the Republican nomination. Ron DeSantis will not win the Republican nomination. Joe Biden will not be the Democratic candidate. Oh my God, she's out on a limb. Yes, she is. She's out on a limb, okay? That's the presidential election for 2024 is going to be people we're not even talking about right now. That's one prediction, okay? That's one spicy take. The second spicy take... Oh my God, I'm trying to remember what the second spicy take is. It's something about the Republican Party falling apart, but now I can't remember. Damn it, I'll have to give you my second spicy take later.
Hear from last night, he may be president of the United States in less than 2 years.
Wait, press pause.
Upset you?
He was the president of the United States.
Right,
I know.
Why
Why
are you talking about it if it's this little rising star no one may not have ever heard of that we need to shine a light on this film.
Be aware of him.
Yes.
So I think what they're getting at, right, is the fact that, like, in some ways, the fact that we even had a Trump presidency is blamable on the mainstream media, right? In that they were so fascinated with the shit show that is Donald Trump, and also so convinced that he was going to have an expiration date on him, right? That he couldn't win the Republican primary, that it was just a matter of time, that he couldn't beat Hillary Clinton. They were so, and they platformed him so much. They gave him so much attention. Like the famous example is that, like, you've got CNN showing an empty podium where Trump is about to speak. Bernie Sanders is speaking at the same time. No coverage of Bernie. No coverage of Bernie, right? All the coverage in the world of Donald Trump. All the coverage of his shit show, right? That's... NCC is definitely out on the limb. I am with her anyway. I mean, I could look. It's high risk, high reward. Is what that take is.
No, everybody knows. Continue.
That's a sampling of about half the country. They are your family members, your neighbors, and they are voting.
Speak for yourself, sweetie.
Many said they're voting for him. Now, maybe you haven't been paying attention to him since he left office. Maybe you've been enjoying not hearing from him, thinking it can't happen again. Some investigation is going to stop him. Well, it hasn't so far. So if last night showed anything, it showed it can't.
My prediction is Trump will be in jail in 2024. Here's the thing, though, right? That may be, but that alone will not keep him from running for president. Famously, Eugene Debs was in prison during one of his presidential runs. So you can definitely run for president from, you know, prison, jail, whatever, right? That can happen. Now, can you win? Can you govern from prison? I don't know. That's a weird question, right? The real question, right? The real big, like 10 million, quadrillion dollar question is, can you pardon yourself? If you're in prison, you get elected president, and you say, I pardon Donald J. Trump as Donald J. Trump, does that hold? Are the courts going to be okay with that? I'm actually not sure. I'm really not sure about that one. But yeah, I have a feeling. Here's my prediction, right? Trump is going to be eaten alive by court cases, and it's going to take so much of his time that he's not going to be able to run. That either, they're gonna most likely, like, I think he will withdraw, like, and what happens from there, I don't know. I think he passes the torch on to somebody else. I think he names his like if you want to fight back against the crooked media and the crooked courts and the crooked Democrats, vote for whoever it is that he endorses, right? And then it'll be them versus DeSantis, but I honestly don't think that DeSantis's candidacy will last that long. You would be released from prison if you win the president. The president has immunity for being prosecuted, but that doesn't mean that the president gets released from prison, right? But there is a case to be made that a president can pardon people, right? The question is, can that pardoning apply? Because Nixon never tried to pardon himself. It was actually Ford, Gerald Ford, his vice president, who took over, who delivered the pardon for Nixon, right? So it's never been tested out whether somebody can pardon themselves. But I mean, stranger things have happened, and this court is extremely conservative.
And happen again. It is happening again. He hasn't changed, and he is running hard.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't.
Why did it happen the first time? Because CNN helped give him millions in free media, platforming all of his rallies without any pushback at all for months on end, and that helped to add to his popularity and his rise within the party. They're doing, it's happening again. Yeah.
I think it shouldn't be possible, but he can run for president. So who knows? Yeah, that's the question I have, Taco Cat. It's actually an open legal question. Not everybody agrees on it. It's just too sensitive. It's just too weird. He may also be eating too fast. Wait, who? Oh, the cat. Oh my god. Yeah, some cats just have really sensitive tummies. Who won't withdraw? Trump or?
With your help, if you continue doing this, platforming all his, because here's the thing, there's no way to properly combat Trump in a.
I think that he's going to have so many legal proceedings that he has to attend to, that he has to testify at, that he has to be a part of, right? And it's gonna take so much of his attention that somehow his candidacy will not be able to continue. Right? That's my prediction. I could be wrong. I could easily be wrong. But I feel like with this whole 2024 thing, there are shoes left to drop, right? On both sides of it, right? I really think that Biden's candidacy is more entirely tenuous. And what the complicating factor too is that Kamala is not popular enough to run for president. He can't just hand it over to Kamala. I mean, he can, but like it's not smart. It's not a good idea, and I have a feeling that this race is going to be shaken up. That's my prediction, right? And like I also think that at some point there's a major shakeup coming for the two major political parties, right? I think that we might see something completely new come out of all this. Neville took your phone. Oh my God. Rest of the point was that he is counting on being president. Yeah. So so there's a good reason for him to want to run for president, and that is that immunity that people talked about before. So the immunity won't the immunity isn't retroactive, right? If he's already been convicted, if he's already been sentenced, that sentence stands, right? At least, you know, at first. But he's getting elected would pause and possibly even end any prosecutions that were still ongoing, right? So it would be like, and what I mean by end is that like likely the statutes of limitations would run out after 4 years. So in other words, whatever prosecution that's still going on at that point, they effectively have to drop. But it does seem like one or more of these charges might actually be prosecuted before he would take office. And there's every chance that he could be in, even if he wins, he'd be in jail, like, or prison, you know, like, I mean, assuming it was a prison sentence, like, again, prison a lot of times is not the outcome for a wealthy person like Donald Trump. So maybe not prison, but I don't think people are going to vote for Kamala. I think, yeah, that, like, I predict a major shakeup in this race. And I predict that these parties are not going to last. I mean, I could be completely wrong about this, but this is as good a time as any for, like, the two major political parties are not popular, are not trusted. Like, I don't know how it'll happen, but I think they're gonna get supplanted, and probably by parties that are more extreme on both sides, right? Probably some form of you know, Democratic Socialist Party and some form of like more openly reactionary party will supplant the two major parties. Anyway, this is NCC way out on a limb. One-on-one
situation like that, because he lies upon lies
that's
upon
a possibility. Lies. That's a real possibility.
Lies within one sentence.
The MAGA
How can anybody possibly address that properly? Like, there's no. I don't know what the clear answer is to this, because I understand the point he's trying to make. Like, yeah, Trump is running for president. Be aware of him, but like, we are aware of him.
We're very aware.
When you have an audience just laughing and clapping at everything he says. Anybody who is apolitical, if those people still exist, or just, in passing, seeing this in an airport, he comes off as likable because of the whole environment he is in, and the laughing and the clapping and the supporting of him. Like, it's just, it doesn't help when he just bulldozes the moderator and the crowd loves him. Then what's the point of even doing this entire town hall? Like, I just don't understand the point of doing it.
Yeah, and that came off as really disingenuous to me too, for Anderson Cooper to make it seem like, oh no, light is the biggest disinfectant. Like, he didn't say that, but that was the implication. And it's like, we already know. Like, stop treating him like a normal candidate, because he's not. By the way, our guest is here, Jessie Gender.
Yes, there you go, Jessie Gender.
I came at a fun time. It sounds
Hello.
Right in the middle of our rant. We're sorry.
I know you're good. You're good. I was just like, oh, of course, I come in talking about this guy.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do?
Yeah, my name is Jessie Gender, for all of you who don't know me, or known as Jessie Gender on the intro. My actual name is Jesse Earl, and I'm a video essayist who makes videos about LGBTQ issues, transgender issues specifically, as well as social and political issues as well that sort of are adjacent or close to that, but aren't necessarily always specific on trans and LGBTQ issues. And then also I'm a giant nerd, so I also try and talk about pop culture and sort of analyze pop culture like Star Trek and things like that through a leftist lens, I guess is probably the best way to put it. So in trying to say like, hey, here's how we can like look at how pop culture sort of fits into what we're talking about in the real world right now. So yeah.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. So I have an important question on that note. Since you said you're a nerd, are you also very excited about Tears of the Kingdom releasing tomorrow?
No, see, oh man, I feel like a bad nerd because in terms of gaming, in terms of that specific game, because I've never gotten into Zelda. Like I've never gotten into that particular genre. I keep trying and I'm like, I get like 10 minutes in and I always fail, specifically with those games because I hate weapon durability. I hate weapon durability.
That's fair.
Oh yeah,
I hear that. No,
it's
I
grew on me.
I like the Zelda like stories. I think they're probably the most well-written video games there are, but it's just not my style of video game to play.
Exactly. It's like I have so much respect for them, but then I just sort of like am aimless and like I don't know where I'm supposed to go, what I'm supposed to do here. I'm a big fan of like I'm more like story heavy game, like really big story heavy games like Mass Effect, or you can see it behind.
Wait, but Zelda's a very story.
Did anybody? She said Mass Effect, or I couldn't tell what the second thing was.
It is in a much more like
kind of. It's more it's less direct. Than maybe like a Mass Effect is in terms of dialogue.
Oh yeah, that's right. Riverboat Jack is the other one that like has anybody seen the Riverboat Jack? I've heard that Riverboat Jack has really been on the like whole anti-white racism thing lately.
It doesn't really speak.
Oh, with dialogue and stuff. Right. Okay. Right. Yeah. I mean, I just don't like the whole long-winded dozens of hours of gameplay. It's not a game you could just pick up and play. I also don't really like single-player games all that much because I've been spoiled by online multiplayer games.
Oh, see, I'm the exact opposite. I just play single. Like I barely play multiplayer games. I just play single-player games.
Same.
So, yep.
Yeah, same.
I'm more that way.
You're all antisocial.
It's true. Well, it's nice to have you, Jesse.
Oh, thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here.
And actually, I was saying earlier, I just randomly quote tweeted one of your tweets this morning, not knowing you're going to be on the show. It was the gaming one, 4 games that defined your childhood.
Oh yeah.
So I was like, oh, cool, we're gonna have a gamer on. Awesome.
Yeah.
I was
did
also
you answer that
mentioning earlier.
I did, yes.
Check it out.
I was gonna say I was also mentioning earlier how I think you have like Dollars for Donuts, the best debunking of What Is a Woman by Matt Walsh, and so I was trying to promote that to everyone.
Yes.
And you also got in trouble for that one too, right? Didn't like you get a video flagged or something?
Yeah, no. So that
by
Walshies, is fun.
Because, we don't know that for sure, right? But I think so. I got my TikTok taken down by Walshies. I mean, these people are.
I put up that video, and immediately, like an hour after it went up, it got taken down and got a community violation because of unwanted sexualization in the video, and I had to go through this whole fight with YouTube. I'm also on Nebula, so Nebula reached out to YouTube and finally got them to tell me what the problem was and why I got that violation. And the reason is, in the video, there's like at the top, I have like a joke mannequin with Matt Walsh's face on it. It's just like a naked woman mannequin with Matt Walsh's face on it. So
yeah, if you got connections, you get to hear about like why they flagged your video. It doesn't necessarily get you unflagged, but you at least get to hear the story. And yeah, it was a mannequin. She literally had a mannequin with a beard on it, and she got in trouble for that.
And I cut in at the opening of the video going like, oh, it's okay, baby. We'll take it slow. Like that was the joke. And it was just like
why didn't, like, it's like literally the ContraPoints thing with Jordan Peterson. Like, right? How did she get in trouble for that? It's probably because Matt Walsh's fans are 1,000 times more toxic even than Peterson's.
Like meant to be like, oh, kind of like,
the cartoon version of Matt Walsh that I have here is like consenting to like go on a date with me or whatever, and they consider that unwanted sexualization, which is hilarious because it's like I, as a trans woman, make a slightly sexualized joke about a cartoon version of that man, whereas Walsh can sexualize trans people's bodies all day
the time,
totally
24/7.
It's like trans people sexualize the cis person. It's
like,
awful.
yo, if you think, okay, so here's the thing, like, if it was really this grave offense to sexualize other content creators on YouTube, if that's the issue, then what about Tim Pool? What about Tim Pool talking about Jazz Jennings? Like, that was weird. That was messed up. Yeah, Riverboat Jack is a big friend of Vosh.
And if this person sexualizes trans people, it's Tuesday. So
Yeah.
Steven Crowder has literally
Walsh is the worst grifter.
uploaded segments where he dresses as a trans person and pretends to in these segments rape people in prison.
Yeah,
like that's his whole.
Me being like, oh, we'll take it slow, baby. Oh, hello, like that's literally it was 2 seconds, and that's unwanted sexualization. So yeah,
that's
fun times. It just
that's so ridiculous.
It showcased the.
So was the? I wonder, was it the mannequin or was it what she said?
To me, it showcased. I want to say the hypocrisy of YouTube, which is true. They continually let that man do horrible shit. But it also just showcased to me too, like,
well, thankfully, Matt Walsh is no longer on YouTube, at least for now.
Implicit assumptions around like the sexualization of trans people. Like, we are inherently seen as sexual beings, so it's okay to talk.
It's acceptable,
talk about us in those terms as like being a fetish by just existing. Whereas, again, I do it to someone like Matt Walsh and like the people at YouTube who makes those decisions, like instantly see that as like, oh, that's sexualizing him. Whereas him talking about us is just like there's no like understanding of like him sexualizing us.
It's
it's like cis entitlement to trans bodies.
Infuriating.
Wasn't taking down or doing anything about the entire, like when Boston Children's Hospital was getting multiple bomb threats, teachers, nurses, they were getting fucking tons. And
how are we doing? How are we doing on likes on YouTube?
Tons of death threats and stuff like that. I was like, YouTube, you are one of the things facilitating this right now. You know, you have to take a stance. You can't like just become queer for like 1 month of the year when it's Pride, and then you put the logo on and everyone's like, yay, you care. When this is having real world consequences. What this man is saying.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous because even recently, like he came out and says, "Oh, my channel got demonetized because of the Dylan Mulvaney stuff because I was you know," and he wasn't using the pronoun her. He's like, "Oh, because I use the biological like pronouns." Blah, 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 blah. And it's like that's what took YouTube to get to that point. Like I
love her Matt Walsh impression.
Like it's, I mean, it showcases like how ridiculous that situation around Dylan Mulvaney is. Like that's what got them there. But it's like that's the thing, not the Boston Children's Hospital, not his repeated like sending people, his audience, to harass like trans people and trans supportive people directly, like giving people phone numbers and again calling trans people fetishes and mutilated and all that jazz, like literally every day. So. Yeah.
And making so much money.
It was ridiculous. It was, I forgot what the number, but it was like
I think he said $100,000 a month, right?
Yeah. I was like, I wish. Well, it also showed his stuff got leaked, right? And he had those like emails with Steven Crowder where like he said like, I'm a capitalist, so I'm gonna really double down on this stuff. It just showcases like how much of like it. I mean, we already knew this. It is just like people just doing it for money to grift. But it's like you did think about like him being like one of the true believers, like he really believed the bullshit a little bit. But it's like, nah, he's just doing it for money. And you see that like his audience spiked up as soon as he started doing trans shit. Like he wasn't even at a million.
Well, do you not feel like it's both with him? Because there is an element of Matt Walsh where I feel that he is so deeply unpleasant, unentertaining. Like at least like Alex Jones is a massive monster, but at least you could say he's entertaining. Matt Walsh is not that. So I feel like Matt Walsh has to be extra horrifying and horrible because otherwise, why would anyone pay attention to him?
He is so boring. They're all boring.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Just like Higher Right Check. Same thing.
That's another thing too that's hilarious too is in the video that I did on him, I just make dumb jokes about him, like he looks like a Wolverine cosplayer because he's always wearing
36
flannel and has a terrible beard, like shit like that. And I keep getting.
If you haven't already liked the video, understand that this is the way that you will make my video appear in more people's feeds. And we want that. We need that. We crave that. If you want to see better content in the future, if you want to see higher profile guests in the future, all that stuff lies behind the simple act of clicking that little thumb. It seems so simple. It seems so rudimentary. Where some of us, we've been on YouTube a long time. We're above clicking the like button. I swear to God, though, if you click that like button, amazing opportunities will be opening very soon.
So many like tone policing comments from like Matt Walsh fans who come on the video who are just like, oh well, I was gonna listen to you, but how dare you like insult him and say his beard is mid. That's
You're the softest
ridiculous.
people in
I'm
the
like,
world. Like,
yeah,
Christ.
exactly. Literally every day, it's just like, I was willing to give you a shot, but then you insulted his beard in the first 2 minutes. You just showcases your trans agenda. I'm like, okay.
Somebody just reached level 10.
As if you would have been able to win them over had you not mentioned that.
No, I don't feel bad about it at all. I'm happy I made the joke. Screw him. He has a mid beard.
That was you, Globbits. Congratulations. I'd play the Evangelion clip, but we'd get in trouble for that. So, but you can imagine
his beard is mid, and I think he needs to get on my level. Maybe he's lacking some tea. But he's he's just he's a
some testosterone injections. It's fine. Be a real man. Come on.
Yeah. No, I think that like a lot of these people, it is absolutely just negative engagement farming. Like I think you made the great point, Jesse, that like these people are untalented hacks, and so in order to get, or I guess I should say, in order to make up for the lack of talent, they can get attention by just being as extreme as possible. Like, it wasn't until Matt Walsh started to find success with his anti-trans bullshit that we saw Michael Knowles start talking about, trans people and making genocidal comments like that. So if you don't have talent, that's what they do. And it's really unfortunate that it works, because it shouldn't. Like, it should be transparent, and people should just see that these people are just very clearly trying to elicit a reaction.
Well, yeah, it kind of goes back to what I was talking about before, right? Where it's like so much of trans issues are misunderstood or misinformed about, and so people don't like understand the nuances of a lot of it, and people are learning, and that's fine. People are on learning journeys, but because there is that gap in knowledge, people can then go out and say extreme horrific shit, which then sort of generates all the attention and clicks. But because it's not as understood, places like YouTube and other places don't like have rules about it, don't understand it, and so like, well, maybe that's fine if he's saying that, and don't like have like clear like lines in the sand about that crap, because trans issues are so misunderstood, quite obviously. And so they just are allowed to say horrific, toxic, genocidal crap and get away with it, because our society generally just does not understand what these things actually mean for trans people's lives, and what it means also too for other folks too, because when you attack trans people, you're also attacking bodily autonomy rights and things like that, and it dovetails with so many other things like women's rights and issues of people of color and things like that as well. So
yeah, it's all interconnected.
Oh yeah, they definitely don't. And I gotta say this, all right. As much as that you might be tempted to, don't do anything that's like shenanigans, like making another account. They will not appreciate that, right? They will not, like, they'll know if you do it, and I don't know if I'll get in trouble, but it definitely won't help me. So, let's not try them out. They've been pretty nice to me in extending my campaign, because I couldn't get my BlueStacks going, right? The program that I got to use to play this. I was having trouble figuring out how to do it, and finally figured it out on Sunday. So they gave me a few extra days. So we got until tomorrow at 10 p.m. to be able to grind all the levels you can. If you can get up to level 10, if we can get one other person to level 10, that will be huge for me. That will be literally money in my pocket. If we can get, like, I think it's like, what is it, 2 more people? Wait, I can't tell if it's like 2 or 1 or 3 more people to build. Hey, what's up, Shakespeare? To build their second ship. And if you have problems with that, if you can't figure out the second ship, make sure to ask in Discord. We've got a specific channel directed towards this game, right? That is a text channel. That is Weasel Federation. If you scroll down to fun, scroll all the way down to the bottom, you'll find the Weasel Federation channel. If you've got questions about how things work, or how do you open up certain things, like how do I get my second ship, for instance, check in there. You can also check in. We've got like a right up here. That is This is our voice chat. You'll start off in Galaxy, which will be people posting eggplants, apparently, all over the place in your Galaxy. But then you click over here to Alliance. And once you're on Alliance, that's us, and you can ask in there. The other place you can do, if you really want to, go in the gaming voice chat. And if you need something like explained to you, right, where text is not enough, that's a great place to do that, right? You could feel free to use our gaming voice channel to get help, because like the ship it's not hard, but it's also not intuitive. So definitely ask for help if you need it.
The climate has gotten very, very scary with regard to trans issues, and I always try to temper my rhetoric. I don't want to be perceived as being too hyperbolic, but I feel
I just think they'll know. I mean, this is Star Trek. They know their tech. We will get to where we want to go. Keep the faith. Yes, no shenanigans allowed. No silly goose behavior. Yeah.
I feel like at this point in time, like this is genocidal territory, and like even if you're in a blue state, transphobia can still, like, you're more protected, but transphobia is still rampant. Like I've been arguing with my family all week because one of my trans family,
like, if you live in a blue state, there's a good chance that like you've got like urban centers that are very, you know, that are pretty good. Not universally, right? Because there's chuds everywhere, and they will always give you a hard time. But you go a little bit outside of those urban centers, and you a lot of times have like a very different dynamic. So
members was
even places like California, New York, definitely Oregon, definitely places like that.
Attacked by one of my cousins, just because there was a photograph posted on them. So it's like, oh, here's a photograph of a trans person. So that photograph was clearly posted because you want attention. It's not like other people don't also post photographs of themselves.
Yeah, no,
you know,
it's every time a trans person does something, it's like signs of our narcissism. You know,
Yeah.
I'm a narcissist because I'm a YouTuber, not because I'm trans. but I mean, like, yeah, no, it's just like anytime a trans person speaks up or anything, they always say is like, oh, you're narcissistic. Oh, especially for trans women. Oh, you're socialized male, or you're just showing your masculinity. It's just like the same thing constantly.
Okay, and that socialized male thing, from my understanding, that's going to be her the subject of her next video. Oh, some of you might have already seen it. Yeah, it's going to be coming out soon, I believe, her next video.
With really a lot of marginalized people, whenever they speak up, it's just sort of like ways to sort of delegitimize their speaking up about their own issues constantly. And yeah, when people do
in Inyo County, California,
sometimes think that like the rhetoric around trans genocide,
and it almost feels like, right, in those states, the fact that there's urban centers that are, you know, the parts of the state like really want, like are really conservative, and they never get what they want because those urban centers are bigger, and there is this resentment that gets built up and almost like expresses itself against marginalized people, expresses itself against trans people, because sometimes they can get, you know, enough people in the urban centers to be like, oh, I don't know about, like, you know, the you know, like especially like trans kids or something like that, right? Like there's always an issue that they can demagogue.
Is hyperbolic, and I understand that because a lot of, you know, people's common views of like genocide is like, you know, people sent to camps and mass deaths, like, you know, mass graves,
right.
everything. But like genocide is also like trying to deny people being them whole selves, trying to take away kids from families, which we see in different states right now, where like there are laws that say you can take people away from their parents and separate families. And also to like things like Florida, where they sort of like have this like 3 degrees of separation, where it's like if you exist in public, not in your assigned gender, that's like sexual grooming, and then they can, you know, they have a law now that they just passed that says, you know, anyone accused of sexual grooming can be put up for the death penalty. Clearly, like connecting the dots of like you can be killed for being trans. And so like, yeah, it's not like what people commonly conceptualize of as genocide, but it is trans people getting killed, ostracized, put out, split up from their families, cut off from our own identity and our own sense of culture and community. So I understand why people think it's hyperbolic, but I don't think it is in the slightest. So
yeah, I've gotten to the point where I feel like whenever I talk about like one of these new laws, like I almost feel like it's incumbent on me to use the word genocide, just because we're at that point, and I feel like the normies, the people who don't follow this, they really have to pay attention. And they need to realize how serious the situation is, and it's only going to get worse if this continues. I mean, like, we're in May, right, middle of May, and there's been almost 500 bills introduced across the country. Most of them bans on gender affirming care. I mean, this is like record breaking. So yeah, it's genuinely scary, and to see like that rhetoric kind of like trickle down into like personal circles and whatnot. It's just you can tell how vicious and how like wide reaching like the transphobia is, like, because like going back to like my family, like the talking points that they use very clearly come from Fox News. And you know, it also shows you how like a lot of these issues are
You got 2 parts of the jellyfish ship from a quest. Oh my god, that's awesome.
Connected. Like,
I've been afraid to do it because I tried to beat Molderon. Did you beat Molderon yet, Globbits? Like, I'm stuck at this Molderon quest, right? I don't know. Maybe I should be doing other things.
There's a lot of like, there's this push by the right. I think this is all AstroTurf to like separate the LGB from the T. But I mean, you can't do that, because I mean, trans and gay people.
Steve, we were just talking about the promotion, the sponsorship. We're sponsored by Star Trek Fleet Commander, and people were asking what they could do to help, right? And the things that you can do to help me out with this sponsorship is first click on the affiliate link, then download the app to your phone, start playing, try to grind to level 5. The next goal is like unlocking your second ship, and if you're really good, then try to get to level 10, right? But like, people were asking if there are other things they can do after they get to level 10. And I'm going to discourage you from doing anything like that. Don't make another account. Don't do anything like tricky or, you know, like any shenanigans, right? Because like, they'll probably figure that out, right? And it doesn't look good on me. So I'll go on the record here as just discouraging you from trying to do anything else. Yeah, these 3 objectives are that's kind of all you can unlock, but keep on playing if you want to. If you find it a fun game, that's what the promotion is about, right? They want me to get you to try out the game. They don't need me to get you to pay for anything or buy anything or anything like that. They're just trying to get more people to give the game a try. And if it's like really fun and you want to go move, you know, progress faster, the paid options are there. But it is a free to play game, and from what I've seen, it's perfectly sustainable to play this game completely for free. I haven't spent any money on it. I'm now at level, I'm almost at level 13 here, right? So no need to spend money so far.
Are discriminated against for the same reason, like we violate gender norms. But like,
it's hard, especially fighting Molderon. I don't know how to beat Molderon.
Like, people who, after I defended my trans family member, coming out and telling me their true feelings about homosexuals again. So it's like
the quest. You're talking about the planetary quest. So that's what Globbits is talking about, right? There's so in every system. What is it, like the main planet? You go to the main planet and there's like a series of quests, right? And you can do those and they unlock a bunch of stuff. Globbits is saying they unlocked the parts for the jellyfish, which is a very high level ship, right? It's a very very high level thing.
See, like, it takes so little to like get them to let the mask come off, and yeah, it's ridiculous. So
you would recommend me not taking too many corporate sponsorships. All right, well, as a leftist, I need to make my content sustainable, and you know, this is just a fun thing that we're doing together. We're all playing this game. It doesn't cost any money, so this is definitely a sponsorship that I feel a lot better about taking, rather than encouraging people to spend money on something that they don't really need. I'd rather encourage people to try out a mobile game.
It's all interconnected, as you say, because like a lot of like why trans people are so vilified.
But Steve, feel free to donate money if you have another idea. If you're some kind of like super wealthy person that can just donate all the money, and you know, we can get rid of those sponsorships altogether. But one way or the other, we got to make this work.
Clearly showcase a lot. Like we sort of destroy a lot of the implicit assumptions we have about gender
Mhm.
in our society. And often gender is a lot of ways that we sort of build off of different bigotries. You know, how we sort of like see men and women as separate, and women as like weak.
Yeah, I don't know, Steve. I think the rest of the chat wants me to be able to eat. So sorry, voted down.
And needing to be protected, and you know, we have
Like the NCC should starve proposition is officially voted down.
Home, and men go and do do all the work and things like that, and women's bodies need to be controlled constantly. But then also you can tie it into like one of the things that I always like to showcase a lot of these assumptions is sports. You know, there's the big thing about trans people in sports, and I actually like to use that as a great discussion point, because there's a lot of people that sort of assume that like, well, you know, women are weaker, and so if you have a biological male, quote unquote, put into women's sports, it's they're going to be beating women all the time, cisgender women. But
okay, well, I don't come to your workplace and say that you shouldn't get paid, Steve. So I'd appreciate you extending me the same courtesy.
The question that I propose is, why do we have a sort of delineation?
Do you think I'm Hassan? Like what?
Of men versus women.
Do I look like Vosh? Do I look like no, I shouldn't say Xander Hall. Xander Hall's like Xander Hall's living looks like to me in some kind of a pretty small apartment himself, right?
Sports, anyways.
There are definitely leftist content creators out there that are doing quite well for themselves. But
where
I'm not one of them.
You know, some people will be able to be
better.
NCC
and Abby. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just getting salty with you, Steve. We love you.
And things like that. It's like there are better ways to sort of segregate in sports rather than just
better,
along
Star
gender.
Trek or Star Wars? I don't know. What do you think? I don't know the most about Star Wars. No, I do. Wait, no, I actually don't know that much about either of them. I've seen a few of the episodes of Star Trek. I've seen a few of the movies of Star Wars, but I don't have like a complete like knowledge, right? The ones that I've seen are like the ones, what was it with you know, when Anakin's like on the pod racer and he's trying to get off the planet, and then Princess Amidala. Like I've seen those ones. No, you didn't offend me. I'm just being salty. What is the right word? I'm high in sodium, Steve. I'm high in sodium tonight.
Lines, and by adding trans people into the discussion,
but that's okay because I got plenty of
because
void coffee.
This sort of goes to the interconnected nature of it all.
Plenty of void coffee here.
When people try to set laws or rules in sports about like you need to have so much testosterone level to be able to compete in women's sports, or so estrogen level, whatever the line is, it'll not just sort of ostracize white trans women, but also ostracize black people, from black women specifically.
He's streaming constantly
in there because our idea of what a woman is often white womanhood and white privileged womanhood.
I feel like I work hard for my money.
It showcases a lot of like the assumptions around trans people often are based off of like the race science that created a lot of our gender expectations long time ago as well, and showcase a lot of the implicit racism in a lot of these assumptions that underlie a lot of it. So yeah, it's all interconnected is basically the thing.
I think Star Trek is more interesting because it has themes of socialism and luxury space communism. You know, that's an interesting take. Yeah, I could see that. I'm like, so George Lucas like kind of strikes me as more of a lib. Am I right about that? I don't know the most about like Star Wars. I'll be honest, right? But my understanding is that like the inspiration for the original Star Wars was George Lucas, you know, like kind of growing up under Vietnam and seeing Richard Nixon, you know, consolidating power, and that's where the kind of concept of the empire and the, you know, they just kind of it's you know it's like lib shit, but it's like boomer lib shit, right? And then maybe Star Trek is a little bit more like space DSA or something. I don't know.
So well put.
Since we brought up
I mean, it is supposed to be like a moneyless, classless society, right?
Sports and Matt Walsh. I don't know if you guys saw this week, but this apparently ice hockey, not manly. Like they're now like this, and of course Matt.
Yeah. What was his take? It was because they have like, what are they like? So before the game, they'll come out with like patches. And sometimes it's like support, you know, breast cancer research, but sometimes it's like LGBT rights or something like that. And Matt Walsh is mad about that.
Walsh is the expert on what is and isn't manly, apparently. This is just
you can never be fully manly in ice skates. Oh my, he's just asking for some big hockey player to come and pull his flannel over his head and show him how to be manly in ice skates. I don't know.
I don't know what the goal is here, but
that effing walrus too. Look at that walrus in the background.
This is just incredible.
The organizations NFL and NHL are both certainly a lot less manly today than they were even 10 years ago, certainly 30 years ago. But if we were having this conversation 10 years ago, before the NHL started doing Pride Nights and all the rest of it.
Yeah, that's for figure skaters. That's what I don't know why he's associating like figure skating. Also, what's wrong with figure skating? Like, oh my God. You know what? Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Matt Walsh is a gender essentialist, right? And he's, his film is What is a Woman, right? He believes in like a material, tangible, like substantial like reality to gender sex, which he is one concept for him, right? Gender sex is real, and if you're trans, you're like in denial of reality, and it's just like he thinks there's something real there. The thing is, though, if you start to ask women, if you want to know what is a woman, how about we ask women? How about we start there? Like, how many men does he ask about what is a woman, right? How many men does he ask, right? If you start asking women, what does it mean to be a woman? You're going to get as many different answers as you ask women, right? You're going to get a lot of different answers because it means a different thing to everybody, right? At the center, like, this is the construction, right? And that doesn't mean that it's bad or that, it's more based to like abolish gender and like not just like, deny it or something like that. I'm not saying that, right? I am saying that this sort of imbuing it with more substance than it really has is definitely a mistake. And it's funny because, like, right, if you look at cis heteronormative people's reaction to queer culture, to queer sexuality, when they experience it, when they see it, when they're around it, right, they have some reactions, right? And one of those reactions could be disgust, right? One of those reactions could be curiosity. One of those reactions could be fascination or not fascination. That's the wrong way to put it. I'm trying to think like they find a way to otherize it. And there's so many different ways they can do it. It's not just through disgust, right? That's Matt Walsh's like reaction to queerness is disgust. But there's a lot of other reactions that otherize it, right? Novelty is a pretty common reaction to that encounter. And what they're really trying to do is take this thing that they're seeing and externalize it, otherize it, right? You'll get like guys that talk about like, I don't know how any guy could ever be attracted to another guy. Like, I can't imagine like rubbing my face up and feeling another guy's hair is like touch, like, right. They got all these reactions and that's fine. Like, it might not be your cup of tea, whatever. Right. But what's funny to me is that they don't see that to a different person encountering like heteronormative culture could be just as exotic, right? They look at their own sexuality and they see a substantial, like, they see it as being as having a substance that queerness doesn't, right? And it's just like, it's relative. That's all. It's relative.
Then maybe you can make an argument for the NHL. But now, and the NFL went woke too, but not to that level. Like the NFL.
Well, abolishing gender, I mean, like, it depends on what you mean, right? If you want to live beyond gender, if you want to live in absence of gender, that's valid. But I'm not going to come around and be like the gender police and be like, excuse me, have you abolished your gender today? You seem to be showing a little bit too much gender. That's why what I would be in, what I would call what I'm in favor of is more something along the lines of gender liberation rather than gender abolition, right? Because I don't think that it's a social construct, and it probably has too much power. Let me put this a different way. The power is too centralized, right? And so I stand for the devolution of that power, the decentralization of that power, and indeed, like it, the abolition of the hierarchies. Yeah, does that make sense? The abolition of the hierarchies resulting from that power, that power. But I'm not somebody that sees people expressing gender, even traditional gender, as being like wrong in and of itself. I just want to give people, more options, because I think we're talking about like a person's subjective experience of their gender. We're talking about the subjective experience of reality, right? A lot of times that gets like pushed down, taken less seriously, debased, if you will, right? That you hear it from the right-wing debate lords, and facts don't care about your feelings. And you might hear it from some even on the left, of like, if somebody's such a material conditions head that they want, it drives them to kind of deny subjective experience without realizing the dialectical relationship between these two things, then that's a mistake too, right? So yeah, there's my take on that.
Where they got to wear the rainbow uniforms and everything else. So NFL wins out.
Is there a way that well, what do you mean by abolishing gender, right? Do you mean like I think that like imposing like a subjective reality that people don't accept on them is always going to be a problem. Gender is a social construct, right? But social construct doesn't mean bad. Social constructs can be the tools of hierarchy, of unjust hierarchy, but if they're not, then they're not problematic. If they just exist as an expression of somebody's subjective reality, I don't really see the problem with that.
For that alone.
Which, by the way, just to interject, there's only the NHL. I mean, they're attempting to try and be a little more open to some of this stuff. They have it's the pregame like outfit. There's like a pride night that every team at some point has had, where there's a rainbow somewhere on the outfit, and most players wear it. Some have objected and haven't worn it, but that's all this. It's barely even like scratching the surface.
I've never heard of this. Is hockey too woke for Matt Walsh?
Exclusivity. Yeah. And this already has apparently made hockey no longer manly.
Well, NHL is pride nights. NFL doesn't at this point, so NFL wins. Then we talk about the sports, and yeah, on hockey, you've got, first of all, fighting after the play is part. I mean, that's cool. The fact that you can just beat the hell out of each other for reasons has nothing to do with what's actually happening on the. I don't know. I've never watched hockey, but I guess.
So you're admitting the people that you are denigrating as not being manly because they wear ice skates could possibly beat the hell out of you. Okay, at least you're aware of that.
He hasn't even watched hockey, and he's like just going off about what sports are manly and
who asked, right?
Not manly.
L plus ratio plus who asked.
Like, this is so. How is he not embarrassed? Like, how is this not just completely embarrassing to be? This is what you're doing now. It's just like you're the decider on what is a manly sport, and you don't even watch sports. Like, what? What are you good?
What show is the jellyfish from? Like, which Star Trek series is that spaceship in?
What are you doing? Like, I don't understand how this guy has any appeal at all. He is the most uncharismatic, boring ass right-wing individual that exists in media, yet somehow making $100 million a month. It just this guy is I don't get it.
Yeah, Matt Walsh is what you get when you order the humanist report from wish.com. I don't understand how this man has a platform. I mean, come on, how does he have
Oh
more?
my god, I didn't even notice that. Look at Mike and look at Matt Walsh. Like on a very superficial level, they look similar. Not really, right? And we're also seeing like a tiny little head of Mike here and a tiny little right. But yeah, like beard, glasses, similar color hair, button-up shirt. On a very superficial level, they do look alike.
More subs than me.
He gives his audience what they want, you know?
He
I mean,
is.
not saying
So do
you
I,
don't,
though.
but his audience is a lot more willing to pay for it because they are, they first of all, they have a lot more money, just period.
Yeah, true.
Right-wing audience definitely has more money than a left-wing audience. There's no doubt about it. They're older usually, so they have more.
And honestly, it's not even about the audience necessarily, right? They're right-wingers, even right-wingers who are mainly talking about social issues, are very useful to the capitalist class, right? If we're stuck fighting for our existence as trans people, as marginalized people, then, it keeps us occupied. Whereas, like, there's less time, there's less energy. Yeah, there's less. Wait, what is it called? Time energy? Is that the concept I'm looking for? Time energy, to put towards revolution, to put towards overthrowing the class hierarchy, and like it's just more. It kind of gives them a buffer zone. So even if these right-wing paymasters might not really care that much about social issues, right? Which I think for most of them, they don't, unless they've got like a, trans family member, they generally don't really care either way. And keeping even, stuff like abortion as something that has to be struggled for is beneficial to them in that it dilutes the directness, the degree to which we can direct our effort on revolution. And yeah, promoting things like this to divide people up on, right? It makes it harder to form that base of solidarity that's necessary.
Money to throw around.
Yeah.
And there are so many right-wingers. Like if you are... Oh, thank you, Nessara. Thank you for the €5. And thank you for the sticker. The solidarity high five. Is the jellyfish from the new movies? I actually don't know. Does anybody know? It looks really cool.
Guys get mad at each other. You just beat the hell out of each other, and it's understood that that's what you're going to do. So that's cool. You don't have that as much in football, but at the same time, I got to deduct points based on the fact that you are on ice skates, which is a little bit, it's like that's what figure skaters use, and it's like it's a little bit sort of.
This
dainty,
is so petulant and
ice
weird.
Skating around.
It really is. Like, oh, you might get the cooties from the ice skates.
Yeah, it's like it's so worried about like appearances and like
yeah.
Someone may think I'm a little girly because I'm wearing skates because figure skaters also wear skates. Like this is what 8-year-olds talk about. Like this is so surface,
yeah, maybe like 8 to 13-year-olds
level like weirdo bullshit. And anyway, this just made me think like I want to see him get hit into the boards. I want to see him get a puck to the face, and I want to see how he takes that. like it's all of this is so stupid.
In my opinion, when a woman chooses to embrace traditional femininity, like being a homemaker, she is internalizing sexism. I think that can cause a woman to make that choice. but I also think that dividing like the I mean, when you're talking about that kind of gender role, you're talking about division of labor. Obviously, if it's a result of a hierarchy, that's different than it's a result of somebody's personal choice. But yeah, in the same way that a personal choice for, it doesn't have to be along the lines of feminine, masculine, like that sort of thing. Like these are all social constructions, and what I want them to be is more up to people's choices rather than imposed from a top-down hierarchy.
He's the type of person who
or hierarchy.
Like when he's trying on shirts at the store, he's asking his wife not if it fits him or if it looks good on him, but does this make me look gay? Is there too much like girly colors? Somebody said, Kathleen said in the chat, yeah, nothing beats the riveting commentary like Mike's commentary on Kay Ivy's burp. You go, Queen. Thank you. Right? That is exponentially more substantive than anything Matt Walsh has ever said.
He's just, it's just funny when you were talking about how boring he is, because he really it's like just showcase all they have is like hate.
As long as someone isn't trying to impose their version of femininity on others, they should be free to express their own form, even if it's more traditional. I don't think it's biological. If a woman feels the need to stay at home, oh yeah, no, definitely. I wouldn't like that. That's what I mean is like there's these sort of connections that are part of that social construction that need to not necessarily be severed, but be flexible, if that makes sense, right? It's the flexibility, they need to be moved, but to make them flexible, right? Because there's just
they have to say extreme shit because they're just dull. They don't have anything interesting to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like
they're also stupid, so they just try to fill the air. So they just keep talking, and then they end up talking about the dumbest shit imaginable. It's like they're filibustering their own shows. It's just I just don't understand how people can watch this.
Well, I mean, like this is like what they do,
and they try to like one up each other because like him and who's the other guy, Michael Knowles, who's also incredibly boring.
They are in a competition.
Like there was one week where Michael, I forget what it is now. Thank God that he's not as important in my brain. I just forget about him. But he said something that was like really extreme, and Santa got covered by everybody. And then the next week he tried something else, and it didn't hit as strong. Like they're just trying every week to see what does and doesn't hit for them, and it's purely about money, and they do not care about the hate they are spreading. They don't care about the impact at all. It's just, what can I do for people to cover me, to know I exist because I'm a failed actor? All these people, like failed actors, failed writers. Ben Shapiro, failed writer. His parents from Hollywood, yet he spends all this time complaining about Hollywood. Someone like Dave Rubin, failed comedian. Michael Knowles was a failed actor. Like all these people have all this background in trying to be famous in some way or another, and failed at doing that. So they found a way to be famous by having no soul. And that's essentially what all these people do now.
Yeah, I saw through RM Brown's video. He was talking about Michael Knowles, who brought on like this expert to talk about how porn can hypnotize you. I think he said in particular like trans porn. And I'm just like, dude, you're okay.
Oh, here we are.
There's so many layers to the insanity. You're talking about
that's a projection, I'm betting there. They're hypnotizing me with their porn. It's not my fault that
I should have covered this. Yeah, Michael Knowles was talking about sissy hypno, right? If you haven't heard this, it's just I don't even know how to explain it. It's like a fetish, and like I don't know that much about it, but Michael Knowles is seeing it as something insidious, right? They're gonna get you with the sissy hypno, and it's like, are they getting you, Michael? I don't know. If you don't know, Michael Knowles, yeah, they mentioned that these people were mostly failed actors. Like, it's uncanny how many failed actors you have in the Daily Wire, right? It's like this is where failed actors go, I guess, to become conservative grifters, or at least some failed actors. But Michael Knowles, if you've ever seen his student film, like he actually plays kind of it's a strange film. Like he basically plays like a like a predator who is bisexual and who takes advantage of like a conservative guy who doesn't realize that he's got like some level of attraction to men, right? He, you know, I don't even know, like, right? Because you know, when you watch a movie like that, you're like, all right, there's like an agenda here, but I'm not sure what it is. I don't think it's a good one, though. I don't think it's a good one. I don't think that associating like predatory behavior with like queer people is like. I feel like there's something along the lines of that, but like it's weird to me too, because like if it was a movie made by like evangelical Christians, like it has way too much homoerotic content, like to be something that I would think would be made by like Christian evangelicals. So I'm not sure what was going on with that, but yeah, he's got, you know, a kind of a post-sex scene with a guy, and I watched 13 days worth of trans Pornhub, and can I attest, very attractive.
I watched so much of it.
Yeah, is that not like him telling on himself, where he's this concerned about porn? It's like, listen, there's a simple solution. Don't watch porn. But you are, and you feel guilty about it, which is why you're trying to
blame porn for making you have these feelings that you literally already have. Like,
I don't know, talk with an expert about porn and how.
So we're gonna get into Tim Pool's weird ideas about trans people tomorrow, right? We're gonna watch Xander Hall go after Lance, and like I said, Xander Hall is the king of haters. I have never seen anybody so lost in the sauce of his own haterade as Xander Hall. Obviously, I had some criticisms for the going on Tim Pool, right? I just don't see how it can have a good outcome overall, right? But Lance and Matt, you know, both of whom I've talked to on stream, you know, went on and had debates with Tim Pool, and I mean they were trying to, you know, do something good there. I just don't think that, like, the way that Tim Pool's got it set up, it's almost like you just can't win. But Xander Hall's criticisms are not nearly as good faith. I make my criticisms. I make sure that you understand. I do not hate Lance. It's not about hate. I don't think that, you know, he's doing this for the wrong reason. I think he thinks he can somehow, you know, crack through that shell, crack through that bubble that Tim Pool is existing in, and maybe change some people's minds. Like, right, it's, you know, I hope it works somehow, but I disagree with him on strategies. Right, Xander Hall just hates his guts. Right? He's friends with the wrong people. Xander Hall's been looking for a chance to go after Lance, and he's finally found it. And like I, you know, on some level, like I got some problems with, you know, him going on Tim Pool, but I'm able to kind of contain those within understanding that that it's not about like trying to destroy Lance or hating him or anything like that, and just, you'll see tomorrow, right? And then after that, we're gonna watch the second half of Lance and Tim Pool, in which supposedly Lance does better. They've been talking about this. They showed us a little bit. They teased us, right? This is where Tim Pool starts talking about whether or not it's gay to take an or how do I say this without being TOS, like whether or not experiencing different kinds of mouthfeel. There we go. To use a ContraPoints reference, mouthfeel, fellas, is it gay? And we're gonna find out tomorrow with Tim Pool. That's where that tweet came from, right? That's what got Tim Pool talking about like trans people in a way that kind of, at least it makes me uncomfortable, right? So we'll take a look at that, see if Lance performed, if that performance maybe redeemed him. It doesn't sound like it's something that Tim Pool is trying to make a big deal of. So obviously, you know, there's something in there in that second half that went better than the first half.
Hypnotizing people. It's so deeply
Xana's just jealous for not being invited.
I'm serious. That the fact that people take this seriously makes me lose faith in humanity. It's making me misanthropic. Literally, I can't take it.
As for Xander Hall, I think he's even more smug. I mean, that's definitely a feature. That's definitely a quality of his.
It goes a lot to like a lot of like the mask, like kind of what Matt Walsh was like articulating in that thing with the figure skates. So, like,
where is Matt Walsh from? I actually don't know. From the Midwest, hockey fandom is huge here. It's insanely hyper masculine milieu. From my experience, he's gonna alienate a lot of bros with this take.
It always goes back to this like need to project.
Are you winning, chat? What's up, Computer? Good to see you.
And so it's like these people are like attracted to trans women, and would seek out porn or whatever, but then that makes them feel unmanly because like, oh, am I attracted?
Chat is kicking some butt here on this promotion. We're doing pretty well. The Weasel Alliance is trekking hard.
To a man because they see us as men, and so they have like these like questions of self, and then they project that onto trans people. It's like, no, it's fine. It's okay.
Wait, somebody in their chat is saying Sissy Hypno is my dad.
But, like, I always hate to make fun of people like watching trans. It's like, it's fine. It's okay. Do whatever you do. I'm not gonna like kink shame you or like judge like your interest in anything. But it's like
Lance is smug.
Project your own insecurities about your own manhood and your own like desires onto others, and have to be like, oh, I'm a man actually, so I'm gonna legislate and hate on trans people because of my own bullshit.
They should be allowed to be villains in films. I'm not trying to police what anybody's writing as far as films. I'm talking about a film that Michael Knowles was in, and I'm just trying to figure out, like, what perspective is it from? Like, what was the idea behind this film? And I really can't figure it out. Right? On one hand, it does, portray. It associates like queer sexualities with some really unsavory, like sort of predatory, like ways of going about trying to get laid, right? But at the same time, it's also it's I gotta say, a homoerotic film. So right, if it was from an evangelical Christian conservative perspective, which you would think, given that they're portraying like queer sexuality in this way, you wouldn't expect it to have this much homoerotic content, I guess. And yeah, Michael Knowles, after going so hard against LGBT people, is actually like doing a sex scene as one. So I don't know what to make. I really don't know what to make of it.
That I'm putting forth, and it all just comes back to that need to constantly project manliness and manhood and like be a strong dude.
Yeah, deep insecurity.
He lives in Tennessee.
It really
Oh, that's right. Daily Wire is in Nashville, right?
Expose their insecurity. Like,
do they all live in Tennessee?
It's so blatant.
Yeah, I'm not like, I don't go through life thinking, man, is this action that I'm doing, is this movie that I'm watching gay, or is this a little bit too straight? I mean,
yeah, we're gonna watch Tim Pool's dad's take on it too.
Who's thinking about this shit? I mean, come on, people. I mean, who cares about this? Like, I mean,
I will. I'll make any piece of media gay if you ask me. Like, all right, those two, they're gay. I'll make it happen. I'm a Star Trek fan. We made Kirk and Spock gay.
Oh my god, yeah. So wait a minute. Oh, Kirk and Spock, yeah.
Well, Mike, I'd have to ask because, like, I'd imagine as being, you said you're 6 on the Kinsey scale, right? You grew up, and all media is heteronormative. Like every love story you probably ever saw when you were growing up was heteronormative, like love stories. And it's like I find when there's like one movie where it's like, or I was trying to recommend sometimes to different people that incredible like episode of The Last of Us or stuff like that, and I had like a friend who was like, oh yeah, but like I don't know if I could watch a gay love story and feel the same way that I would for like a straight. I was like, what? No, trust me.
Wait, somebody calls Matt Walsh small on Twitter, and we won't hear the end of it.
And obviously they were totally wrong when they watched it. Like, oh, that was unbelievable. That's the most beautiful love story ever. I was like, I told you. Like, just love is love. It doesn't matter, what the combination is.
Yeah, no, for me, I think I'm just desensitized to it, honestly, because I've seen it. I've seen, heterosexuality portrayed forever. So like if there's a sex scene in a movie, that's when I just start like daydreaming. I'm like, God, this is so fucking boring. How do people like this? Like, if it were a conservative and they saw a gay sex scene, they'd be like, oh, I'm outraged. I can't look at this. But then they want to look at it. But for me, I'm just like bored because I'm not insecure. You know what I mean? And if there was like a gay sex scene and I'm like, Or I mean, a straight sex scene. I'm like, oh wow, this is actually a really attractive couple. Like, who cares? Like, I mean, we're like, they overthink so much about their sexuality, about their gender, and it just looks like a really miserable way to live. Like, I can't imagine going through life being so insecure about every single element of your life. Bro, just live.
We're on
just
Orion.
Do whatever feels natural,
and
you will be happy. But they're fundamentally unhappy, which is why they're trying to bring all of us down, because misery loves company.
Mm-hmm.
It's this fear to like face who they are and just face themselves and maybe contemplate like how they actually feel about things, because all of us grow up indoctrinated in some way.
There's an LGBT alliance,
and we eventually find ways to break out of that. But you have to allow yourself to break out of that. You have to allow yourself to explore other ideas, other feelings you may have. Because if you just continue, like as you said, like look away when the gay scene happens, like you're never gonna know if you're gonna like it. Like maybe pay attention. And like and like the idea that if there was like a a heterosexual sex scene and Mike, like you like were scared to look at it because it made you straight.
Yeah,
like,
we're
it's
definitely
just, like,
here for the rumors.
It's so ridiculous. But these people, they're so afraid of being exposed to anything else that isn't in their minds normal. It's a sad way to live.
I mean, listen. If I go through a midlife crisis and a sex scene like intrigues me that from straight couples, and I'm like, oh my god, women are cute all of a sudden, who gives a shit? I mean, Jesus Christ. Sorry, go ahead, Jesse.
No. But it's just, it goes to like, all of this just goes to like a lot of our culture just tries to remove people from being able to articulate themselves in many ways. I'm working on a video right now that'll be coming out that's about how masculinity actually in a lot of ways like is trying to, the way we think about masculinity like cuts people off from trying to actually explore themselves. It's like always live up to be this guy, always live up to be this manly man, be this dude for society that can often get co-opted for like capitalist ends, like be in competition with each other. You gotta fight, go out and work for the corporations to make money and be in competition, or like push other people away from you and control other people, dominate other people.
Let's steal the valuable artifact.
Pushing people away from actually understanding their identity and understanding themselves, and instead be what the capitalism and our society
going
wants
to
people to be for it to function. And so all of these things, like a lack of representation,
check it out,
a lack of like seeing these things in media is all about like denying people the ability to like see potential ways that they could live and then be able to articulate that for themselves. So you see like this always like this wokeness in media, like, they showed a gay character in a movie or whatever. It's coming from this sense of like, oh, I can't see that because again, I don't want to be that, but it's like, but you should be able to see that so that you can understand whether or not it's something that you like. It's like it's one of the best things I had a friend of mine did. He's a straight dude, but he's just like, I never really questioned me being straight, and he actually like went out and like looked at like gay stuff and stuff like that to see like, no, this doesn't turn me on.
It's the Thailand of the Starfleet,
and now I know. And it just makes you like understand.
We're gonna steal an artifact, right?
Your own self because you were able to like see what you're not. But our society just wants.
I don't know. They were like, do you want to rob a Federation like ship, or do you want to go and steal an artifact? And I was like, well, I mean, like it seems like I don't know.
To push those.
It seems like both of those could get us in trouble
from it. So
what's
it's just
the
like,
deal with Orion though?
And often it's ways that
the Orion Syndicate, are these people sus? Should I be trusting these people?
Control, domination, be a strong man that ultimately fits into our capitalist society.
You were also talking.
So this is the video that she's got upcoming. She tweeted out on Twitter that this was going to be her next video would be about Vosh. Now, a lot of that was to get the heat off of Soul Bunny, and I got a lot of respect for her for doing that. Right? She successfully rerouted their hatred towards her, and as a larger creator, she can take it a lot more than a smaller creator can. So massive respect to Jessie for that. But yeah, this is the video that she's talking about like masculine socialization and expectations. Oh my god, I don't know what the tie-in is for Vosh though.
About like a main character being gay. I mean, if we're talking like Disney, for example, it's like it's a side character that can get like edited out of foreign markets, and that's enough. Like that in and of itself, it's like, oh yes, there's this like character, they don't have any lines or whatever, but it's implied, not even said, but it's implied that this is like the partner of the man. And so isn't that neat? We did it.
If you blink, you'll miss it.
But even that gets like that also fits that too, because those like those representations often are very so shallow and tokenistic. So you hear a lot of these people like the SJW's
We're gonna
wokeness is
steal
ruining
from a
media,
museum,
and it's because they're so shallow and they just shove gay people
We're
into
gonna
things.
steal
It's
a
like,
totem,
the thing that they're
a regalian
actually
totem?
articulating, that they're feeling, is like these things are shallow. They are meaningless additions because they aren't
Okay.
doing, like, they aren't taking the time to actually
How does this
represent
work?
these characters. Like look at Disney characters who are like gay, but like, are those characters gay the whole movie, or are they gay for the one moment where they kiss each other and then the rest of the movie they act like a straight character? And it's just like not actually showing what it means to be gay, which is why I love the Last of Us episode so much. By the way, since we talked about it, is like that actually just represent, like, those characters felt like full people to the point where there was that sex
I'm
scene
so
in that
nervous.
episode,
Why are
and
we
it wasn't
stealing
like
from
the,
a museum? Like, why do we
let's get
have
these
such
two
a,
gay
like,
guys go? It wasn't this like
reading three
fetishized
disguised
view of
security vessels
gay,
for pulling
sex. It was
short
like,
range sensors.
what was the? I'm
Are we
blanking on his
fighting
name,
these
the
people?
actor from Parks and Rec.
Success
Ron
Ron
Swanson.
character.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
Ron
Ron
Success,
right?
He's Ron
Don't
Swanson.
worry.
He's Ron Swanson. It's fine.
It's Nick Offerman.
But
Oh my God.
he's like scared in that scene too to like have sex. If you watch that scene, he's like, I've never done this before. Like, and that's a really realistic portrayal of a gay man having like sex for the first time and not knowing how to talk about it.
We gotta
And,
go
like,
fight
that felt
these
real.
guards?
And
Is
it's like
that
we need more
right?
of that in media. Like the thing when people complain about
Yeah,
like
they're pretty
wokeness in media is
powerful.
because they're
No.
understanding the shallowness of it, of how it is just
Is
corporations
that
being
a,
like,
like-
oh, we'll toss in our rainbow flag, you know.
Yo,
in
that's
the
not
thing,
good.
that we can edit out for foreign markets.
I'm out of
and use that
here.
as an
I
excuse
am
for
out
not
of here.
representing anything.
Recall.
But yeah, sorry.
We cannot fight that with our battleship. That's exactly the
no,
same
no,
power
you
level
keep
as
talking.
that dude that
I
blew
was
up
just gonna
our
say,
ship
like,
last time.
Yeah, it's just they're understanding that.
I don't know what to do,
element of it,
chat.
but they're not understanding that the answer is not don't
I
do
had
any
to
gay
get
shit
out
at
of
all, or
there.
don't do any like diverse characters at all. It's to do it better and actually include people in making.
Like that was we were gonna get blown up.
That's why I have this theory that there are a lot more people who are bi than they realize, because
I agree with this theory.
society is so
I
geared
endorse.
towards being straight that if you're attracted to the opposite sex, which bi people are, there's no reason to like even question or explore the other side of that unless you're put in a situation or you open yourself up to that in some way. So that I am confident that there are a lot more people who are bi than they even realize. And like that was my experience. It took me a long time. I was like in my mid 20s until I realized that, hey, I have this other side of my attraction that I didn't really explore for the longest time, because I didn't even question. I had no reason to think about it until I did. So it's
for me,
something
it was
that I
about
think
staying safe. It was so much easier in high school to not be called, or like not get beat up for being the F slur or whatever. If you're just like, oh, I can just hide this part of myself because I'm mostly attracted to women most of the times.
I feel like I got called the F slur like without even expressing any like.
So this is going to be safer for me.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, for me, it was like I had to figure out gender shit before I figured.
Like I even got in trouble like I was getting picked on in class. Like it was this one class where the teacher was always late to class, and like there was this one really asshole kid, and he would always like try to make fun of me and call me the F slur and stuff, and like I was just trying to stand my ground and stuff, and then like there was some kind of conflict. I mean, I don't think I fought the guy or anything like that. I don't think it was like super physical, but like I think he was like taking my stuff. I think he like grabbed my books, and I went over to get my books back, and then like when the teacher came in the classroom, I was like the rest of the class was on this bully's side, and they said something to the teacher like that I was trying to do gay stuff to him. Like get my books back. That's how could it? Yeah, the gayest thing in the world, right? I got in trouble. Like, right? This kid tried to take my books. I tried to get them back. I got in trouble because the class was like had decided that I was gay. Like, right? That's the kind of like harassment that I got, and like I think they were picking up on something, right? Even if
sexuality is like I like look at.
But yeah, it's so weird how like it'll turn a whole class against you, get a whole class to just like straight up lie to a teacher.
I'm trying to think of like characters like some stinking Star Trek characters like 7 of 9 or whatever. It's like I'm attracted to you, but I also want to be you. And also,
Matt Walsh is insecure with his
like
masculinity.
Trunks from Dragon Ball Z. I'm unsure of what's going on here. I gotta figure some things out.
Trunks, yeah. I'm more of a Vegeta girl myself.
Yeah, I like that scene from The Last of Us. I was very skeptical. I heard like a lot of good
I don't know
things
why.
about it, but I'm very like cynical because I thought it's just gonna be like two gay dudes clapping each other's cheeks. Like there's not gonna be any
Is Lance LGBTQ? Yes.
since they're like, but no, it was actually like I watched it and it was genuinely great because it made me feel like validated. Like we can have a beautiful love story portrayed, and it's just you don't see that.
And it's telling. Like if we're gonna keep talking about good gay representation in media, it's important that we.
He's talked about it recently, Steve.
We talk about Omar a little from The Wire.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I know for
Hell
the
yeah.
best representation to ever come up out of here.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
That's true.
fucking iconic, unmatched.
I think he said he was pan.
Yes.
Unmatched.
Omar
Yeah.
is fantastic.
I'm like, are y'all serious? He struck fair hard there.
It's like he was a real person. He like
It's
felt like a
fine.
real like he wasn't like this. Wasn't like the best gay. You know, that's a lot of times we see today is like when you have even in a show that like represents people. It's like, oh, they have to be this perfect human being. It's like no, he was a flawed individual, and
Their chat's talking about Brokeback Mountain, and they're saying it wasn't a big deal when it came out, but it might cause riots today.
human individual. That's why he was like really such a great
He was a
character.
man with a code.
Yeah, like I think when I saw it, like in like as far as I know, like this is like the first like what is it like the first like main character gay representation in a major movie? Is that kind of like or a gay love story being central to the plot, right? And I was kind of surprised that I would have expected the first exploration of that kind of topic to be focusing on the relationship and the affection and the bond between the two characters, but no, it was it portrayed their sexual relationship too, right? It like I would have expected that to come like later on to be like the acceptance to be like kind of piecemeal, but it represents the sexual aspect of their relationship as well as their interpersonal
Yeah. Well, and it's just like I like where they give these like Jesse was
Space Mafia. Is that what the Orion Syndicate is? Like the Space Mafia
saying, like if you shoehorn
I was gonna get destroyed by that ship though.
in, it's gonna be
Jesse
it's
is
gonna
very
feel
smart.
just bad. But if you give this character dimensions and depth,
Well, pansexual, I mean, like, means that, like, sometimes people use bisexual to mean pansexual. Technically, though, because it's like bi, it could imply that you're into, like, guys and you're into girls, but that's, like, it. Pansexual kind of, like, leaves the door open for, you could be into, like, non-binary people as well, right?
like it really does make a difference. Like Omar was like this masculine man. He wasn't like perfect. When it comes to The Last of Us, that couple, they were bickering, but then they loved each other. I mean, like these are real people.
But yeah, a lot of people will say bi and they mean pan.
Like we're real human beings.
Like a real
we're
couple.
not perfect. We're not perfectly masculine or feminine. Like we're people who are very complicated. So like to get that really substantive representation, I think it really does make a difference, like in terms of like the confidence for gay men. Because if I was like really young, just coming out and I saw The Last of Us, I would think, oh my God, I feel so much more confident. But like in the absence of that, without that pop culture representation, it takes a while to build up that confidence, especially in, a society that's very heteronormative and cisnormative.
What I loved about The Last of Us particularly, and it's interesting to like
I gotta
talk
figure out a
about
way to
Omar
upgrade my like
conversation
ships.
with that is like what was great about The Last of Us is it showed like it was telling that they got to be the characters and they're the only characters in that show that got a happy ending. Everything else is like some layer of terrible. And they got to have a happy ending, and it's telling that the gay couple, the one that in especially that show is set in like a alt 2001.
Oh my God,
like
chat! I did
2002,
not
like,
mean to stream this late tonight. I do plan to still stream tomorrow somehow. Right, we're gonna be talking about again like Xander Hall versus Lance. It seems like something I need to cover. and then cover the second half of Lance's debate with Tim Pool, and maybe a little bit of Tim Pool's dad. Check in on Tim Pool's dad. But God, I didn't realize I was staying up this late.
Really Bush era politics segment. It's like 20 years after, but like the politics that they come from is then. So it's telling that like they would have been men who had just like lived through HIV and like would have had like a lot of rough time being gay at that point. And because all of that society like literally went away, they got to have a beautiful moment. It's like these pressures of having to be a certain thing that the Ron Swanson's character, you could clearly see was like had to be like the tough dude. He didn't have to project that anymore. And so he could actually just be a person.
I can't imagine what Tim Pool's dad is like. The thing that's going to blow your mind about Tim Pool's dad is that Tim Pool's dad is like famous for blowing up Tim Pool on social media. That's his like raison d'etre. You know what I mean? That's his thing, right? He comes in and he thinks that Tim Pool, like, the fact that he wants to debate people like with like a 5-on-1 and never just like a, you know, never just like a 1-on-1 is just makes him terrible, right? Tim Pool is highly critical, or Tim Pool's dad is highly critical of his son,
and actually get to like
major plot twist,
his full self, explore his full self, and get a happy ending outside of society's bounds.
But not as bad as the plot twist that happens at the top of the hour in the top of the hour ad break. And if you want to get out of that top of the hour ad break, there's several ways you can do it, right? If you've got $5 that you don't need to spend on something more immediate, right? So I don't want anybody that needs their money to be buying subs and you know, running out of money, like, you know, at the end of the month because of me. Like, don't do that. Take care of yourself first and foremost, right? Because there's other ways, and I'll get into those, right? But if you do have $5, that is one way to get out of the top of the hour ad break and the bottom of the hour ad break, because we have both of those now. They're not as long as Hassan's. Hassan's are like, you know, he has one long ad break. We have 2 short ad breaks, right? But if you want to get out of either or both of them, you can do that with $5, right? The other way you can do it is if you have Amazon Prime. If you're signed up for Amazon Prime, you can take Jeff Bezos's money and you can give it to me. By integrating your Amazon Prime with Twitch, you get access to 1 free sub every month, and I appreciate those almost more than any others, because that means that you've only got 1 of those, right? And if you give it to me, that must mean you really like me, and that means a lot to me, right? So the third way is to just keep on being an awesome chatter, keep on participating and contributing to the community, because that will make you get noticed by somebody who is going to give at some point a community gift sub, right? And then you will get that gift sub. They will pay your way. Yeah, I never want anybody to feel like they are not welcome because they can't afford a sub, because like there's people out there that can, and there's people out there that will see your little name out there with no Persona 2 icon next to your name and decide to take pity on you and pull you out of that ad break. And that's great, because like, you know, it's terrible to be in the middle of something, you know, I'm saying something kind of important and you just get sucked out for a minute and a half and you never get to hear it. You have to go back, right? You can save that person from that experience by donating community gift subs. So, and as always, YouTube, make sure to like and subscribe.
As you know, you look at someone like Omar, is this a great character to bring up in that, because he was like a complicated character, and a lot of it was because of the stigmas that he faced in that society as a black man, as a gay man, the intersection of those things about having project masculinity and be tough in that world, that constantly, like, if you like, gayness is sort of seen as like, oh, feminized and you're weak, especially at the time that show came out. And so it's like it's an interesting sort of conversation to like talk about the two of in conversation about, like, they're both real human beings as all 3 of those characters, but the difference between getting to exist outside of the bullshit of society and having to exist within it. So
yeah, I like seeing characters that aren't like this tertiary character where they're just there for representation's sake. Like, there's always this trope of like the gay side character in the rom-coms where he's like helping her pick out dresses and shit like that, and you know, yeah, for comic relief. And it's frustrating. Like, the substance is really what changes perceptions culturally. And I have a lot of high hopes for The Last of Us, because if you played the second game, you know that there's a trans character, and the story was beautiful. So now I actually have hope that they'll do even more justice in the show. So it's like, okay, these are the things that like moves us forward, because you know, with LGBTQ plus people, we're such a small portion of the population. I mean, growing, right? But like such a small portion that like not everyone says, hey, I know a trans person, I know a gay person. So their first introduction to these people are, you know, characters on a screen, and that really makes a difference. Like, it sounds goofy, I've said this before, but I think that Glee, for example, as cringy as that show is, if you go back and watch it, like the gay character in that story really helped, I think, open people's minds up, because that was around the time when I first came out, and you know, I had my own coworkers like, oh yeah, I watched the show Glee, I love the character on there, and it's like, oh okay, so I'm not technically your first introduction into a gay person, you saw that. So like, I think these things matter, you know?
Wait.
Sorry, I'm trying not to talk because
The jellyfish, that's got to be either Strange New Worlds or, it's not Voyager, is it?
I know I rant a bunch, so I was like, I won't jump in.
No, go ahead. I'm
Talk.
trying to think what else happened this week that we could talk about.
Yeah, I was also...
I'm enjoying this conversation.
Like, are they gonna talk about news? Or...
Yeah, speaking of news, I was really curious to get...
I was thinking maybe Discovery, yeah.
Bender's take on Elon Musk stepping down from Twitter, because is this real? Is this going to lead to
Didn't he already say he was doing this like months ago?
No,
he lost that poll?
Almost 150 days ago, he made that like DOS populate DOS, whatever DOS Vi or whatever thing, where it's like, I will abide by the consensus of this.
And
vote.
then he never.
And well, not only did he not step down, but the right wingers embarrassed themselves so much. Like the quartering woke up in the night and started shaming all the right, being like, "This is the most important moment for free speech. We have to do something." He recorded.
Yeah, like that's called a brigade, right? When there's something like a poll or a ratio and stuff, and you try to, like, you know, use your platform on YouTube or on Discord or whatever, you know, whatever kind of platform, and just like you're like, we gotta win this, come on. That's technically, that's a brigade, right? And it's just funny that like that they place so much importance in this Twitter poll, like, right, to keep Elon on. Elon should have never, like, I don't know, it's such a public relations, like, you know, fumble for him to even do that poll
video, and he deleted all of it the next day. He's like, I apologize, I had a little bit to drink, and I thought the stakes were a lot higher than they may have seemed, and all this other stuff. It was so funny.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, everything you guys just said. He I don't think he wanted to step down, obviously. Will he actually step down? Who knows?
What?
This is
Step down from what?
Elon Musk.
Well, he didn't just say he's going to step down. He said he is appointing a female CEO, or like, you know, he mentioned this new CEO, and he said she. So
Elon Musk, he claimed today. Well, let's make this clear. I want to be completely clear.
He's still going to control
matter,
right? Like,
No matter what.
His Twitter's doomed. It's doomed.
No matter what happens.
Absolutely.
No matter what happens, he owns the company. It's a private company. There's not even like shareholders or a board that can, you know, force him out or force him to do something. It's just, does he have investors? Sure, but they're pretty. It seems like they've been pretty.
Also, Tesla's was it Tesla, or I think it was Tesla stock went like skyrocketed the second he made this announcement.
Off just everything, whatever you say, Musk.
They're you know, very happy to know that he's not going to be running Twitter anymore.
Elon Musk controls this app. It's his. Whatever CEO he hires is just going to be the face.
Yeah,
it's going to be the face of the failure for Musk to save face.
He's Jerry of Waystar Royco.
Yeah, and even on top of that, he can't step away completely, because he even said he's gonna move to the role of executive chair, which, from what I understand, in most corporate situations, the executive chair actually sits above the CEO. But he said he would be the CTO, the chief tech officer, which is probably a role he's less qualified for than CEO, if you could believe it. The dude knows nothing about system administration. He knows nothing about programming. He thinks he does. He pretends he does. Everyone who actually knows those roles have come out to say over and over again this past year, wow, we assumed he was a genius because he ran a electric car company and a rocket ship company. We don't know anything about that, but we are software developers. We know a lot about that, and this dude's a fucking idiot when he tries to talk code. So whether he steps down or not actually remains to be seen. But he said he was stepping down and that he's hired a new CEO. He hasn't said who it was. He did give a hint
too, right?
He did give a hint that he did use the pronoun she. Mr. I hate pronouns really leaned hard in letting everyone know that it was a she that he hired. And then I guessed, and I saw Kara Swisher also guess that it was going to be this woman Linda Yaccarino. Or Yasserino, I don't know how to pronounce her name, but she is an NBC ad exec. The reason I assumed it was going to be her is because this is the woman who interviewed Musk at that big advertising event that Musk had prepared for because it was going to be his big moment to win back the advertisers. This was just last month. I assume that this woman is the only woman he's given the opportunity to interview him over these past couple of months. And it was a pretty important event for him. So I assumed that he appreciated the way that interview went because it went very good for him. And that, they must have talked afterwards. Then the Wall Street Journal, just hours.
Have I heard of Old English? Yeah, but I don't usually drink malt liquor. No, just kidding. Yes, Beowulf, written in Old English. I cannot pronounce Old English, but...
After I guessed and Kara Swisher guessed, said that apparently this woman is in talks to be the CEO of Twitter.
I just saw that.
I looked a little bit into her background. She's a right winger. She's liked numerous tweets from Jack, and I don't mean like a basic Republican like corporate person. She's liked numerous tweets from Jack Posobiec, excuse me. Larry Elder.
What's up, Moni?
Who else? Let me pull this up.
So in other words,
she follows
Elon Musk.
She follows Libs of TikTok.
Okay, so it's a
like
ways.
Musk, then. It's just like Musk. Yeah, same as Musk.
Yeah.
As Ole said, the platform is just doomed. Like, it doesn't matter at this point.
I heard, but the Tucker Carlson thing really solidified it.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, the TV show. We didn't even talk about that. The Tucker Carlson Twitch exclusive. Or sorry, Twitter exclusive.
She is an NBC ad executive. God. So I could see her just being here, winning over some generic corporate advertisers, like, oh, I've worked with Linda before, I know her, but it does really feel like one of the. I think it's called a glass cliff hire. When corporations bring on a woman CEO at the end of the lifespan to try to pass the blame to someone.
Oh God!
What I want to know is, tell me about the Twitter TV thing. How's this Tucker Carlson show thing about to work? Because Elon Musk really makes me fucking sick for like a million reasons, and I hate the way all he wants to do is a million things real bad instead of anything good.
Well, wait, Shakespeare isn't that?
But
like
I will
more
say
like
this,
Middle English?
as a bitch who's been making video content on Twitter for years, I am sickened at the idea of a show platform created on Twitter for this bastard Tucker Carlson. I'm like, tell me more. Please tell me about this thing that sounds like it would have been nifty for me in a different world. And now I can't fucking participate.
So listen, he talks so much. In the past week, he's talked about turning Twitter into a video service, a dating website, a jobs board.
Oh, yeah. Wait. Isn't there there's a website in China, right, that serves as like a everything website, right? And I've heard people say that Elon wanted to turn Twitter into that, right? Which, I mean, maybe in the right hands.
He wants to turn into a audio and voice calling system. It seems like this dude spent $44 billion on like the one website he doesn't want. I mean, he could have bought any one of those websites that actually exist that do those things.
Do you believe the conspiracy theory that he's like tanking it intentionally?
For
I've seen people
cheaper.
say that. No? Like to be able to like liquidate it to another company.
So he's
for
just this
something?
stupid then. He's just
Yeah, I was
that
just saying,
stupid.
he'd be such a hit to his like his perception of like being this like god of like capitalism.
He was, yeah, no,
Oh, yeah,
he
no,
was
he's
he
a
was
clown man.
considered. He was people literally had full on positive views of this guy. Thought he was an actual genius. You know, Republicans loved him because he's a fucking billionaire, and they all think the more money you got, the harder you work. So who works harder than the world's richest man, right?
The meritocracy.
And then liberals loved him because he's the face of EV and space travel. Who doesn't love those two sort of things if you're into science and stuff?
I'm a science man.
Yeah, and you know he's lifted that that curtain. He's let the world know that he's not anything that any of them thought he was. And you know I don't think I really do think that he full on bought everything he heard from his little right-wing bubble silos, that Twitter was being run by these woke leftists and they were destroying the platform and censoring voices, and that if he came along and instituted this freedom of speech, free speech beliefs into Twitter, it would be profitable for the first time ever. This is why Twitter's not profitable. It's going to be profitable once I come in and do all those things that I'm hearing my little bubble complain about without realizing he's in a fucking bubble. I think Sean of SHAUN, he does those videos, Sean Vids or whatever. He has this really perfect tweet that people constantly share, and it's spot on. He tweeted this in like November, that Elon is going to come in, do things the opposite of how Twitter was doing them, because he would think they chose to do them because they were woke leftists. And then once he institutes the opposite of what they established, he's going to realize that they are that his decisions are horrible for business, and come to this realization like, oh, that's why they were doing these things, because they didn't care about being leftist. They made these decisions because they were what's best for business. And he's going to back himself into a corner and then announce that he's reversing his bad decisions, but do it in a way where it makes him seem like he's coming up with this great new idea. He's done this for everything. The dude hasn't had one idea that was original for Twitter yet. Twitter Blue, it existed before him. He just threw in the blue check mark. Community Notes, it was called like Blackbird or something before that. I forgot what it was called, but it existed before he was there. He just changed the name. His new obsession, the subscriber feature, where you could subscribe to exclusive paywalled content from your favorite Twitter creators. It was called Super Follows. It existed before Musk. He's talking about how he's bringing back Periscope so people could live stream on Twitter. You could live stream on Twitter right now. When they shut down Periscope, they just moved the feature into the built-in Twitter camera
that's
app.
weird. I
Anyone
didn't
could
know
live
that.
stream from Twitter right now, and before Musk was there.
I really did not know that.
There's not a single original thing. This guy. Oh, another one.
Like
he
that
had this
Periscope
idea
was,
of, I'm going to put labels on tweets with hateful content. His whole fucking spiel with the Twitter files was that Twitter was labeling misinformation. Twitter was labeling shit before he came along, and he was against it. The dude has not come up with a single fucking original Twitter idea.
Like, okay,
He doesn't
so
come up with any original. I mean, that's his MO generally, right? He like bought
Emerald Elon. Yeah, no, here's what's surprising to me. Like, I did not know that Periscope had been maintained, right? I remember seeing live streams on Twitter, and then I stopped seeing them, and I assumed that, like, you know, because, like, right, there's no more Periscope, that, like, that was just, they got rid of it. It didn't work. It wasn't, you know, profitable or whatever. But, like, has live streaming been a possibility on Twitter this whole time?
SpaceX. Look, I'm saving the future of space, when it was like that's
Tesla
what
too.
the company was doing beforehand. You know,
Well, I
Tesla
think
too. He didn't invent Tesla.
that was with Tesla. I think SpaceX might have been his original.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Sorry,
That's the
Still,
one.
I don't
But
trust.
even-
then it's the people working there. Sorry, I cut you.
Right.
Yeah,
He's
but
not
you're
a
not
rocket
popular.
scientist.
You're
He
not-
doesn't know nothing
and-
about that shit.
No, and you're not entirely wrong. Before that, he was selling those roof shingles that were supposed to be revolutionary because they were also solar panels, even though that was not his idea. And he did this entire big thing where he's like, hey, look at this model house and all this kind of stuff. The idea was stolen, and they were a disaster because apparently they have a tendency to ignite and just light on fire. But he got so much investment capital because that's the thing he's good at, just like Trump. He's good at like hype, and he's good at getting venture capital. Well, he used to be. Now I'm pretty sure like, the Elon wears no clothes. But like back in the day, people would like pour money into him because he really was a good hype man.
Well, it's also too like his ideas are all just about like what makes him most comfortable. Because like the whole the loop, the thing in Las Vegas, didn't that start in like L.A. because he wanted like a faster way to get to his job?
Oh, you mean the tunnel where one single car can go through it?
Yeah, well, like, of course that would be his idea because he's just like, well, it's just like if I just had a tunnel to get to job faster, I could just drive right through.
So why won't that work for
everybody? If I just do the rich dude thing of having a single tunnel with my one car on it, and then he just like the masses.
You want to be really crazy? That would put less traffic on the road if someone came up with EV public transit, like buses and stuff. But no, let's take these single occupancy cars that fit 4 people like a regular car, because they're just regular Teslas down there, and let's put them in a tunnel that can only fit 1 car through at a time. So there's not even multiple lanes. You have single file tunnel cars in this tunnel. It's ludicrous.
But it's got LED lights. It looks pretty cool.
in my chat, they're saying Tesla makes more money selling carbon credits than it does selling cars. I didn't know that.
It did. I don't know if that's still the case, but it was for the longest time. Those carbon credits are what saved Tesla. Actually, I don't know if you guys remembered back in the day with Obama and what was it, like Solina or whatever, one of those green companies where the right wing was going crazy over, that Obama was backing all these green energy companies. Solyndra, right. Solyndra. Tesla's one of those companies. Tesla would have been dead if it wasn't for Obama. Thanks, Obama.
Yeah, right.
He gave them a lifeline with that green energy program back when Tesla badly needed it. They were in dire straits, and these carbon credits are what helped Tesla basically survive afterwards through all these years. SpaceX receives billions and billions of dollars.
Thanks, Obama.
I mean, it's a space It's a private space exploration company. Who are they selling to? No one's fucking traveling to space yet and buying space tickets.
Yeah.
Lance you never answered the question about Tucker Carlson, though. Like, what's
well, according to Musk, he's not doing anything special, which I don't know if I believe that, because Tucker Carlson's got to pass on multi-millions of dollars from Fox just to stay off the air and not do anything. So I don't know what the deal they cut is. But according to Musk, Tucker Carlson's going to come, use the same Twitter features everybody else is using, use the same subscription model that everyone else could use.
So this is like what Matt Walsh said too, right?
Again, I don't know. I don't think people. He just doesn't understand what Twitter is, and you could tell it just in all these premium features he's got out there. People don't want fucking long tweets. I see show more in a tweet, I go fucking goodbye. I'm not reading that shit. If I want to read a long piece, I'll go to an article. I'll go to a long form blogging platform. If I want to watch a video longer than like a minute, maybe a minute and a half, I go to YouTube. I'm not going to watch a 30-minute video on Twitter. I'm just not going to do it because it's not made for the platform.
And I'm betting you too, because number one, he's either kicked or made the place unsafe for so many queer people, marginalized people on that platform, that it's gonna do decently well, and then he'll artificially boost it in some way. Say, no, this is just the algorithm, and it's just artificially boosting. Like, look, the people love Tucker Carlson. It's just that billionaires it's the same thing. Billionaires just putting these right wing assholes up front and then artificially boosting them.
Also, people should know what counts.
So, I mean, this is interesting, right? Because officially, according to what Elon said, it's going to be the same thing as Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh said that was what he was going to do, that his show was going to Daily Wire Plus, so it's going to basically add value to their behind the paywall content. I don't know, just increase the... but, you're talking about going from... Like, I'm sure that Matt Walsh is already has content behind their paywall in some way, right? But yeah, I mean, like, now you can't get his content on YouTube. Now, he could put his content on YouTube. There's nothing to stop him from doing that. But he is demonetized. There's going to be, like, less of a push on it, at least from what the, cargo cult, conventional wisdom of YouTube, content creation is. Everybody says that if you lose monetization, you lose push on that video, right? So he's not going to have as much push on that. And also, obviously, he's not going to make the ad money on the video. So he's, behind the Daily Wire paywall. And then the other thing he said he was going to do is put all of his content or every show. Hey, what's up, Chugdar? Chugdar, thank you for the follow. Or wait, did I do that preemptively? I'm sorry. I'm assuming that you're going to follow. But either way, yeah, he says he's gonna put his content. Now, I don't know if he's done this. White Crone, thank you for the follow. Anyway, sorry, I'm like, you can tell it's a late night for me. I didn't expect this content to take quite as long as it did, but yeah, that's me. I react harder than any other streamer out there. So, but this is I haven't seen evidence that he's on Twitter yet, but then again, I haven't looked for him. Can anybody confirm that? Can anyone confirm if, Ken has not seen a live stream? I usually get, wait, so is it, yeah, welcome to the stream, White Crone. I'm just not sure. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't gone out. Obviously, he's still on Twitter, but I haven't seen. He's basically threatening to put his live show on Twitter. Now, my understanding is that if you have that gold thing next to your name, which means you're a company, then you can. There's no limit on the video, right? Like, if you have that gold check mark next to your name, you can put however big of a video you want on Twitter, right? Is that right? Is that how that works?
It says views on Twitter. A lot of people don't realize this. It's ridiculous. So on YouTube, you have to actually, your views are they officially count a view. If
you can definitely ask me something.
Someone clicks on your video or goes to your video, goes onto that single solo video page with just your video and watches for I believe 30 seconds. If they do that.
But I'm trying to ask something too. I'm not sure what's going on with Matt Walsh, right? He's kind of disappeared.
You got a view. On Twitter, someone has to play your video for at least 2 seconds, and if at least 50% of the video player is still viewable on their screen, the view will count. So that means if you're scrolling through Twitter and Tucker Carlson's video starts to...
This is frustrating because I used to put a video up on Twitter, but I'm not really ever sure how many views I'm actually getting, right? I'm sure I can see how many impressions that I'm getting, but that doesn't really tell me how many views I'm getting. Somebody could easily just like look at my tweet, read my tweet, say, I agree, and not even watch the video. So I don't know, like, if and plus, like Matt is saying, if somebody like scrolls down, is looking at another tweet, has my video kind of open, that counts as a view for me. Obviously, that's not a view. And I'm not getting paid for views. I'm not getting ads on Twitter. Like, that would be absurd. So am I really getting anything out of that? Is it just like a number? Or, because what I want on Twitter is for more people to see me, for more people to be aware of my presence, and for more people to click through and say, let me check out your YouTube. Let me check out your Twitch. That's really what Twitter is for, right? I give them content, and they give me maybe the ability to direct a little traffic towards my other sites, right? That's supposed to be the deal that I get. Obviously, that's not always how it works, right? Been wanting to come out, but I don't know how to. Oh, to like to work, to school, to parents, all of the above? To everyone, all at once? I mean, I don't know if I'm the best. Can I twerk? You want me to like twerk? Okay. Popping my head in to watch while you work. Yeah, these are weird hours for me, right? If you're I've seen a lot of people that watch me at different times popping in, probably a little surprised to see me up this late streaming. I just wanted to get this out, right? Because this is the Leftist Mafia. Jessie Gender, aka Jessie Earl, is on the program tonight, right? And I wanted to see what she had to say, and in addition to the whole, you know, Lance is on here talking about the Tim Pool thing. Obviously, Matt has debated Tim Pool as well. Oh no, oh no, you want me to twerk? I mean, if you were here at a different time, I would jump on the trampoline. It's just like super late at night. I'll probably wake up my neighbors. They'll yell at me. Oh my god, okay, well, I just destroyed my, my hoe. Oh my god, did I have to say it that way? I probably did. That hoe got wrecked, chat. That hoe got wrecked. Oh my god, it's the... Are we having a visitation? Is there another community? Is there another streamer I should be shouting out? I just broke my hoe. I just ran through a hoe. I just wrecked my hoe. I destroyed my hoe. That hoe is not gonna be the same again. And I feel so silly. I feel so silly because I could have come back here and just repaired my hoe, but I didn't do it. What's up, Pisacata? You just want... You're not the only one, though. Like, right? You just subbed on YouTube, too. Thank you. That means a lot. You'll probably be seeing a stream alert shortly. Actually, speaking of which, why don't I put that stream alert front and center? Yeah, that hoe got wrecked. I didn't even mean for the hoe to get wrecked, but it just happened. It just so happened that the hoe got wrecked. YouTube chat, Twitch alerts, YouTube alerts. Let's make that YouTube alerts go here. That's where they should be. You're begging. See, like, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. Are you sure there's not, like, another community I should be shouting out for all the, all this attention? It's either just, like, a whole bunch of people came in here with twerking on their mind, or maybe there's another streamer. Maybe they're stream sniping me. I don't know. It could be something like that. Start an OnlyFans. Okay. I mean, why not a chat? Oh wait, I can't. Can I say these names of these websites? I know that Twitch is a little bit weird about you talking about certain other websites, right? But I think they're only weird, like if I talk about other websites, like, you know, the ones that were mentioned, I think that's okay. If I were to say, check out my da-da-da-da-da-da, that would be where I'd get in trouble, right? They don't want me, like, directing traffic to a website that would be... Where I'd be doing things that would be TOS on Twitch, right? If you twerk, I would come out. It would make it easier for you to come out if I twerked. I do Lefty on YouTube and game on Twitch. Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean that's definitely it's definitely what Twitch is better known for. Ne'er the twain shall meet. There's a way to, yeah, oh, so you shout out your link tree. Okay, in that case, right? Well, I don't know. I mean, like, I have a lot of hobbies, let's just say. And, like, you know, I've got my fingers in a lot of different pies. Including my own. No! Like like okay, I'm not saying that there's a website like right now that I have like a social media presence on another website where like people might chat and like also do other things. They might chat or something else. But it actually sounds like I'm promoting something, and I'm not. I'm actually not. That social media account does not exist yet. Okay, I'll be completely honest. What are my pronouns? She and her. No, seriously, is somebody like stream sniping me? What's going on? What's going on? To whom do I owe this attention? And is it Aiden Ross? You can only sleep during thunderstorms. What's up with that?
Autoplay. And you scroll past it. But 50% of that Tucker Carlson video is still viewable on your screen as you're like reading a tweet, maybe like 2 tweets below Tucker's. You just gave Tucker Carlson a view. So
am I
those
using
numbers are
J-chat?
fucking ridiculous. Because
Wait,
they're not
what is J-chat?
Not comparable. No platform. Well, there's probably other platforms that do that, but no legitimate view metric used by like
the chat
television,
overlay?
cable news, or any serious
No, this is
video
just Stream
platform,
Elements. I mean,
is going to count 2 seconds of even if it's being displayed on half of your screen. It's ridiculous. There was all these tweets about how from the right about how Tucker Carlson's videos are blowing cable news ratings out of the water.
Oh, you have autoplay off on Twitter. I actually had to turn that off. Like on my phone, I turn autoplay off, right? Because it's like I don't remember why actually. Why was it? There was something that was bothering me when I had autoplay on. I don't remember. Was it porn? No, it wasn't. Porn never bothers me. It's always surprising, but it's never like a bad thing. Can you make Twitch and YouTube appear together? That's a good question, right? I have been trying to do that, and I have some technological stumbling blocks that have been stopping me from doing that, right? So right now you're seeing Twitch chat. You could see YouTube chat too, but the problem is that the software that I use allows me to do events, right? And like, so in other words, like I can set up my YouTube stream ahead of time, right? It like has like, you know how like if you just hit go live on YouTube, right, then people are just like, oh, did you go live? Okay, wow, right? But if you set up the stream, the event ahead of time, then people are like, oh, you're going to go live at 3 o'clock today. Oh, you're going to go live at 11 a.m. today. Oh, okay, I will put that on my schedule and make sure to catch that, right? So that's the way I like to do it so that people have a little heads up. People know that it's happening. Obviously, that doesn't quite work on Twitch the same, and my schedule isn't really super locked down. But at least on YouTube, it lets people know ahead of time, right? The thing is that when I use that, the version of it that lets me schedule events, it doesn't give me access to both chats, right? I know how to like put both chats on screen if I'm just going live in the moment, but because I'm setting it up as an event, like I have to do custom docs, custom browser dots. You can do that on Restream. You can do that on Restream if you're not using Restream events, right? I'm pretty sure I mean, like, unless somebody knows something that I don't know. Yeah, Restream definitely does allow stuff like that. One in me and one in you. Wait, what are we talking about? Stream Social, it's a browser edition. Oh, a browser add-on. Wait, so what this, it's like a browser window that would have both chats like integrated? And then I'd just be able to stream, I'd be able to add the chat as a custom doc? Is that how it works? Yeah, because people have been asking that, and YouTube chat, you're so long suffering. I appreciate you so much. I'm so glad you understand that I'm reading you. I'm reading you, and I care about what you have to say, and I always try to keep up with you, right? I care about you a lot. But yeah, you're not appearing on screen, and you haven't in a while, because when I try to put YouTube chat on screen, I get something like this. That's not YouTube chat. And I don't know how to fix it. You multi-stream with YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Oh, interesting. All three chats appear in my OBS setup. Okay, as separate browser docs? Or sorry, as separate custom docs? Or do they... Oh wait, no, they show up on as like a Restream chat, right? So like, let me ask you one more question though, White Crone. Are they like, are you able to use Restream events? Because that's kind of a necessity to me, and for some reason when I use Restream events, my Restream chat just disappears, right? If I look at SE Live Doc, maybe it's because I'm using Stream Elements. Yeah, SE Live Doc. Yeah, there's nothing appearing on there, and when I look at docs, I don't have like Restream chat. Yeah, they show up as Restream. Okay, but do you do events? Because like, oh, it's the SE. So maybe it's like the me trying to integrate SE with Restream. That's the issue.
For which, you know, A, isn't hard to do.
I mean, honestly, the main reason I use Stream Elements is for the emote explosions.
But B, the ability to count a view on cable news is not fucking channel surfing. I could assure you. I don't know what the exact view count, the rate, how they count the ratings, but I can assure you that if someone's just channel surfing, which is the equivalent of scrolling through Twitter, they don't count that person who accidentally lands on Fox News as they're scrolling through the channels as a fucking viewer.
Can anybody tell me, what do I do with a lectern? I got one of these. It was down in the ancient city, and I just grabbed it. I don't know what you do with these. They like give a villager a job, right? I think.
It reminds me of I used to work at a news magazine, The Advocate, which is an LGBTQ news magazine a few years ago, and we were getting a lot of traction on Facebook, like our videos that we were making, because I was a video producer for them, with like 50,000 views for our videos, and then like Facebook revealed that they were like artificially inflating it by some, like I forget the exact one. It was
they create scrolls.
Very similar. It was like 2 seconds counts as a view, or
they create scrolls, or they create books.
We like shove it in front of people, and then they took that away, and then all of a sudden our views are like at 1,000. And it's like we lost all of our advertisers for those videos and everything too. It just reminds me of that.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you for the good luck wishes. Good night, Monop. Oh, random ones. Yeah. So like, you want to know? Okay, so let me explain a little bit about the world that I'm playing. Right. This is custom biome, a 1 biome, right? And can you guess what biome it is? Wait, let me show you. Right, I think if I walk over here, it'll become pretty clear what the 1 biome is. Come on, I'm like not jumping. correctly. Wait, somewhere over here. Somewhere over here. Okay. So, I don't know. People might not play Minecraft, so let me just spell it out for you. This whole world is a deep dark biome, right? Notice how there's no mobs even though I'm in the dark. That is because mobs don't spawn in the deep dark. The only mob that does exist in the deep dark is, yeah, you guessed it, the Warden. And I have systematically taken out all the Shrieker blocks to make sure the Warden can't spawn anywhere near me. But yeah, there's no mobs here. And the one exception is the Pillagers. The Pillagers exist, but as far as I know, you can't take a Pillager and turn them into a Villager, although that would be a neat trick. And they should totally add that. You can turn a zombie villager into a villager, but no zombies are spawning here. Oh yeah, sorry, the phantoms. Phantoms also spawn if I don't sleep for very long, right? So yeah, it's kind of a weird world, like, right? And the stuff that I've got, like the beds, for instance, the only way I got beds, the only way I got books and all this stuff was, yeah, you guessed it, from the ancient city. So it's kind of a weird way of, I mean, they added this functionality to Minecraft. I don't think they really thought this through. I think they need to update this. It's not in any updates that are, like, it's not in a 1.2.0 or 1.20, as far as I know. So it's not like on its way. But this is a cool feature, right? Like to be able to take on a world that's all deep dark. This whole place was covered in skulk and was dangerous because there were Shrieker blocks all over the place. So I had to go and just, you know, kill the Shrieker blocks, kill the other skulk blocks, and I've kind of carved out like a little livable space for myself near the base. But as far as like getting stuff, most of the stuff that I've been able to get has had to come from the deep dark. So, which is cool because, like, I mean, this is a totally different game mode than, and that's what I'm interested in, you know, like, I feel like people don't really care about survival, Let's Plays anymore. They care about, like, I mean, they used to care about speed runs, but I don't think people even care about speed runs anymore. It feels like what people want is a unique Minecraft gameplay experience. So whether that's achieved through a mod, whether that's achieved through a map, or whether that's achieved through like a game mode, that seems to be what people want in terms of Minecraft. And this one's pretty unique. It's just that, like, you know, they added this and they should have put a little bit more thought into it. Because all we'd need is some structures to exist, and then, you know, we'd have villagers. Or, I don't know. I mean, I get that, like, the way that they program Deep Dark is that no mobs spawn naturally. But that, it makes it challenging, right? For instance, there's no sheep, right? So if you want a bed, you gotta go to the ancient city. That's difficult, right? You don't get to sleep until you raid the ancient city and cut out a bunch of wool. You've only played vanilla. Anything that I recommend? Your chat loves Minecraft. Yeah, I've been playing Minecraft ever since the beta, so I'm an old head when it comes to Minecraft. I don't know. I'm actually looking for like recommendations myself. Like, you notice there's no shader packs on this. There's no There's no data packs. You're a noob. Yeah, I should probably get those. You're gonna head to bed? God, I should play this.
The artificial inflation
should
of it
finish
to make
this.
your numbers look good.
I don't remember if it was the exact same scenario, but that's a great point. But I don't know if you all remember when Facebook got shit because they had to come out and admit that their video player was inflating numbers by an enormous amount and had to break it to all these media companies that, hey, remember how you saw your video view counts going through the roof a couple years ago and you all pivoted to video specifically because of that reason? Sorry, it turns out you got much less.
I'm trying to remember
views.
what I've seen as far as like Let's Plays that are
there. That exact time. That's what I was talking about. Yeah. Sorry, I cut you off. I was just,
No, that's. I'm glad you brought it up because that reminded me of that. I mean, it's people lost their jobs because of that shit.
Speaking,
yeah,
I did. So yeah.
Speaking of other platforms to do things on, Jesse, you should plug all of your channels. So we can get that started. Jesse?
Oh, thank you very much. I'm Jessie Gender on YouTube, where I do the video essay type of things that I do. I also have a secondary channel called Jessie Gender After Dark, where I do like reviews of Star Trek or reaction content to like trailers, and also like but more off the cuff like discussions about transgender issues that aren't like a big video essay. And then I'm also on Nebula. If you want to go and support me over there, Nebula's a streaming platform that supports a lot of creators, and they're currently supporting me making a short film. Which is going to be a very queer centric short film. We've announced some of the cast of that. Jessica Nicole from Fringe is going to be in it. Who else is in it that I've announced so far? Maggie Mae Fish, a couple YouTuber as well. I can't reveal some of our cast that we have so far, but I will say if you are a Star Trek fan, I would get very excited because we might have people that Trekkies would recognize. But yeah, that's what I'm currently working on over there. So if you go to Nebula, you get that and support me and support that film. So those are the main things. So
Patrick Stewart confirmed.
Someone who has had scenes with Patrick Stewart, I will say that multiple.
Oh, there we go.
Wow,
that is pretty amazing
there.
there.
All I will say. I can't say more than that because I'll probably get in trouble for saying that much. That's all. So I'll say that.
Okay.
So.
Awesome.
Wow.
Well, thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thank you for having me. This was fun. I'm honored, and thank you for letting me rant. I tend to be a long talker, so
We
I
love a
appreciate
good
you.
monologue.
No,
that was great.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Love a
Great
good
conversations.
monologue.
Yeah,
So
thank you
great.
so much, Jesse.
Yeah, I hadn't really seen like I'd seen the beginning of Jessie coming on and I'd seen the end of it. And so like she was talking about like, how she was a long talker and I was like, wait, did she actually go off? Yeah, she's pretty wholesome. She knew more. They actually talked about stuff that she had a lot of expertise in it. Jessica Nicole, love her in Alice, isn't dead. Wait, Jessica Nicole, is that who she's talking about? It's gonna be Will Wheaton. Oh, it could I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. She's got, this series coming out on Nebula that sounds pretty interesting. She's also got a new video coming out that like has something to do with Bosch and also trans people, so can't wait to see what that's about. But yeah, as far people were asking me about mods for Minecraft, right? That are I actually need to find some stuff that's cool. I used to play these things called super hostile maps, right? And they still exist, but they're mostly made for older versions of Minecraft. And I don't really like to go and play, like, you know what I mean? Especially when you get back to the ones pre-running, like those are. I mean, they have their charm, right? But I like the version of Minecraft now. So I'm looking for something similar to those, like kind of challenge, complete the monument maps. Seem to be pretty cool. And I feel like I gotta find some mods or something like that, right? You've never played it until this year. Oh, you're hosting a little server out of your home. That's awesome. That's really cool. I gotta do some research, chat. Bosch can suck my Irish butt. Awesome. That's definitely how I feel. Wait, except my butt's not Irish. She's gonna be in her short film. Oh, Jessica Nicole is gonna be in her short film. Nice. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. So yeah, I've you know, had a few conversations with Jessie Gender on Twitter. Actually, Jessie Gender helped me get my channel back right when I got that strike. I got a strike from covering Project Veritas, right? They were doing something very sus. They actually didn't get their channel taken down, but I did, right? And Jessie Gender helped me get it back. So, you know, like, I'm massively grateful to her for doing that. She's aware of me. I guess she's an enjoyer of my stream from time to time. So sometimes you'll see her pop up in chat here. I haven't, I think I offered her to come on stream if she wanted one time, but you know how it is. She's on her day off, right? You know, you can't, yeah, with like no expectation, right? Because you know, I mean, she's a busy YouTuber and everything. We should have a conversation at some point. I'm sure we'll find a time and place to do that. But yeah, she's really awesome. She's one of my favorite creators, honestly. Her stuff is great, and I love how brave she is to stand up for what's right, despite the just wave of harassment that came down on her earlier this year. So, and you know, she's recently jumped in the fray to defend Soul Bunny and kind of redirected some of the harassment that was going to come Soul Bunny's way at her. So we're hoping to avoid that cascade effect that happens to a lot of people who criticize debate bozo streamers, right? I've seen it before, and it's really ugly. And you know, I've known people that stopped doing content for months at a time because of it, right? So I don't want to see that happen to Soul Bunny. That's kind of why I haven't covered that video yet. I am hoping that this drama will die down and that things will not blow up. She has been covered a lot on streams, but they're not doing videos, right? Which is probably good. It's probably, I mean, I'm sure she's dealing with, you know, a great deal of harassment already, but the thing that's just untenable for a lot of people is when Vosh does a video that gets like 500,000 views and it's you're the villain in that video, right? And then Xander Hall covers it, and Demon Mama covers it, and TGT cover it, and Chud Logic covers it, and like everybody covers it, right? So so far that cascade of videos has not happened. Yeah, Bunny with an I. So yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I'm still making my determination. Very likely I'll cover the, I don't know. Like it's a weird calculation of like, am I helping or am I blowing it up, right? And with Jessie Gender, she's big enough that it's clear that covering like the drama from her side is helpful, but with Soul Bunny, like, we're still pre-cascade, right? There hasn't been, like, the way there was a cascade of videos against Jessie Gender, that hasn't happened with Soul Bunny yet, and I'm hoping it won't. There are a lot of, you know, really nasty communities where the streamer has like made a video, like Chud Logic, but it's just whether like that whole, you know, like the domino effect happens or not. It's kind of what we're waiting for at this point. Tomorrow we're going to be covering Xander Hall going after Lance. What? His comments are not very, like, I think he's really messed up. I think he's gonna lose subs from this, right? His community is tightly overlapping with Lance's community. And like, I had some reservations about the Tim Pool debate for Lance. I wasn't in agreement with his strategy, but I hope it was clear from my coverage of Lance's debate that I support what he's trying to do. I'm aware of what he's trying to do. I don't think that there's like a win condition when you're going into Tim Pool's skate mansion. I just don't. But I don't look, you know, I'm not gonna like laugh at Lance for Tim, like, you know, tricking him in debates or like, you know, the way that Xander Hall's just being toxic about this, right? And we're gonna take a look at like what he has to say, his smug ass, just completely lost in the sauce of his own haterade, because that's what this is about. This is about Xander Hall's hate. He hates Lance. He has obviously hated Lance for a very long time, and he's jumping at the bit to, you know, to cover Lance unfavorably. So we're going to cover that video. We're also going to take a look at the second half that I wasn't aware of. The second half of the Tim Pool versus Lance, because apparently Lance did better in the second half, right? And I'm curious about that now. The Leftist Mafia talked about that a little bit. They were sort of teasing us with that. Now I've got to find out more about that. So we'll be looking at those two things. I do have to get to bed. Oh, otherwise I'm never going to get up in time. She said she was going to be in her short film. That is really cool. You can't stand Dimple. Yeah, I'm not a fan myself. And in general, like, I don't think it's smart to go debate him, right? I just think that everything is set up to benefit him, to maximize the benefit to him, and to like minimize any benefit to, you know, somebody coming on his platform. That being said, Lance was going on there for a specific reason. He wanted to see if he could penetrate into that shell, penetrate Tim Pool's bubble, and make them aware of some things that they just are not going to get otherwise from Tim Pool's normal content. So, like, I understand, I agree with his, you know, purpose, I guess. I don't know if he's got the right strategy, but apparently it was a little bit better in the second half, so we'll give the second half a try. And I definitely am not on board with the bad faith criticisms that you're going to hear from Xander Hall, right? I think it was just, like, it's just like, Xander Hall, you gotta get over this hate. Like, you know, it's like he hates Thought Slime, he hates Sophie from Mars, he hates Kira Chats, and he hates anybody that's associated with them. And look, I've had issues, really bad issues, with really toxic communities coming after me just for standing up for trans rights, right? If I were to make a rule where I was just like, I hated on and just like went after every community that was like associated with anybody that was like tangentially related to Dylan Burns, I wouldn't have time to do anything else. It would be the, like, I don't know how you live in hate that way, but that's where Xander Hall's at right now. So we'll take a look at that and see you know, what he's on about, right? I remember a biologist a long time. So what do I say? The takeaway from this conflict between Xander Hall and Lance is that there is trouble in paradise when it comes to the White Leaf Network. If you don't know, the White Leaf Network is a network of websites administered by Vosh's sysadmin, right? When we talk about the Vosh Clout Network, the White Leaf family or community, or, you know, it's basically websites that are administered by White Nervosa, Vosh's sysadmin. That's at the heart of it, right? They tend to walk in lockstep. When one of them goes after somebody, all of them go after somebody, and that's what makes them such a nasty like vector for harassment, right? And for bad ideas too, because most of these people are reactionaries in leftist clothing, right? They have at their very heart of them an ethos that's more debate bro than it is leftist, right? And that almost makes it inevitable that a lot of their takes are gonna be reactionary, right? And like, you know, people will point out to me, well, you know, Vosh says a lot of good things too. True, yeah, he's in favor of trans rights, right? He's generally on the same side as me on a lot of issues. So why would I be so like negative towards Vosh? It's because he functions as a Trojan horse, right? Like, the good takes that he has are what kind of permit the like really toxic shit to come in, like the just like stench of like, you know, anti-black racism wearing the trappings of leftism, right? What does that do to our solidarity? Nothing good, right? So anyway, yeah, if it's your first time watching me, that's a little bit of what I'm about. That's a little bit of what I'm here. That's you know, kind of, oh my god. He's supposedly in favor of trans rights. Who's reactionary? Vosh. Yes, Vosh. The clout human centipede. Correct. So, it's interesting though. Oh my god. Chat, I gotta get to bed. Who should I raid? I am so up past my bedtime. I was just gonna come on for a really quick stream. What was I thinking? What's gonna happen when I hit the raid button? Who am I even gonna see? Channels you follow. Oh no, okay, I thought it was gonna... Oh, Rotted Ranch is on. Probably... What do you think, chat? Rotted Ranch? Rotted Ranch is playing Zelda. You wanna watch some of that? Oh, I'm glad you like my channel, White Crone. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm trying to talk, I'm trying to make sense, and I'm talking about some pretty... I like Zelda. Wait, don't you, chat? You like Zelda, don't you, chat? Yeah, you like that, right? The new Zelda. It's the brand new Zelda, Tears of a Kingdom, that I don't get to play because I can't afford a Switch. Ooh, maybe I should put that on Throne. Yeah, I have a Throne. Check it out if you want to make my stream better, if you want to make my microphone better, right? You know, I should definitely put a Switch on there too, because like I actually really like Nintendo games. I haven't really played on console in forever. I do have a PS4, but it's Blue Light of Death, right? And yeah, I really need to get that fixed so I could... I love video games, chat. I don't play them nearly enough, but thank you for being here for the stream, and I will see you tomorrow. Hopefully I can make this happen, right? Because like there's a lot of important stuff to cover tomorrow. Anyway, we're gonna raid into Rotted Ranch. Give Rotted Ranch my love. I really like Rotted Ranch's stream. The vibes are right, and oh wow, looks like Rotted Ranch is reacting to something at this very moment, so maybe it's a little break. Let's check this out. Let's see what's going on in there. All right, there we go. Get in that robot, chat. Everybody in the robot. Everybody in the Ava. Everybody in those plug suits. And then we could all be like, congratulations, 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 congratulations. Okay, much love, everybody. Anybody else want to get in the stream? Catch it while it's hot. Even you and YouTube can come over to Twitch if you want to and get in on this raid, because we're gonna raid Rotted Ranch, and I think you're gonna enjoy them as a streamer. They are very cool as well. I will be back tomorrow as soon as I possibly can, as soon as I can get my ass to sleep and then wake up, and then I don't know, chat. I'll make it work. I'll make it happen. Good night, everybody. Have a good day, morning, night, whatever time it is for you. Meow. Hi, Bodies. Hi, YouTube. I get to talk to you a little bit longer since I've sent the Twitch raid out, including the people who for some reason didn't get raided out. That always happens, right? I don't know what that is either, right? I don't know. I think you gotta click on something. Next time, try clicking on something. I don't know. I don't know how it works because I never get raided. I always do the raids. Anyway, much love to all of you. Have a good night.